All right, you and I are diving in. Leaving the crowd's whispers behind on Awakening Day, Si Chen steps right into the awakening space. He's got this terrifyingly calm vibe, the aura of someone who already stood at the absolute peak of humanity, cloaked in pure silence. His sharp gaze literally pierces the void. He doesn't look like some kid waiting for his destiny. No, he looks like a king returning to claim his rightful throne. Floating right there in the pitch-black void is the demon heart, an ancient glowing red artifact beating with heavy thuds used to measure a hunter's class potential. But here's the crazy part, the guy standing right in front of it didn't come to be judged. He came to test it. Si Chen just smirks. Glowing cards radiating this insane forbidden light casually slide right through his fingers. He tosses the first one. Boom. The violent Lord of Lightning strikes down, making the entire demon heart tremble. Then he flips the second card. Crack, a freezing abyss unleashes an icy aura, threatening to freeze space itself. And then he pulls out the ultimate supreme card dripping with a blood-red pattern. A suffocating pressure crashes down. The Asura Ghost King, meanwhile, outside in the main square, it's total absolute chaos. The display matrix is glitching out like crazy, starting at C rank, dropping straight down to D rank, and then it suddenly shatters every single limit, exploding into a blinding SSS rank light. Sirens are blaring, but the crowd, they just point and laugh while the judges just shake their heads and cross out his name. To them, he's just a dud who glitched the machine. Little do they know, the outside world just narrowly dodged a literal roar of absolute doom. Because right now, inside that dead-heavy silence of the awakening room, Si Chen simply stares at the demon heart. Under the terrifying, crushing weight of the Asura Ghost King, this ancient artifact meant to measure power completely shatters. And in a total slip of control, a dark vortex erupts from his body, literally chewing up and swallowing the entire core of the demon heart. It absorbs everything, not even a single speck of dust remains. The awakening room doors finally swing open, and Si Chen steps out totally empty-handed. He fully embraces the disguise of a weak nobody abandoned by the system. The rest of the world pities him, mocks him, but only Si Chen knows the truth. His path of absolute unparalleled fury. It's honestly just getting started right here. Now you and I need to rewind to 2016. The demon race successfully conquered the very last inch of humanity's safe zones. The human world was officially wiped out. Our main character, Si Chen, an SSS rank lightning assassin, is currently standing there panting heavily right in the middle of absolute ruins. His face is covered in blood, but he's still glaring at the enemy with razor-sharp focus. 7 years ago, this demon king named Lan Yue brought his demon army down to Earth, using his terrifying strength to flatten the entire human world in the literal blink of an eye. Back in the present, the demon king smirks, showing off fangs. His bloodshot eyes mock Si Chen, laughing that humanity's so-called final hope is a complete joke. To him, humans are nothing more than fragile trash. Right after speaking, the monster extends his massive, insanely muscular arm, gathering this pure dark red demonic energy right on his sharp claws. He aggressively declares he'll happily help our guy finally finish his epic mission by dying right here. The dark energy in the demon's hand explodes out, twisting wildly into this massive spiked ball of deep red light. It radiates insane killing intent, totally ready to shred its prey. The demon king charges forward like a freight train, jaws wide open, growling out a command for Si Chen to just obediently become his food and power. But there is zero chance. He just rolls over. Si Chen squeezes out every last drop of his strength, firing off blinding white lightning. It slams right into the enemy's crimson magic, creating an absolutely earth-shattering shockwave. In this life-or-death moment, the memories of his little sister and his fallen squad flash through his mind. He lowers his head as the lightning around his body erupts with absolute fury. A bitter wave of grief hits as he remembers his master and loved ones, but now they're nothing more than blurry shadows fading away in the bloody rain. Fresh blood drips from the corner of his mouth. He grits his teeth so hard, literal sparks fly. Veins pop on his neck, boiling with pure rage. These monsters stole the lives of everyone he cared about. His eyes flare up with fierce intensity, and his entire body erupts in blinding electric light. He screams, swearing he's going to drag this exact monster straight down to hell with him. His ultimate SSS rank technique, the Doomsday Arc, is finally unleashed, instantly transforming into a massive holy pillar of light crashing straight down from the sky onto the demon. The Demon King is in absolute panic mode, wildly waving his hands around, but his body freezes completely solid. His eyes go wide in pure terror, completely clueless about what is locking him down. Right after Si Chen's own body starts cracking apart piece by piece, yet somehow his face looks completely peaceful, just soaking in that blinding light. Those fragile fragments of precious memories, his little sister and his wise master, shatter like broken glass, drifting away into the dark void before slowly fading into complete darkness. Images of his happy childhood family start fading out. He manages a weak smile, silently whispering a final goodbye to his parents, carrying this heavy, bitter regret that he just wasn't strong enough to protect them all. His eyes finally close tight right in the middle of that brilliant glow. His final, desperate wish, if only he had been just a little bit stronger. At the same exact moment, the Demon King's massive body turns to dust in pure agony. But honestly, Sai Chen's only thought as he fades away is a burning desire to turn back time and find the demon lair sooner. Then a massive energy explosion completely swallows the ruins, carrying away the deeply unfinished business of our fallen hero. He just wishes he could have stopped that very first Demon King. Stick with me though, this is exactly where his real story actually begins. Alright, you and I are about to witness a completely tragic life where our main guy lost absolutely everything. Suddenly, a warm ray of sunlight pierces straight down onto his face. His bandaged eye flutters open, totally confused. He just lies there, frozen, staring up from the super soft hospital bed. Sunlight spills through the window, highlighting his heavily bandaged body. A pair of worn sneakers are carelessly tossed right on the floor. Then bam, he springs up like a coiled wire, collapsing onto the ground. He stares blankly at his own hands, utterly shocked, to realize he actually is not dead yet. Sitting dazed on the edge of the bed, his wide eyes scan the incredibly neat medical room. Absolute panic sets in, he has zero clue where he was dumped. Mixing intense curiosity with heavy suspicion, our boy lunges straight for the window. He peeks outside, eyes bulging like he just saw a literal ghost. Right in front of him stands the peaceful campus infirmary building. Down below, completely carefree students are hugging their textbooks, laughing and chatting naturally under the bright, dazzling morning sunlight. Cold sweat completely drenches his forehead. He presses his bruised face hard against the glass pane, muttering to himself in absolute pure disbelief. The entire world was supposed to be destroyed. Did these people just crawl out of the ground? After a long, painfully silent moment, still dazed, he checks his hands in the sunlight. Finally, he accepts this crazy, miraculous truth. He has officially and undeniably been sent back. 10 full years into the past by the system, back to his ordinary college days, standing directly under that brilliant morning sunshine. He freezes completely. Sweat drips down his face, eyes totally wide with lingering shock. But right now, a golden opportunity has just opened up for him to rewrite his entire life. Before he can even process the shock, his eyes widen again. A sudden burst of digital static flickers violently right in front of his face. Then a cold mechanical system notification window pops up out of absolutely nowhere. Gluttony power integration is 100% complete, confirming an absolutely insane reality. He has truly regressed to the specific timeline, right before everything went horribly wrong. Just to be sure, he frantically grabs his old phone. The cracked screen clearly displays the exact date. 4:15 p.m., July 16, 2013. Staring at his own reflection in the window glass, he mutters in pure shock mixed with intense excitement. He actually traveled 10 years back to July 2013. While that wild gluttony integration system message is still casually floating there, his eyes suddenly flash a vicious crimson red. Cold sweat pours down as the brutal gravity of his situation finally hits him. This is exactly 3 years before the Demon King's descend upon Earth. He shudders vividly, recalling the absolute nightmare awaiting them in 3 years. In 2016, the first Demon King of Wrath will crash down, bringing massive, terrifying spectral tentacles that completely swallow the entire city. Those horrific memories flood back instantly. The pitch-black silhouette of that colossal monster is burned into his mind. Wrath was the exact one who ripped open the gates of hell. Because of him, the other demon lords followed closely behind, violently invading the human realm. Now you and I know that was the starting point of total annihilation. It was why he lost everything. He bitterly recalls the wasteland where bodies piled up like mountains beneath the demons, but quickly shaking off that overwhelming, crushing despair. He tightly clenches his trembling fists. His eyes practically glow with pure, unyielding vengeance. He has returned to the past now, revealing just half of his face with a blood-red, murderous gaze. He reaches out like he is crushing destiny itself. If he can just defeat that very first target, Wrath, he can permanently seal the hell gates forever. This is his one shot to completely change everything. Pumping with hype, he suddenly freezes. He stares blankly at the floating system window that says gluttony integration is fully complete. He starts wondering to himself, what exactly is this gluttony power interface anyway? Standing alone in the quiet infirmary, he reaches out and pokes at the glowing hologram. It has been hovering directly in front of him since the very second he opened his eyes. Suddenly, bright digital static bursts right across his palm. It looks exactly like lines of frantic code running completely out of control, startling him badly. His jaw totally drops in awe as a massive status window erupts straight from his hand, proudly displaying a first, blindingly bright Level 01. Staring right back at him is his name, Si Chen. His stats for strength, speed, stamina, luck, and elemental magic power are all ridiculously maxed at 100. He actually gasps out loud. Why do these stats look exactly like a video game? Are these really his current attributes? Blinking his eyes in heavy suspicion, Si Chen frowns deeply. He thinks to himself he has never seen anything like this before. In his past life, he only ever fought using standard awakened powers. Almost immediately, the system randomly lists out a bunch of incredibly flashy classes. We are talking about mages, core warriors, cloud singers, stellar archers, and lightning assassins. But it comes with a brutal reminder: only 1 in 10,000 people in this entire world can actually become an awakened. Recalling his deeply miserable past, he sinks into the sad memory of being relentlessly bullied. The very academy he is currently attending right now only recruits the highest potential awakened candidates, the prestigious National Awakening University. But unfortunately for our guy, in his previous life he totally failed to awaken during college. For 4 straight years he was stuck dead last at the absolute bottom of the food chain. Anyone could just walk up and slap him around. Snapping out of that dark flashback, Si Chen suddenly turns into a comical chibi version of himself. He grumpily rubs his chin. Is this exactly why he woke up in the infirmary today? Chi. While sinking deep into his swirling tea, lost in thought, Si Chen's eyes suddenly go wide with absolute shock. Right in front of him, the system interface violently glitches out and completely changes its shape. The screen violently flashes, instantly transforming into a glowing golden card. It reveals his hidden class, Lightning Assassin, absolutely loaded with an insane set of skills. We're talking overpowered abilities like Thunder God, boosting his speed tenfold, and Thunder Sword, triggering pure paralysis. Si Chen is completely stunned. An assassin class. A literal lightning assassin. Staring at the card, epic memories of his past life suddenly flood back, an absolute powerhouse wrapped in blinding lightning. He is speechless. Is this his exact same class from his past life? His jaw drops so hard you could honestly fit a whole egg in his mouth. Si Chen stares in absolute disbelief as the golden card updates, revealing a brand new title, the Devourer. Right then, he can vaguely feel an intense surge of massive power rushing straight through his veins. Wait, did his past life's insane strength actually carry over with him? Has he really managed to awaken this early? Wasting zero time, Si Chen completely closes his eyes, focusing every ounce of his energy. Crackling golden lightning bolts start to spark wildly around his entire body, feeding straight into the card. Time to test this power out. System prompt loading, changing class now. But right as he's flexing his newly awakened muscles, bam, the infirmary door gets violently shoved open, making Si Chen completely jump and snap his head around. Standing in the doorway is a nerdy guy in glasses covered in bandages, looking absolutely panicked as he yells out, "Huh!" right above his head is a system tag, Ma Long Wood Element class. Before Si Chen can even process this interruption, Ma Long lunges forward like a maniac, desperately grabbing his friend's shoulders. He shakes Si Chen back and forth, screaming, "Bro, you are awake. How is your body? Are you finally okay?" Getting rattled so hard he is practically dizzy, Si Chen quickly glances at the glowing golden card floating nearby. Ma Long clearly cannot see it. Playing it cool, he just replies, "Yeah, I am completely fine." Just as he suspected, he is literally the only one who can actually see this system interface. Still panicking, his buddy Ma Long closely inspects him from head to toe. He spins Si Chen around like a literal human top, then screams out in absolute shock. "Wait, all of your brutal injuries just completely vanished. Just yesterday, you were beaten half to death, man. You recovered way faster than an officially awakened person," letting his buddy ramble on in a frantic high-speed alien gibberish. Si Chen just stands there completely unbothered, slightly tilting his head. With dead fish eyes staring straight into the void, he silently introduces this guy. Yep, this is his extremely hyperactive college roommate Ma Long. While his best friend Ma Long aggressively grabs his arm, checking him out with pure panic and heavy doubt. "Why do I suddenly feel like you got insanely buff out of nowhere? Am I hallucinating?" Meanwhile, Si Chen is quietly flashing back to his incredibly tragic past life. "You see, even though now you and I should know, Ma Long awakened back in college, but he was bottom-tier garbage. In Si Chen's past life, his friend died a brutal death right after the Demon Kings suddenly descended. But right now, the guy is literally standing right in front of him, fully alive and breathing. Looking at that goofy face of his buddy, Si Chen flashes a rare, genuinely relieved smile, his eyes burning with absolute iron determination. It is only right at this exact moment that the wild reality finally hits him. He actually regressed back in time. But while Si Chen is being super deep, Ma Long suddenly jolts in panic quickly, grabbing Si Chen by the shoulders. "Holy crap, I completely forgot, bro. Tomorrow is the absolute biggest ranking exam. Since you are perfectly healed up now, we Seriously need to prep. Literally dragging his confused friend straight out the infirmary door, Ma Long will not stop running his loud mouth, frantically pushing him along. Let us go, let us go. Even if you have not awakened your powers, yet this test is insanely critical for our final graduation. Score. Outside, a beautifully vibrant sunset drops right over the massive university campus, washing everything in a golden glow, shining straight down onto the crowded basketball courts. Students are casually walking everywhere, friends laughing, pretty girls and cool guys chatting it up along the walkways. One girl is even casually summoning a glowing bright purple magic ball just to absolutely flex her awakened powers. Down by the soccer field, the whole vibe is way crazier. Fire Element students are drop-kicking a literal flaming ball like they are starring in some high-budget anime action movie. Strolling right through this massive crowd, Sai Chen quietly stuffs his hands into his pockets and mutters a surprisingly dark thought. Man, it has been a really long time since I actually saw this many living, breathing people. This incredibly dark comment instantly makes Ma Long sweat bullets and shudder in pure terror. Bro, what kind of creepy serial killer stuff are you talking about? Trying to break the extremely awkward, bone-chilling silence, Ma Long heavily gulps and forces a completely stiff suggestion. Hey man, why don't we just go take a super casual walk around the stadium? Ignoring his friend's absolute mental breakdown, Sai Chen just keeps his perfectly calm face gazing up at the blue sky while horrific memories completely consume his mind. I once lost everything in the blink of an eye. The brutal image of himself standing totally alone in a ruined wasteland heavily packed with corpses flashes back. He firmly tells himself if he does absolutely nothing right now, that desperate apocalyptic future will just repeat itself all over again. Snapping straight out of his incredibly dark trance, his eyes seriously flare up with an intense crimson determination. He has to make a move right this second. He needs to level up as fast as humanly possible. He visualizes wild warriors out there ruthlessly slaughtering giant boss monsters just to rank up. In this current era, there is literally only one single valid way for an awakened human to gain levels: hunting beasts inside the demonic dungeon layers. But the absolute worst part is almost every single dungeon layer is strictly monopolized by the massive powerhouse guilds. So for nameless outsiders, you and I both know the chances of leveling up are basically zero. Glancing at his own stat board, which is perfectly maxed out at 100 across the board, he rapidly analyzes the system's logic. If these are my current base stats, exactly how insanely powerful am I compared to normal awakened fighters and those monsters out there? Now to actually rank everyone's true combat strength. Look, the government ranked all awakened humans and monsters from highest to lowest S, A, B, C, D, and E. You and I know most students at this university are hopelessly stuck at E rank. Only a handful of absolute geniuses or rich kids with guild backing ever managed to scrape their way up to D rank. Picturing that shiny dun rank flashing in his head, Sai Chen curiously judged his current power level. Sure, he could easily estimate his strength based on pure combat experience, but he still wondered what official rank he would actually get if he took the real test today. Turning around to look, he glanced at his scrawny friend standing right next to him. Si Chen smirked to himself. At least he was definitely way stronger than this skinny guy. Suddenly, Ma Long froze up completely, a massive look of confusion washing over his face. Before he could even process what was happening right in front of him, a heavy basketball flew at blinding speed, smashing directly into Ma Long's face. It completely shattered his glasses into pieces and left him absolutely seeing stars. Taking that brutal, malicious hit head on, the wood element student was sent flying backwards, crashing face first right into the dirt track. With blood pouring heavily from his nose, he let out a painful groan. Up on the bleachers, a nasty group of 4 massive, heavily tattooed school thugs sat casually, lounging around with total arrogance. One of them called out with heavy sarcasm, "Well look, here isn't that our favorite pathetic duo Sai Chen and Ma Long?" The gang leader, rocking a buzz cut and dark skin, tilted his chin up with pure arrogance and let out a nasty smirk. "You two losers. Sure, recovered pretty fast, didn't you?" Clutching his badly swollen face, a terrified Ma Long scrambled backward, hiding straight behind Si Chen while cold sweat dripped down his neck. "We are so dead. Why did we have to run into this absolute psycho?" Seeing his pathetic prey trembling in fear, the gang leader smugly turned around to brag to his white-haired lackey standing behind him with crossed arms. "I told you these 2 little rats were surprisingly tough to break." Then he rested his chin on his hand, barking an absolutely ridiculous order. "You knew I was out here playing basketball today, so why the hell didn't you bring me 2 coolers of sports drinks?" Huh. His timid nature taking over entirely, Ma Long began to shake fearfully, bowing repeatedly like a broken toy, stuttering in panic. "I am so sorry, boss. I will run and buy them right this second." But before he could tuck his tail and run, Si Chen shoved both hands into his pockets. He calmly stepped forward, blocking his cowering friend and dropping an ice-cold line that hit perfectly. You did absolutely nothing wrong. The ones who need to apologize are these pathetic insects. Staring dead into the totally punchable face of the school bully, Si Chen's eyes suddenly went pitch black, dripping with pure murderous intent. Oh, it was this exact guy. Some ugly memories from his past life were suddenly rushing back right now. Immediately vivid images from his previous life flashed in his mind. The moment this exact same bastard had violently grabbed his hair, shoving his head deep into a flooded sink. He had choked his face, turning completely red from suffocation. Water bubbled viciously up his nose while three massive goons stood around, pinning him down hard while laughing at his torment. Ma Long had been just as cowardly back then, but he still dropped to his knees on the wet floor, crying his eyes out and screaming until his voice went hoarse. You guys, please, just stop it. Right now, leave him alone. Completely ignoring the desperate begging, the leader snapped his head back, showing off the twisted face of a literal psychopath as he growled. Why the hell should I stop? I am just helping him out. He shoved Si Chen's head even deeper into the water, violently spouting pure garbage excuses. This useless piece of trash still hasn't managed to awaken his powers yet, so do you not think we should try to stimulate his abilities a little bit? The lackeys joined in, bursting into twisted, howling laughter. Their ugly faces scrunched up as they totally enjoyed crushing the fragile pride of someone weaker than them. It was only when they saw Si Chen completely unconscious, sprawled out cold on the soaked bathroom tiles, that the bullies finally backed off and swaggered out of the restroom looking bored. He passed out already. Pack it up, fun is over. Waiting until the absolute worst of them were finally gone, Ma Long desperately rushed over. He grabbed Si Chen's soaked body, shaking him frantically while sobbing through choked tears. Si Chen, hey Si Chen, please tell me you are okay. Regaining consciousness with messy wet hair hiding half his exhausted, rage-filled face, Si Chen could only manage to weakly curse his pathetic fate. Why? Why will those monsters never just leave us alone? But snapping right back to the bright sunlit reality of the courtyard, Si Chen glared coldly at the arrogant punks blocking his path. One of the lackeys tilted his head, genuinely confused. Wait, what did that little rat just bark out at us? Meanwhile, Si Chen was realizing a very dark truth. Pure, unfiltered malice did not only exist inside the terrifying monster dungeons. Nope, it existed right here, everywhere in the human world. Now pay attention, guys. Completely triggered by Si Chen's fearless, unbothered attitude, the furious gang leader loudly cracked his knuckles. His nasty half-smile suddenly glowed with a terrifying, eerie green magical light. All right then, let's go over there and crush this little brat's face in for some fun. But just as he took his first step, he completely froze. That arrogant smirk instantly wiped away, replaced by a painfully confused, dumbfounded stare. Standing right behind him, his terrified buddy Ma Long still had not fully processed that cold comeback from earlier. His shirt was totally drenched in cold sweat as he panicked. Si Chen, what the heck are you rambling about right now? Ignoring everyone's confusion, the school tyrant, Gong Cheng, an E-rank wood element warrior, aggressively stomped his way down the concrete bleachers. His entire right arm was already transforming into a massive, jagged block of solid wood pulsing with a highly threatening green magical aura. Watching this huge thug angrily stomping toward him, Si Chen coldly analyzed Gong Cheng's actual threat level. This coward only bullied the weak because his older brother was the ultra-powerful student council president. In reality, Gong Cheng's personal combat abilities were absolute garbage. Sensing the incoming violence, the massive crowd of students instantly swarmed around. Let's see if our guy survives this. Oh man, Gong Cheng is about to beat them half to death again. All right, you and I are witnessing absolute madness. The giant approaches, magic arm completely glowing. The students just keep mocking them relentlessly. Haha, those two kids just got hospitalized from a beating. One is the weakest awakened ever, and the other hasn't even awakened yet. Seriously, they are the two biggest losers in this entire school. And then Gong Cheng steps up, a total mountain of a guy completely blocking the sun right in front of Si Chen. His right arm is totally wrapped in this pulsing green magic energy, pressing down hard. He lifts his chin, glaring with absolute pure arrogance, and growls. What did you just bark at me? He asks, practically begging for a fight. But facing that insane disrespect, Si Chen just slowly looks up. His eyes, cold as ice, sharp as a blade. He calmly spits out every single word. Do not bother us anymore. Oh, the absolute disrespect. Gong Cheng totally loses his mind. He roars, swinging a massive magic punch that literally rips through the air. I think you need another savage beating. But here's the thing about a regressed main character. Right at the very last possible second, Si Chen just casually lifts up one single hand, and he catches that giant heaven-shattering punch. Easy, like it was absolutely nothing. The attack is stopped so fast and so brutally cold that it makes Gongcheng yanked his hand right back. He is wincing, rubbing his screaming wrist, while Si Chen just stands there totally calm, keeping his stance locked in. The whole crowd of students, jaws on the floor. They are scratching their heads, totally losing their minds in pure shock. What in the world just happened? Did that weak loser actually just block Gong Cheng's insane punch? Under all those completely stunned eyes, the whispers start getting louder and much louder. But he is not even awakened yet. Am I going completely blind? Realizing he is being totally humiliated in front of everyone, Gong Cheng furiously grinds his teeth. He swings those massive veiny arms, wrapping them in thick stone armor and charges. You absolute unawakened piece of trash. You really dare to challenge me? But Si Chen, not even a single ounce of fear. His hand suddenly starts cracking with these intensely bright, blazing golden bolts of lightning. He just smirks. Perfect timing. You are going to be my new test subject. Right then, the system interface pops up, running a text saying it is changing his class. Suddenly, a totally blinding light explodes outward. The system announces the class change is fully complete. Our main character is finally fully cloaked in the absolute raw majestic power of a level 1 lightning assassin. He looks incredibly badass. Standing right behind him, his buddy Ma. Long is so shocked his jaw literally hits the floor. Eyes wide, sweating bullets, he stutters out loud. Wait, when exactly did you awaken? To answer, his friend Si Chen just slightly tilts his head. His entire body is now completely wrapped up in these intensely bright, coiling golden bolts of lightning. Pure dominant energy. At the exact same time, the school tyrant violently roars, maxing out his magic power to launch his ultimate skill, the immortal magic armor. He transforms his arm into this massive razor-sharp spiked stone boulder. That giant rock comes crashing straight down right at where Si Chen is standing, looking as tiny as an ant. The guy screams like a total maniac. I think you completely forgot the crushing taste of my deadly punch. But who knew? The title of Lightning Assassin isn't just for show. Si Chen turns into a literal flash of lightning, smoothly bending to dodge the huge punch. In the blink of an eye, totally stunning his enemy. Using that dodge momentum, our guy instantly throws a massive lightning-charged uppercut, aiming it directly into Gongcheng's face at godlike speed. It is so fast his nose blood just violently splatters everywhere. Taking that insanely critical hit, the huge body of the school boss starts flipping wildly through the air. He goes flying super far back, landing completely face first and literally plowing up the entire running track. The entire schoolyard goes absolutely dead silent. The huge crowd, along with Ma Long, are screaming in pure horror, faces totally distorted. What in the world just happened in a single second? Did he seriously just send Gong Cheng flying with one punch? Now you and I know how crazy this is, but the audience, they are still completely mind blown. Is this actually Si Chen right now? What on earth is happening? Meanwhile, Gong Cheng is struggling violently, pushing himself up, his face all scratched up. He is furious, spitting curses. Damn you, you dare to sneak attack me. Totally humiliated and losing face, he turns and fiercely yells at his lackeys, who are just standing there, jaws completely dropped like statues. Are you idiots just going to stand there and stare at me? Scolded by their boss. The white-haired lackey is sweating massive bullets. His face is pale white, and he is just trembling, replying in complete and absolute utter helplessness. And honestly, you cannot blame them. Because right in front of them, Si Chen is standing tall like an absolute god, bathed in shadows, only revealing those glowing eyes. His lightning-killing intent is literally shooting into the sky, giving everyone massive goosebumps. Refusing to swallow this huge humiliation, Gong Cheng screams like an absolute maniac, charging right back in again. He throws a wild punch, ready to risk it all. I will kill you. But of course, miracles do not ever happen for the villains. Si Chen's blazing lightning hand just gently catches that massive stone-armored arm once again like it is absolutely nothing. He squeezes it so hard that sparks fly everywhere. Even with Gong Cheng frantically trying to back away in total panic, Si Chen raises his blinding lightning punch, his eyes burning with intense killing intent. He coldly drops his final judgment. You are too weak. Boom, a superpowered lightning punch completely slams down, exploding the entire yard. A blinding flash mixes with blood flying everywhere, instantly bringing an absolute end to this bully's long reign of pure arrogance. Under the terrifying godlike power of the lightning assassin, Gong Cheng's massive body is literally punched so hard he goes rocketing high up into the air, flying just like a broken doll. Glowing golden lightning bolts are violently sparking, clinging right onto his massive body as he just completely free falls. And the final result, he flies straight back, completely smashing into the solid concrete steps of the huge grandstand. It creates a totally earth-shattering collision. When the dust finally settles from that insanely destructive landing, well, you and I can see it. The school tyrant is just a bruised mess, now completely sunk deep inside the totally cracked concrete wall. Blood is just pouring down his face as he lies there totally knocked out cold. Witnessing that absolutely unreal logic defying power, his best buddy Ma Long is left completely. All right, let's jump right in. The lackey drops to his knees on the grass, completely dazed, while the nosy crowd around them panics. They run for their absolute lives. Still completely shell-shocked, Ma Long is just dripping with sweat, his eyes wide as he mutters, out loud, Si Chen. Since when did he get this incredibly strong? Ma Long's lingering question just hangs heavily in the air as we see our main character. Si Chen just stands there quietly staring at his own slightly blood-stained hand. Then he pulls up that super familiar level 1 system status window. Every single stat is flashing a dazzling 100. Looking at it, he figures he has finally confirmed a few basic facts right now. Glancing at the glowing screen, he pieces the recent events together. Fact number 1, exactly like his past life, he can instantly shift into his lightning assassin form whenever he wants. Fact number 2, even with his system stuck at level 1, just as he predicted his everyday base form is more than enough to crush the lowest tier awakened fighters, which basically means that his current overall power level is sitting way above an E rank, though his exact tier is still a mystery. But hey, even with all this epic news, his glowing red eyes suddenly narrow in deep thought. There is still one glaring problem left. He just stares down at the lifeless body of Gong Chang, who is slumped over the stands. Our guy angrily questions the system. He clearly beat this dude to a pulp, so why? Exactly. Did his system stats not change at all? Suddenly, a wild thought flashes through his mind. Sai Chen quickly gathers up a crackling razor-sharp lightning blade right in his hand. He marches toward his enemy with pure lethal intent, maybe sensing that massive killing aura. Ma Long and the terrified students completely freak out. They throw their hands up to stop him. Hey, wait a second, Si Chen, what are you doing right now? Completely ignoring their panic, our guy raises that lightning blade up high. He aims it dead straight at the throat of the unconscious Gong Cheng, fully ready to drop a fatal strike. In that exact second, Sai Chen is covered in a totally terrifying shadow, just his glowing eyes shining with raw electricity. And then a chilling question hits him: is the actual method to get experience points the exact same as his past life? No hesitation. Tossing all his morals aside, he swings his arm and viciously drives that blazing electric blade straight down, right for the enemy throat. But wait, just before the blade can actually end, Gong Cheng right there, a super gorgeous girl with an amazing figure, suddenly steps in and completely cuts him off. She speaks up with this super sweet tone. Hey classmate, we are literally at school. Turns out it is Ling Yu, the crazy powerful student council vice president. She crosses her arms, smiling with this absolute boss energy of judgment. She admits he started it, but says this level of payback is way more than enough. Narrowing her eyes just a bit, the vice president smiles. It is a smooth mix of a warning and a promise. She tells him that this loser will never dare to lay a single finger on. Blocked from his kill, Si Chen just clicks his tongue and pulls his magic back. He leaves Gong Cheng knocked out cold on the ground, while the mysterious Ling Yu just watches him. Si Chen slightly furrows his brows secretly, sizing up the whole situation. Why is the student council so eager to step up and protect this guy anyway? Honestly, he was not actually going to finish him off. With that thought, our guy casually shoves his hands into his pockets. He turns and walks away with Ma Long, dropping one extremely cold fact on his way out. If trash like him do not get a brutal lesson, they will just keep bothering us forever. Watching our hero walk away, those two lackeys hiding behind the wall are sweating buckets. They are literally shaking as they whisper, "Did you see his face back there? He was incredibly terrifying. Never mess with him again. Is that absolute monster actually Si Chen?" Meanwhile, the rest of the shocked crowd is totally buzzing with gossip. Wait, are not those two the weakest, poorest losers in our entire academy? Up ahead, Ma Long is clumsily running right behind his buddy. He is frantically waving him over, but our main character just hits him with a totally casual "yeah." Watching the duo walk away, Ling Yu flashes a highly calculating smile. Her purple eyes are gleaming with pure amusement as she quietly signals her people. Time to go. As night completely falls over the academy. Now you and I are heading back to the incredibly quiet male dorms. Inside their messy room, Ma Long is waving his arms like a madman. He's shouting at his roommates, absolutely losing his mind. Why will you guys not believe me too? Then has actually awakened his powers. He is an unbelievably strong lightning assassin now. The poor guy just keeps wildly swinging his arms around trying to reenact the epic fight from this afternoon. He will not shut up. I am telling you, he utterly stomped Gong Cheng right into the dirt. It was insane. Now that bully gang will not even dare look us in the eyes. But his two roommates are completely unimpressed. One of them is literally picking his nose while the other is glued to his computer. So annoying Xiang Zuo, an E-rank core mage, is just sitting there, cross-legged on his chair. He lazily digs his ear and scoffs. Oh really? Then where is he right now? Seeing Ma Long look totally clueless. Hang Tao reaches out and aggressively pokes his nerdy friend right in the forehead. He snaps at him. Dude, if he was actually that strong, why would he be out running right now? Think about it. Would a powerful awakened fighter actually need to do basic physical cardio? Does that make any sense to you at all? Adding to this total comedy routine, their other buddy, an E-rank wood element fighter, is just casually sucking a lollipop. His eyes are locked onto his intense game. You and I know he is totally clueless. He calmly jokes that Ma Long's brain is officially broken today. He lets Xiang Zuo keep smacking their buddy on the head. Exactly, snap out of it, man. Xiang Zuo then fully stands up. He hops on the chair, waving his arms to explain why they're all stuck together. The four of them got dumped into one single dorm room, just because their academic scores ranked dead last in the entire school. Yeah, bottom four. It's a harsh, undeniable reality that hits them right in the face. No arguing with that. But then this cocky guy casually summons a blinding red magic orb. He pats his chest, practically bursting with absolute pride. He declares he's the absolute boss of this sad little room. Look, in this world, a person only ever awakens one single class in their entire life. He mocks the other two for being weak support classes. He claims he's the only one with an actual combat class in this whole dump. A total powerhouse. A core mage to be exact. That's an unchangeable super fact. Plus, this absolute narcissist actually rolls up his sleeves to show off his pathetic little muscles. He flexes his tiny biceps and sneers. He points at Sai Chen's skinny baby-faced look, laughing. How could a scrawny kid like that possibly be a lightning assassin? Impossible, right? On the flip side, this arrogant guy claims his power is surging lately. He thinks he's fully ready to squeeze his way into some elite club. He holds his hilarious flexing pose to conclude his grand speech. Meanwhile, the guy on the right doesn't even care, keeping his eyes completely glued to the TV. Mao Long just drops his head in total defeat. Whatever happens, tomorrow is the final ranking exam right before the big graduation assessment anyway. Once that test drops, everyone's true skills will be clear as day. Meanwhile, over in a completely different location, a massive fiery rift tears right open. The giant rift glows blindingly in midair. Down below, heavily armed figures stand guard on high alert. The glowing text above them reads, E-rank practice, demon lair. Stepping right out of that fiery gate is a crazy handsome guy wearing an incredibly badass cloak, looking like a total boss. Following closely behind him is Vice President Ling Yu, and this guy, none other than Gong Ding, the absolute powerhouse student council president. He commands serious authority, striding past rows of subordinates, bowing respectfully in his presence. The ice-cold president speaks up with absolute confidence. He casually commands, today's training ends right here. Suddenly, he tilts his head. His sharp amber eyes dart toward a dark, hidden corner, piercing the shadows with that cold gaze. Turns out the person cowering in the dark, wrapped up in white bandages from head to toe, like a literal Egyptian mummy, is his useless younger brother. Gong Ding frowns slightly, clearly annoyed. You're seriously still standing around waiting here? Gong Cheng is boiling with absolute rage. Gritting his teeth, his wild blue eyes glaring straight through the gauze, he starts whining loud. Big brother, if you don't handle this, I'm literally going to lose my mind. That punk dared to beat your own flesh and blood to a complete pulp. In front of everyone, that trash clearly has zero respect for you. Ignoring his brother's massive temper tantrum, Gong Ding simply gives a tiny smirk. He smiles lightly and casually drops a two-word reply. Got it. The crazy handsome face of the president practically radiates deadly confidence. He calmly promises to handle the situation personally. Now here's where you and I get a peek at the high life. The scene shifts to a fancy banquet. A luxurious table where a knife smoothly slices through a premium juicy red steak. They're sitting down for a wildly elegant, expensive dinner together. At this endlessly long table, Ling Yu elegantly holds her fork. She glances over and asks the president exactly how he plans to handle this messy situation. After all, your brother simply got completely outclassed by his opponent. While savoring a bite of that insanely expensive beef, Gong Ding looks down. He looks down thoughtfully, sounding just a little bit skeptical about the whole thing. Is that kid truly as strong as you claim he is? In response, Ling Yu flashes a razor-sharp smile, confidently breaking down the situation. You already know the exact strength and rank of every single person here. In this entire school, less than 10 people have even managed to hit D rank. And you've already scooped every last one of them up, straight into your club. Her bright purple eyes gleam as she drops a brutal pragmatic truth. Besides, where on earth would anyone else get the chance to specially grind for EXP inside a demon lair like you do? Those ordinary awakened kids basically have zero shot at closing the gap. They literally have no way to level up their strength, so absolutely no one can ever keep up with your insane growth speed. Her confident words echo into the dark night sky. Meanwhile, a massive downpour hammers the school courtyard where a lone determined figure is pushing hard. He's sprinting like his life depends on it. Piercing through the blinding rain, Chen, his face completely drenched, grits his teeth and keeps striding. He reviews his hellish training routine strapped with 100 kilograms running 20 kilometers. Two heavy black weights, 50 kilos each, are bouncing inside his pack. They slam up and down with every single step. He keeps reminding himself of the basics. Pure, brutal physical training is the only way to massively improve your baseline stats. An awakened fighter's maximum limit is closely tied to the raw physical muscle power they can build up. Only with an insanely tough body can someone handle the massive strain and unleash the absolute maximum power of their awakened class. Rain and sweat mix together, streaming down his completely exhausted face. But Chen's eyes stay razor sharp. He grits his teeth and tells himself, this is still nowhere near enough. Right then, the haunting memories of that past disaster flood his mind. A brutal vision of the sky tearing wide open, making way for massive, terrifying purple-pink demonic tentacles. Years ago, the Demon King of Wrath completely shattered the lair and descended upon them. He crashed down onto this world. In a flash, he slaughtered countless innocent lives. But the most agonizing memory of all, the image of him, kneeling completely broken in the pouring rain, tightly hugging the blood-soaked body of his little sister. His gut-wrenching, absolute agonizing screams echoed through the ruins. My only family, my little sister. But she was gone. She died right there by his brutal hands. And the nightmare doesn't stop there. The massive silhouette of that demon hides inside the glowing red mist, looking insanely menacing. Trust me, that Demon King of Wrath is why everything changed. All right, you and I are diving into a world where Hell's Gates shattered, unleashing demons to ravage humanity. But suddenly, this tragic flashback cuts off. Chen wipes the heavy rain from his forehead. His eyes are burning with pure determination as he maps out a battle plan. The ultimate goal, Phase 1, is completely straightforward. Facing down the terrifying illusion of those glowing red demonic eyes, he grits out every single word with absolute hatred. His vow, he has to kill the demon known as Wrath. Keeping up a steady running pace in the pouring rain, he analyzes the situation. Wrath is the literal root of all destruction. Right now, there are still exactly 3 years left before this monster actually descends upon the earth, and he is definitely evolving at an insanely fast rate. Chen knows he has to grow even faster than him. Suddenly, the phone, tucked in his jacket pocket, starts vibrating, snapping him out of those heavy thoughts. He frantically pulls the phone out, totally catching him off guard. His heart literally skips a beat seeing the caller ID. It is his little sister, Yoon. An unbelievable wave of pure joy washes completely over him. She actually called back. Taking quick shelter under a nearby tree, he frantically pops in his wireless earbuds, wipes the cold rain off his face, and answers with a warm but noticeably trembling voice. Hello. From the other end of the line, the incredibly familiar, cheerful voice of his little sister rings out, cutting right through the pouring rain. Hey, big brother, why did you call me so many times today? I was busy at my tournament this morning and my phone totally died on me. I just dragged myself back to the dorm, plugged it in, and called you right back. She then immediately starts bragging about her big achievements with so much pride. Big brother, listen to this. If I actually sweep the prize money this time around, then our massive rent problem is totally going to be solved for good. She laughs cheerfully. Hearing this, Chen just stands there completely frozen. He is instantly thrown back to remembering those desperate dark days and that utterly ruined future. He had lost count of how many times he literally dropped to his knees begging the heavens, asking if there was any possible way to just start everything over from the very beginning. Noticing the heavy, unnatural silence on his end of the call, his little sister Yoon gets a little worried and asks, Wait, big brother, is it raining out where you are? Why are you staying completely quiet, suppressing all those incredibly intense emotions bubbling up inside the corners of his mouth finally curl into a genuine warm smile. He tells himself, even if I have to sacrifice absolutely everything I currently have to protect this. He gently answers her, Nothing is wrong, I promise. Hot tears suddenly begin mixing right in with the cold rain rolling down his cheeks, his red eyes completely welling up with pure happiness. He silently swears, even if I have to condemn myself to falling straight into the deepest, darkest pits of hell. He swallows his pride before finally whispering, It has just been way too long since I got to actually hear your voice. Cringing at her big brother being so weirdly emotional, Yoon totally complains. What the heck are you even babbling about right now? Did not we literally just talk on the phone for hours 2 days ago? Just wait until my tournament is completely over and we will meet up. Wait for my good news, bye-bye. She hangs up. Chen slowly tilts his head back, letting the freezing rain hit his face. His eyes grow sharper and far more determined than ever before. Right now, this timeline has officially been reset straight back to zero. Completely pumped up again, he heavily dashes off into the blinding rain, letting out a wild roar to hype himself up. 3 more laps. I have absolutely got to get stronger at lightning speed if I want to protect all these precious things. Scene cut to the dorm room. All his friends are completely wrapped in their blankets, sleeping incredibly soundly, snoring like absolute logs. Now you and I need to track the timeline here. 8 solid hours have passed since he regressed straight back to this era. Standing right under the hot rushing shower, our main character flexes his perfectly toned back dripping with water. He silently starts to reevaluate his current situation, realizing he is finally adapting to this younger body. Sure, his current physical stamina is basically trash right now, but on the bright side it brings so much more youthful vitality. Feeling refreshed after the shower, Si Chen stands there drying his soaking wet hair with a towel. Those striking red eyes look super intense. He is deep in thought. Next up, he desperately needs to figure out a literal life or death problem. Flopping heavily onto the edge of his bed, he strokes his chin, facing the harsh reality. If he wants to level up, he absolutely has to raid those dangerous demon lairs. But the worst part, every single one of those layers is completely monopolized by the massive powerful guilds. Falling straight back onto his soft warm bed, our guy just lets out a massive tired sigh, crossing his arms behind his head. Unless you were some rich kid born with a silver spoon, how the heck are normal people like us supposed to ever get a chance to level up? Where am I even supposed to find monsters to fight? His eyes slowly drift shut, carrying one huge lingering question about that mysterious gluttony skill he has. Seriously, what kind of demonic overpowered cheat is that thing anyway? But suddenly, right as his consciousness finally slips into deep sleep, boom, here is where we get to the good stuff. A glowing red system screen reading download complete flashes violently, dragging his soul into a terrifying free fall. He drops straight into a dark, unknown void as the gluttony system officially initiates. Plunging through this creepy blood-red space, Si Chen rockets downward like a literal comet. His eyes are wide open, fighting insanely hard to stay conscious just to see what kind of twisted game this system is playing. Quick as lightning, he twists mid-air and pulls off an incredibly sharp superhero landing, splashing straight into a massive puddle of thick, creepy red liquid right beneath his boots. He looks up and boom, standing right in front of him is a towering, impossibly huge pitch-black demonic spire. It violently pierces right through the gloomy fog-filled sky, leaving him totally speechless and completely panicked. Still dressed in his loose black pajamas, Si Chen is left standing there looking absolutely dumbfounded as he questions his own sanity. What the heck is this place? I literally just went to sleep. Meanwhile, back in the real world, his roommate Ma Long is just standing there scratching his chin. Totally clueless, he answers the other guys in the dorm. I think he said he was going for another run. Alright, you and I are diving right in. Back in the virtual space, Si Chen smooths his messy hair, scanning the glowing red wasteland. He mutters to himself, what exactly is this place? The guy just closed his eyes for a second. He stares up at the massive twisted structure ahead. It is made entirely of jagged bones. He whispers defensively, eyeing that absolutely hideous tower looming over him. But before he can even process the madness, two skinny skeletal creatures slowly emerge from the blood-red liquid right beneath him. You can tell they are already sniffing around for fresh meat. These things look like mutated hounds, but their heads are pure white animal skulls, exhaling this creepy, pale green mist into the air. A system tag floats above them, Death Hound's E-rank wood element. Acting purely on survival instinct, Si Chen immediately steps back to take a defensive stance. Golden lightning sparks violently in his palm as a system alert pops up, class change loading. He furrows his brows, totally taken off guard by this. Monsters, he thinks. Do not tell me I woke up inside a demon lair. Suddenly, the glowing system panel flashes in front of his eyes. Class change complete. Si Chen has officially evolved into a level 1 lightning assassin. His eyes turn razor sharp, locking right onto his targets. He might have zero clue what is actually happening right now, but first things first, he needs to clean up the messy trouble standing right in front of him. Catching his deadly aura, the three hounds snap their bony jaws open, spewing toxic green gas as they lunge straight at him like absolute bloodthirsty ghosts. They want to tear their prey apart, but Si Chen is no pushover. In a split second, he transforms into a blinding streak of golden lightning. Dashing right past the very first monster, he swings his crackling lightning blade. He slices the beast straight in half as easily as cutting through soft tofu. Its skull shatters, spraying bone fragments through the air. The system instantly rings out, delivering a fresh reward. Death Forest item times 3. Totally lost in this dance of death, our guy swings his electrified sword. He hacks those low-tier beasts into absolute pieces, looking pretty smug about it. With the insane power he has right now, taking out 3 E-rank monsters is literally just child play. He delivers one final, absolutely brutal finishing slash. Blood splatters everywhere as the 52 experience points notification spams his screen. A massive wave of excitement hits him. He finally realizes the truth. This realistic thrill of combat, yeah, this is definitely no dream. And then the absolute best part happens. A massive surge of golden light erupts. It completely wraps around Si Chen, flashing a massive level up sign. He flashes a brilliant, satisfied smile. Because you see, the best part is this. He can actually grind experience and level up right here in this wasteland. He stares at his brand new level 2 stat panel. His strength doubled to 210. Speed tripled to 315. He holds up his hand perfectly satisfied. Every single base stat just gained 5 extra points. His eyes completely light up with hope and a super confident grin spreads across his face. He never expected to actually stumble into a demon lair. A lair that he could comfortably just solo raid all by himself. But right as he says that, a massive towering monstrosity suddenly crashes into view. Covered in shaggy fur and glaring with blood-red eyes, it snarls at him. The system tags it Hound King, an E-rank boss. This huge beast snaps its giant fang-filled jaws. But our MC stays perfectly calm. He flexes his energy, declaring, "Alright, then I guess I will use this exact place to properly test my absolute limits and see what happens." Boom, a lightning bolt rips through the air. Si Chen charges in with his crackling blade. He dashes past and slashes cleanly right through the boss' skull. A massive glowing victory sign flashes on the screen as his experience points skyrocket. Plus 320 experience points. He sweeps up the loot and a Death Forest crystal. The system chimes, he instantly leaped to level 3. Both his strength and speed receive another absolutely insane buff. Si Chen just smirks, nodding to himself. The experience dropped by a boss is way higher than those tiny mobs at the exact same level. 2 back-to-back level-ups in record time. Standing a few steps away, he admires his brutal handiwork. The giant boss corpse just lies totally motionless on the dirt. But suddenly, an incredibly eerie glowing red system notification pops right up into the air. It hovers right above the monster corpse, reading "Devourable." Seeing this, Si Chen's eyes widen to the absolute max. He is totally stunned by the prompt. His brain practically short-circuits in total confusion. Staring at that glowing text hovering over the dead boss, Si Chen just blankly scratches his head. He whispers to himself, what does devourable even mean here? Taking a huge gamble, he reaches out his hand to test it. Suddenly, a blinding light bursts straight out from his palm. In that split second, an insanely bold idea flashes through his mind. Could it actually be bathed in the glowing light? Illuminating his completely awestruck face, he mutters purely out of instinct. Is this the real hidden meaning behind his crazy new power? The so-called power of gluttony. Instantly, a sinister red and black energy tornado violently erupts. It sucks up every single trace of the beast's remains. Like an absolute high-speed vacuum, it funnels right into his palm. He feels the raw surging power violently flooding straight into his own veins. He tightly clenches his fist. That bright red energy crackles, sending wild electric sparks completely wrapping around his knuckles. And then the system finally speaks. Devour complete. That fiercely intimidating boss from literally a minute ago, it is now peacefully trapped right inside a glowing blue card. He is utterly speechless. Wait, a giant monster was seriously just absorbed and turned into a literal card. He stares completely blankly at his hand. Gulping hard, Si Chen suddenly realizes the insane truth. He can actually devour his enemies right after taking them down in battle. He can literally steal their power and forge it into his very own class. Totally stunned by this insane cheat code, his eyes bulge out. He cannot even form words anymore. Massive exclamation marks practically pop up inside his head, but as he looks down at his glowing hand again, a chilling memory of the Lan Yue Demon King suddenly overlaps with reality. Hold on a second, this power feels exactly like what that guy used. He pictures that exact same whirlwind of evil energy that once wiped out everything in its path. That right there, the absolute power of the demon, King Lan Yue. Si Chen freezes in pure terror, suddenly realizing the true source of this insane power coursing through his veins. But he quickly snaps out of it, his face hardening like stone. Gritting his teeth, our guy finally accepts reality. This ridiculous gluttony power actually belongs to that demon king, and he somehow stole it for himself. Now think about the iron rules of this world. Every single person is born with specific strengths and weaknesses to balance things out. And the one absolute rule everyone knows, a hunter can only ever possess exactly one class at a time. But hey, rules are literally made for our main character to break. Staring at the 2 shiny cards hovering, Si Chen can't help but smirk. He actually holds 2 classes at the exact same time right now. And trust me, his wild imagination does not stop there. Thinking about the massive hordes of monsters waiting outside, a genuinely crazy idea pops into his head. Wait a second, if he just keeps going, slaughtering and devouring every single monster in his path, he could unlock infinite classes. His glowing red eyes widen with pure excitement. The guy is totally hyped, his ambition for power bottomless. He is completely ready to dominate the whole server. Still, right beneath that massive hype, a dark doubt creeps in. He glances over his shoulder, seriously questioning everything. How exactly did he get his hands on this game-breaking power? His eyes shift right back to that totally bizarre structure. And seriously, what on earth is the deal with that massive creepy demonic tower sitting right there in the background? Suddenly, the entire space starts glitching out with digital static flashing everywhere. It scares the absolute life out of him. Si Chen quickly jumps back, taking a defensive stance. Cold sweat drips down his face. His expression tightens up as a suffocating wave of killing intent crushes down his shoulders. This pressure is just insane. What the heck is happening right now? Right in front of the tower steps a massive cloaked figure. Steps out carrying a giant sword glowing with this toxic purple energy. Its deep, terrifying voice echoes out. You finally arrived. I have been waiting for you here for a very long time. The boss's nameplate is totally glitched out by the static. This giant butcher with glowing sinister green eyes slowly steps out of the shadows, calling Si Chen by his exact name. Without any warning, the monster lunges forward, swinging that massive sword down to shatter the ground to pieces. Meanwhile, our guy's brain goes into overdrive. You see the government ranks all awakened hunters and monsters based entirely on their combat power. It scales from E, D, C, B, A all the way to S. Pushing his maximum speed to dodge the fatal strike, Si Chen violently slides across the muddy ground, letting out a heavy groan. Clutching his chest and panting hard, his wide eyes furiously scan the area, desperately analyzing the situation. In his past life, he nearly died just grinding up to S rank. But right now, his current combat power barely scratches D rank at best. A cold chill hits his spine as he stares at the literal Reaper towering over him, painfully accepting the harsh truth. The terrifying monster standing right in front of him is a literal S-rank boss. The massive gap between their current power levels is just too big. His stats are getting absolutely crushed. But despite that crazy power gap, our boy still swings his lightning sword, charging in for a relentless combo attack. Inside, he is completely screaming, is this devil's lair totally glitched out, or what? Why on earth is an S-rank monster spawning here of all places? On top of that, with his face covered in fresh scratches, one chilling question just keeps echoing around in his head. How exactly does this creepy thing already know his name? Struggling to block the enemy's incredibly sharp blade, Si Chen desperately tries to analyze this totally bizarre battle. The two of them have already clashed for dozens of rounds. And honestly, during all that time, this monster could have easily taken his life 100 times over. Losing focus for 1 second, the boss swings its massive sword, launching our hero straight into the air. He coughs up blood, groaning in pure agony. Round 1 officially ends with him taking a brutal beating. But wait. Every single strike perfectly avoided. His vital spots. This guy is literally just playing with him, effortlessly knocking him down over and over. Si Chen clutches his stomach, groaning as he scrambles across the dirt, barely dodging a massive energy wave slicing right over his head. The boss, still hiding its terrifying face under that cloak, flashes a row of razor-sharp teeth and one glowing demonic eye. It openly mocks him. Are you seriously still trying to struggle? Wiping his totally bruised face, blood dripping from his mouth, Si Chen quickly wipes it away with the back of his hand. Glaring back, he suddenly figures out the enemy's sick and twisted goal. This monster just wants to force him into submission. Towering over him in front of that creepy structure, the massive butcher rests, its glowing blade right on its shoulder. You really should reconsider the offer I just gave you. How about staying here and helping me guard this totally bizarre, demonic tower? Honestly, that is a wildly rare opportunity. But Si Chen's eyes just flash a furious blood red. He's completely, absolutely dead set against rejecting this garbage, low-paying night shift security job. No matter what happens right here, he swears he will never ever stay behind in this literal hellhole. And yeah, you and I both know acting tough too early gets you instantly destroyed. Our guy barely flexes, trying to look totally cool with that tiny spark of golden lightning in his hand, when boom, a toxic purple slash rips straight through space, moving so incredibly fast it is basically invisible to the eye. Before he can even finish his attack, Si Chen completely freezes up. His eyes widen in absolute horror as a massive spray of fresh blood bursts out, completely soaking his chest red. The giant boss slowly lifts up its massive deadly sword. Dropping all respect, it openly crushes its pride. Did you seriously think I would not just end you right here, just because you happen to be the only person capable of reaching this place? I have been this patient with you. But suddenly, without warning, Si Chen jerks back in pure shock. This fight is far from over. Alright, you and I are about to see something insane. Si Chen freezes as massive boulders rip out of the ground, floating in midair, controlled by sheer dark magic. The boss explodes, blasting a sky-high pillar of energy that completely drowns out the glowing system windows, flashing his skyrocketing stats. Then the monster glares down. He growls, I will ask you one last time. Surrounded by an ocean of floating rocks, ready to drop, this boss drops a brutal, impossible ultimatum right on him. Stay here, or get completely crushed into dust. Completely ignoring the massive power gap between them, wild yellow lightning begins to crackle around our main character. It surges around Sai Chen's hardened face. He looks up and declares, "I choose to kill you." Roaring out loud, he instantly transforms. He becomes a literal bolt of golden lightning, blasting straight forward with one goal: taking this enemy down. Immediately, the boss just gives a cold smirk. He mocks the attempt, absolutely ridiculous. Then he swings his blade, sending those massive floating boulders crashing down toward the little ant charging right at him. Pushed to his absolute limits, Si Chen moves like a blur, zigzagging flawlessly through that terrifying red meteor shower. He actually closes the gap. He swings his blinding lightning sword, slashing directly at the boss who already has his weapon raised high. Si Chen's glowing eyes lock onto the target. He analyzes the entire situation, secretly smirking. He had already seen right through this monster's attack patterns during their crazy exchange just a minute ago. Sai Chen's hyper-fast brain spots the fatal flaw. Before every single swing, the boss takes exactly 0.4 seconds to charge up his massive strike. He can use that split second to read the exact angle of the monster's wrist. And just like that, moving as if he had eyes on his back, he slips away. He predicts the perfect trajectory and flawlessly dodges the heavy slash. Funneling pure electric energy straight into his fist, he chuckles to himself because here is the best part. The biggest catch. After every single attack, this boss suffers a massive recoil, taking 0.2 seconds to recover. Sai Chen locks his focus on that wide-open chest. He completely seizes this once-in-a-lifetime opening on the giant. If he just aims straight for that tiny gap right when the beast has absolutely no way to defend itself, he can pierce its heart in an instant. Si Chen screams out violently, plunging his blinding lightning sword straight into the enemy's massive body. A direct hit to the chest. The system screen flashes, lightning blade activated, triggering a massive explosive paralysis effect. Si Chen is sweating bullets, doing the quick math. Even though a total D-rank rookie like him could never kill an S-rank monster, the raw paralysis effect from this completely all-out full-power strike should at least lock the beast down for a few seconds. He instantly triggers his lightning god's skill, wrapping his entire body in roaring thunder to massively boost his speed. We are talking a 10 times speed multiplier here. He immediately turns and runs for his absolute life. The monster is insanely fast. Earlier, he literally never had enough time to even try and slip away. Sprinting blindly like an absolute track star, he tells himself these few precious seconds are honestly more than enough time to escape. Now is his chance. Staring completely locked in on that one lonely speck of light shining on the horizon, he is totally thrilled. He had scouted this out carefully, right in the middle of their fight. That is the only exit in sight, but the second his desperate, hopeful hand reaches out to touch it, the entire space violently shatters into endless chunks of digital static, glitching like crazy. Still suspended right there in midair. His face drains of color as the exit just evaporates into thin air. The light is completely gone. It turns out that terrifying S-rank boss had already fully recovered. He instantly radiates this massive, suffocating wave of pure murderous intent, completely crushing every last ounce of our hero's hope. Unfortunately for him, that was nothing but a fake illusion left behind as bait. The escape route you were looking for, it never existed. This chaotic place is absolutely not some basic demon lair. Right through the blazing, violent energy, a deep, heavily amused voice rings out. The boss actually sounds impressed that Si Chen could find the tiny gap in his absolute defense that quickly. Very interesting. Right then, the system screen glitches, updating the true terrifying appearance of this monster. Towering over him, the beast nods. You truly are someone capable of bringing hope. Name update: Purgatory Rakshasa, star rank warrior. Hearing this, Sai Chen rips his eyes wide open. His pupils completely shrink in absolute terror as the horrible truth clicks. Wait, he has definitely seen this exact monster form before. Now this is where you and I need to pay close attention. He saw this on the Demon King Lan Yue. Memories flood back. That mocking phrase from the butcher earlier. It perfectly matches the horrible phantom haunting his mind. A freezing chill violently runs straight down his spine. He internally screams in pure, absolute despair. This specific terrible shape, he knows he saw it once before right there on the towering body of the Demon King Lan Yue. Suddenly, a bloody, chaotic flashback rips through his mind, showing everything totally exploding around him. This was the exact moment of the greatest, most legendary final battle from his entire previous life. Back in that apocalyptic war, the terrifying silhouette of a wicked demon mask completely packed with glowing, jagged fangs, shining in electric blue, was permanently burned right into his brain, flashing back to the insane image of a massive ice dragon spreading its wings high in the sky. He starts sweating bullets. He suddenly remembers during that legendary earth-shattering war that monstrous enemy was constantly swapping between a massive series of high-tier classes like it was absolutely nothing. He remembers the sheer trauma of being blown away by raging hellfire from a terrifying multi-horned demon. That burning pain is literally still etched into his flesh, or the time he got brutally slammed down by those freaky demonic creeping vines, summoned by some twisted wood elemental entity falling endlessly through a blinding void. Gritting his teeth in the present, Sai Chen furiously starts piecing together every single shattered memory. He remembers it so clearly now. Among all those endless crazy forms of power, one memory flashes vivid as day. The towering monster, the Rakshasa exploding with raging purple flames. It had this exact same face, that towering demon silhouette completely wrapped up in those heavy dark iron chains with those freaky, glowing blue eyes. You absolutely cannot mistake it for anything else. Sai Chen's mind starts spinning totally out of control. Wait, could it be? Analyzing this world-shaking truth, does this mean this boss was completely devoured by Lan Yue's gluttony skill? Stick with me because this changes everything. Alright, check this out. That insane power just fully merged with his body, which means Sai Chen freezes in the glowing red space, dead silent. Standing before a massive towering structure, his jaw completely drops. He can't help but ask, is this crazy place actually located deep inside my own body? The giant butcher suddenly lets out a dark, booming chuckle. He flashes a terrifying, bone-chilling smile, showing off rows of razor-sharp teeth. He nods slowly in pure approval. Humph. Not only is your mental willpower totally impressive, but your mind just as sharp as a razor. You have proven yourself completely worthy of everything this hidden place holds. Meanwhile, Si Chen's face is covered in cold sweat. He whips his head around, eyes wide with pure shock. Everything in here, suddenly a golden key encrusted with red jewels appears floating right in front of him with a glowing system notification. The SSS rank void key. Literally the only key that opens the gate to the demonic tower. The boss reaches his massive veiny hand toward the glowing item. This is the tower's key. Then the giant monster stands tall before the eerie structure and calmly explains, Lan Yue once devoured countless fierce, unstoppable demons back in its absolute prime. The absolute strongest among them are sealed right behind me, locked away inside this very tower. His deep, echoing voice rings out endlessly through the space. Devour them to become even stronger. Let every single one of them become your personal fuel. Instantly, the system panel pops up to lock it in one void key acquired. Holding this blindingly bright SSS rank item right in his hands, Sai Chen just frowns, looking super suspicious. Why are you doing this? Why would you go out of your way to help me this much? The massive monster looks down at him, his voice suddenly heavy with raw, burning anger. Even in the dark world of demons, there's a line between good and evil. Those demon kings completely slaughtered my entire clan just to feed their endless sick greed. The giant then pours his heart out, sounding absolutely tragic. I have waited a literal eternity for the chance to get my revenge. And finally, that chance is standing right in front of me. He was right. You are our only hope. Only you can actually pull this off. Si Chen is busy listening to this tragic backstory, but he catches a highly suspicious keyword. He looks totally confused. Wait, who exactly are you talking about? Who is he? The boss just tilts his giant chin toward the massive tower behind him. Every single answer you want is hidden deep inside this tower. Go find them yourself. Suddenly, his massive body begins fading away, breaking down right before his eyes into countless streams of brilliant glowing magic. He gives one final epic request. Take my power, kid, and make every last one of them pay the ultimate price. Si Chen is left completely stunned by this enemy's wild self-sacrifice. Take your power, ignoring the kid's total shock. Using his absolute last breath, the terrifying demon face roars out to hype him up. From this exact moment on, you must become completely, truly unstoppable. Rip open the gates of the demonic tower and forcefully devour absolutely everything inside of it. But get this, he makes sure to drop a dead serious warning to our guy. The demons locked in there, they will not go easy on you like I did. They are literally the most ruthless monsters ever. Sai Chen's eyes ignite with pure burning determination, hearing this heavy warning. But you have to endure it all. You must conquer every single one of them. You need to stand at the absolute highest peak of this world. The giant demon's figure fades completely into the dark, leaving behind one final echoing command. Until the very end. You must devour every single demon king. Now the space is just filled with glowing energy fragments fluttering gently down to the ground. The creepy echo finally fades out to close the intro. Only a human with that kind of insane determination is truly worthy of wielding my power. Reaching his hand out, Si Chen watches the purple light flow straight into his palm. A system progress bar pops up, loading fast. Boom. A blinding golden light completely erupts. The system happily announces his massive level up from devouring the power. Si Chen has officially hit level 10. He secures the victory title and instantly bags the epic weapon drop from the boss. He shuts his eyes tight then, snaps them open with a totally cold, sharp glare. He quietly promises, I get it. I will carry on your will. The devouring process finishes. Now an incredibly badass purgatory Rakshasa job card floats right over his hand. Si Chen makes a firm vow. I will make them pay with their blood. But just as his hype hits the ceiling boom, the scene cuts black. Bright morning sunlight suddenly beams right through the window. A super loud voice rings out completely, shattering the quiet room. Wake up, guys. Everybody get up. Si Chen's tired eyes flutter open. Si Chen sits up fast on his bunk bed. Hair a total mess, he looks around completely confused and lets out a sigh. He watches his roommates rushing around to change clothes. One of them yells, "Hurry up, don't be late. Today of all days, we have to wear our school uniforms." Si Chen's face goes blank. But you and I know he is thinking, wait, am I back in my dorm? He quickly pulls down his shirt to check his chest. Smooth, flawless. He mutters in pure disbelief, my fatal wound actually managed to heal up. Completely. Was all that crazy stuff just a dream? But the exact second he opens his hand, boom. That blinding system panel pops right up. His eyes narrow as he confirms it. The system is right there, proving it. Everything was totally real. Even the insane mountain of epic loot he picked up in that dream came right back to reality with him. Staring hard at the massive level 10 sitting on his stat board, he scratches his chin deep in thought. Just one night and I leap straight to level 10. I wonder what rank they will put me in now. Alright, you and I are about to watch Si Chen zone out until his long-haired roommate suddenly lunges right forward. Hey Si Chen, the guy leaned in with a cheeky grin while their glasses-wearing friend was sweating bullets in the background. Someone was bragging hard about you last night, he teased, saying you actually became some kind of top-tier powerhouse. He didn't stop there. Leaning in closer with wide eyes, he playfully threatened the so-called room boss. Are you seriously planning to overthrow my throne in this dorm? But Si Chen totally ignored the nonsense, keeping his face absolutely ice-cold. He just glared at the loudmouth. Let's go, someone yelled. The ranking test is starting. Time to see your real strength. The long-haired guy took a massive bite out of a steamed bun, chewing loudly as they all headed out. The whole squad casually strolled down the school stairs. The long-haired guy, still chewing, raised a finger and started bragging. He wouldn't shut up. Look, our dorm might seem like a bunch of E ranks, but do not forget every single rank is divided into 3 tiers. You guys are low-tier E rank. But me, I'm firmly mid-tier, he bragged loudly. The ranking board lit up. The guy kept shouting, literally spitting as he talked. The gap between tiers is massive. I could easily crush 10 low tiers like you at once. Got it? He strutted forward, swinging his arms and legs arrogantly. He was feeling super smug, heading to the gathering area, completely daydreaming. Hey, who knows, maybe my rank already shot up. The glasses-wearing friend sneaked up right next to Si Chen's ear, whispering with this intensely determined look on his face. Hey Si Chen, go all out, aim straight for D rank and scare him half to death. But our main character, he just narrowed his glowing red eyes. His face stayed completely blank as he muttered about that tiny pathetic goal. He slowly strolled right through the main gates and into the event area. The massive courtyard was totally packed with freshmen. Everyone was staring at the giant screen for the official ranking ceremony, the whole place echoing with loud, excited chatter. Suddenly, this wildly arrogant white-haired punk pushed through the crowd, dragging 2 bossy lackeys right behind him, shoving people aside. They bumped the long-haired guy hard. Get out of the way! Don't touch me, you trash. Those are Gong Cheng's hounds. The newcomer looked incredibly furious and dangerous. Si Chen's friends immediately turned pale and quickly backed away to save themselves. We need to stay far away from them. Suddenly, the white-haired punk whipped around and glared, making the long-haired guy sweat bullets and scream in pure panic. They're looking right at us, but while everyone else was completely freaking out, Si Chen, he just kept his hands in his pockets, looking away, looking annoyingly calm. But the second those 2 huge lackeys saw that blank face, they turned pale. Their pupils shrank in absolute terror, sweating buckets as if they had seen a ghost. Without a single word, those 2 giant thugs bowed straight down to their waists, shouting respectfully, completely shocking the entire dorm crew. Boss Si Chen, you've arrived. The long-haired friend's jaw literally hit the floor. Meanwhile, the glasses-wearing friend pushed up his frames, smiling with pure pride. What the heck? Why do they respect him so much? See, I totally told you, could it be that everything Ma Long said was actually true? Eyes half closed, Si Chen coldly walked right past the 2 bowing thugs, not even giving them a single glance. Suddenly, a sharp, aggressive voice ripped right through the quiet atmosphere. Hey you. Si Chen's glowing red eyes glanced back. His glare was razor-sharp, but honestly, he just looked incredibly annoyed and totally bored. A guy in a flashy floral shirt and vest stepped up, flashing a sleazy smile. He was a student council officer. Jiang Xiaoyong, I heard someone caused some serious trouble for Gong Cheng yesterday. The officer rolled his eyes, tilting his head. He screamed the name at the sky like an absolute fanatic. Do you even know who he is? He's the younger brother of our highly respected president, Lord Gong Ding. The surrounding crowd finally realized who this big shot was stepping back. They made way, whispering in absolute fear. That's Jiang Xiaoyong from the student council. The roommates started panicking all over again. Hearts pounding, legs trembling. They huddled together, sweating bullets, fearing for their friend's life. Wait, isn't he the personal hound of the president? He's a D-rank powerhouse. We're totally doomed. Why is he suddenly targeting Sai Chen out of nowhere? The tension was suffocating. Now watch this. Jiang Xiaoyong pushed his ridiculous face up to Sai Chen's ear, taking a creepy sniff. With a smug, contemptuous smirk, he dropped a massive insult. You know, my sense of smell is actually incredibly sharp. I can smell a true powerhouse from miles away. But from you, I only get the pathetic sour stench of absolute bottom-feeder trash. Jiang Xiaoyong whispered right into Si Chen's ear, looking like an absolute freak, completely full of himself. He was just showing off now. You know, my sense of smell is special. I can literally smell true strength. But on you, there's just the sour stench of a total loser who belongs at the absolute bottom of society forever. In response to that massive, annoying provocation, Si Chen just tilted his head, staring with dead eyes, and replied coldly, "Are you a dog or something?" Getting insulted right to his face made Jiang completely lose it. His eyes practically bulged out of his skull as he roared in absolute fury. "What did you just say to me?" But right before he could lunge forward and tear Si Chen apart, a massive figure suddenly stepped right into the middle of the chaos. He stopped him with a completely calm voice. "Jiang Xiaoyong, stand down." Gong Ding had arrived on the scene, looking sharp, his gaze dangerously cold. Exuding pure composure, he stepped up to defuse the situation. "I have already investigated every single detail of this incident. And honestly, Gong Cheng was the one who crossed the line first." Hurrying after the student council president along the running track, Jiang Xiaoyong immediately bowed his head in total submission. "Understood, President." Meanwhile, Gong Ding coldly laid down the law. "Make a mistake, and you pay the price." It was just how things worked. But outwardly, even as he said that, Gong Ding shot a dangerous, calculating glare over his shoulder. "You and I can literally feel the tension building up right here." Completely unfazed, Si Chen fired back an icy glare with his own glowing red eyes. A silent but absolutely explosive battle of wills sparked between them. Suddenly, the booming voice of the examiner echoed through the microphone, instantly dragging the entire academy's attention straight toward the massive glowing gateway. "All students, your attention please. The official ranking assessment is about to begin. We will proceed strictly by your assigned candidate numbers. Please line up on the stage the moment you hear your name." Gong Ding gave a quick tilt of his head and turned away. "Let us go. We should go get ready for our own ranking tests." His absolute lackey Jiang Xiaoyong eagerly scrambled right after him. "Loud and clear, sir." He did not forget to mutter one last insult. This Sai Chen guy did not look like a threat at all. Meanwhile, down in the crowded stands, our seemingly ordinary students stared nervously at the blinding lights of the testing stage. Up above, inside the sunlit VIP observation deck, a massive shadowy figure turned to ask his female colleague a question. "What rare wind brought you to watch the ranking exams today? Did you happen to spot a wild card worth keeping an eye on?" The stunning blonde woman just took a slow sip of her tea. A mysterious smile tugged at the corner of her lips, highlighting her beauty mark. "I have a feeling this assessment will be quite entertaining." Suddenly, the speakers blared as a name flashed on the massive screen. Next candidate, Xiang Zuo. Down in the crowd, Si Chen's loyal roommates were screaming their lungs out in total support. "Get up there, brother Xiang Zuo." The long-haired guy stepped onto the platform, reaching a trembling hand forward, his face dripping with absolute tension. He gritted his teeth, muttering that it was time to see his true power. In a flash, his entire body phased right through the shimmering energy barrier of the testing gateway. The second he crossed that threshold, he dropped straight into a completely dark, oppressive space tangled with countless heavy cables. The scene revealed a massive floating piece of machinery. The automated system then began to explain. The rules were simple. This ranking assessment had to be taken completely alone deep inside a simulated demonic lair, and waiting for him inside was a demon heart designed to absorb raw energy. Following the instructions, the long-haired student channeled every ounce of his power. He closed his eyes and unleashed a furious scream, blasting out a blindingly bright fireball. Awakened individuals simply had to unleash their absolute maximum energy output directly into that demon heart. The artificial core aggressively devoured the raging flames, violently vibrating as it instantly transmitted the raw data. Then the demon heart forwarded the exact energy measurements to the external monitors through those massive cables. Suddenly, every single wire in the room glowed blindingly bright. The energy surged out to the mechanical archway on the main stage, triggering a sequence of flashing indicator lights. As the process wrapped up, the final results flashed clearly across the massive LED display. This energy output translated into raw data right on the screen. Xiang Zuo officially locked in a mid-tier E rank. The examiner lifted the microphone and loudly declared to the crowd mid-tier E rank has been officially recorded. Meanwhile, the heavy-set instructor next to him squinted in confusion. Wait, why are the rest of the data not loaded yet? Down on the floor, the guy with glasses jumped up in sheer excitement, screaming right beside Si Chen. Now watch closely, because this right here was the main event. The system was now generating the final stat column, slowly loading it onto the massive display. Because beyond just your current combat rank, this machine measured something way more important: your maximum future potential. Basically, the absolute peak your specific class could ever hope to reach. A massive glowing letter C suddenly flashed on the board, blinding everyone. This was the ultimate proof that students with massive potential would absolutely secure heavy backing and premium resources directly from the national government. The system finalized the results. Assessment completely finished. Current combat rating, mid-tier E rank. Maximum potential C. That brutal reality check hit hard, and Jiang Xiaoyong stumbled out of the gateway looking completely defeated and heaving a massive sigh. It seemed his overall ranking had not moved a single inch over the last 2 years. He had seriously hoped to finally push into D rank. The loudspeaker coldly announced the next candidate, completely ignoring the long-haired guy who was now totally sulking on the stairs. His buddy patted his shoulder, dropping a harsh but comforting truth. Hey, relax, Jiang Xiaoyong. The rest of us are honestly way weaker than you. The whole squad crowded around, roasting their own stats just to cheer him up. You are definitely not the only guy stuck below D rank. We are in the exact same boat. The scoreboard brutally exposed Jiang Xiaoyong and Ma Long, both stuck at low-tier E rank with C potential. The guy with glasses waved his hands dramatically, declaring that this academy rarely ever produced D ranks anyway. Honestly, they probably would not see a single one this year. But talk about terrible timing. Right after he said that, the giant screen flashed. Assessment complete, and there it was. Current combat rating D rank. Low tier, maximum potential B. The three guys practically choked their jaws, hitting the floor in pure, unadulterated shock. Meanwhile, a female student happily jumped. Stick with me here. The crowd gasps in awe as the year's first D rank finally appears. A flashy guy steps out, striking wild poses and sliding across the floor right as the system updates. A new record is announced. Low D rank, maximum potential. Meanwhile, Si Chen's ignorant group of friends are completely burying their faces in despair. One guy slumps against the stairs, muttering that makes 8 already. Up on the podium, 2 examiners stroke their chins, nodding proudly at the sudden flood of D ranks. Even a low D is incredibly rare for students with 0 combat experience. The other judge fully agrees. Normally, only 2 or 3 graduates hit D rank a year. At this rate, the graduation combat exam is going to be an absolute show. The loudspeaker cuts their thoughts short. Next candidate up. Polished leather shoes tap the floor with pure arrogance. Gong ding. Just hearing that name echo out makes every head turn. The handsome guild leader steps up to the podium, hands in his jacket. The freshman crowd absolutely loses their minds. It is finally his turn. The legendary guild leader, the young master of the Emperor Guild, a chosen one with endless titles. But amidst this hype, Si Chen just stands completely still, hands in his pockets, watching heaven's favorite child with dead eyes. The gossip about this prince is absolutely non-stop. Word is he hit D rank 2 years ago. This year's best score so far is only low D. The highest record in our school's entire history is just middle D rank, so how high will he climb? Meanwhile, inside the dark testing chamber, a grotesque demon heart hangs suspended in tangled cables, beating slowly, just waiting for its next prey. Suddenly, a giant green eye snaps open on the heart. A soulless glare locks onto the newcomer. Gong Ding walks closer, totally unfazed. With pure arrogance, he raises one hand toward the hovering mass. The prince narrows his sharp golden eyes, muttering his arrogant little plans. Only by showing true power during the actual combat exam will I create the biggest shockwave. So for now, I just need to hide a chunk of my real strength. Even holding back, his eyes glow with borderline insane confidence. Even so, I will still be number 1 in school history. The analysis system starts crunching numbers. Bright data flashes across the screen. Those beeps sound like a major record is about to break. The old examiner sweats bullets, squinting as the screen rapidly changes colors. Wait, those colors mean that the leaderboard is exploding. The insane results are in high D rank, maximum potential S. Glowing words blind everyone watching. Down in the stands, the rookies literally drop their jaws, screaming their heads off. High D rank and an S rank potential. What the heck is happening? The arrogant officer grins, grabbing his pale, terrified lackeys and roaring with absolute joy. The very first in school history. Just as expected of the boss, long live the leader. Si Chen's roommates are equally shaken up, sweating bullets at this miracle. Did our school actually produce an S-rank potential? I am jealous. You and I just witnessed history. Up in the VIP box, the judges grin ear to ear. High D rank, S rank potential confirmed. Should we report this straight to the higher-ups? Of course. Meanwhile, the crowd swarms like angry bees around the prince who just walks calmly. An awakened person with S rank potential is a global treasure. The government will definitely monitor and heavily protect him. Gong Ding's profile is pinned up like a prestigious medal of honor. The relentless praise just keeps coming. Plus, being the noble heir of the Emperor Guild, this is definitely making the national front pages tomorrow. The principal stands proudly in his lavish observation room, crossing his arms, staring down at the campus. This year's exam is packed with massive talent. He smiles smugly, lightly mocking his female colleague nearby. You already knew Gong Ding had S-rank potential, right? No wonder you bothered showing up today. The blonde woman just lowers her eyelids, shaking her head with a mysterious smile. No, I did not. Come here just for him. Oh, the principal raises an eyebrow. Her lips curl into a gorgeous smirk, eyes sharp and calculating. Forget Gong Ding. Her gaze pierces the glass, locking onto the lonely back of Si Chen standing amidst the chaotic crowd. I am much more excited to see this kid's performance. The speakers roar again, slicing through the noise. Next candidate, Si Chen, as his name echoes out. All right, watch this. Jiang Xiaoyong instantly whipped around, flashing an absolutely wicked smirk. Hey little punk, you better bring back some damn honor to your pathetic dorm room. He stepped right up into his space eyes, bulging in pure, arrogant intimidation. When your test results pop up, don't you dare show that pathetic low-tier E-rank face ever again. If all four of you end up as absolute trash, sitting at the very bottom of society in the same room, you're going to be the biggest laughingstock in this entire academy. Ha ha ha. Xiang Zuo and Ma Long, standing right behind Si Chen, just hung their heads in utter shame at the brutal humiliation. A bunch of weaklings like you showing up to the graduation combat exam is honestly nothing but a complete utter disgrace. Their glasses-wearing friend was totally fuming, pointing straight at the arrogant jerk. You just wait, Si Chen is going to make you. Open your eyes wide and see, completely ignoring the trash talk. Si Chen coldly brushed past Jiang Xiaoyong, walking straight toward the testing gates in heavy absolute silence. Right then, Gong Ding turned his head slightly, shooting Si Chen a deeply arrogant look, mixed with a little curiosity. Standing before the brightly glowing testing pod, Si Chen just asked himself one simple question: could he actually pull this off? The demon heart monster locked inside him opened its massive eye once again, getting totally ready for the blood-draining process. Si Chen raised his hand, his eyes glowing an eerie demonic red, blazing with pure, boiling battle intent. In this era, for any awakened person, securing a seriously bright future meant joining a top-tier guild. It was the only way to survive. Images of heavily blood-soaked warriors violently tearing into terrifying monstrous beasts flashed right through his mind, basically serving as a brutally grim reminder. And honestly, the absolute only chance for most ordinary people to prove their true worth to those powerful guilds was the graduation combat assessment. The insanely harsh rules of the entire test firmly gripped his thoughts. A combat squad could have up to 10 members max. Candidates were completely free to choose their own teammates. The team that grabbed first place would have all its members directly recruited by the nation's #1 organization, the Emperor Guild. Honestly, hiding right behind the flashy, glamorous exterior of this academy, Si Chen clearly understood the cruel rules. So this test wasn't just to determine someone's rank, it had a much bigger vital purpose. Outside in the stands, that arrogant jerk Jiang Xiaoyong was happily putting his arm around a chubby student, totally kissing up to the VIP. Boss, this is Yan Lin, low-tier D rank. He bowed, deeply smugly laying out their bright, perfect future. With him here, our 10-man combat squad is absolutely finally complete. Every single one of the 9 D ranks this year is right here on our team. And with your brother joining us, taking first place is practically guaranteed for us. Turns out this whole pathetic circus was really just about hunting down the absolutely perfect teammates for the graduation exam. His little cronies swarmed around, laying on the heavy flattery. The system sarcastically noted that in this cutthroat environment, the absolute strongest team would surely be born. Jiang Xiaoyong threw his head back, laughing loudly. The final MVP is definitely going straight to you, Guild Master. Meanwhile, over in another corner, Si Chen's poor roommates were slouching sadly, looking exactly like abandoned losers stuck on the absolute weakest team. The strong always gather together while the weak get completely tossed aside and eliminated. That is just the eternal law of survival. The glasses-wearing guy nervously pushed up his frames, staring anxiously right at the testing pod that was still completely dead silent. How long had Si Chen been in there? The digital board was totally blank, his name showing, but without a single number, leaving the guys sweating bullets in pure panic. Why wasn't there any reaction at all? The crowd began to scatter away as the loudmouth turned back with a massive mocking grin. I bet his power is so completely pathetic the machine can't even register a single rank. Ha ha ha, the testing process is basically done. Anyway, let's go. Let's head back to the dorms. Seeing this, Jiang Jian quickly chimed right in to butter up his big boss. The few guys left are definitely garbage. No need to wait around any longer, Guild Master. Our team is fully stacked now anyway, let's just go find a nice place to sing some karaoke. Gong Ding half closed his eyes, looking incredibly bored, but totally arrogant as he nodded along. Fine, call the rest of the team. But guys, the exact second he turned around to leave, the system board right behind him suddenly exploded with violently flashing static. The intense flickering got crazy fast, and Si Chen's digital results screen slowly flashed a brand new rank that made absolutely everyone snap their heads back. High tier D rank. Right at that moment, his roommates stood completely frozen in place, jaws dropped wide open, totally and utterly dumbfounded by the absolute madness unfolding right in front of them. The glasses guy was so thrilled he literally jumped into the air, pointing right at the board, screaming loudly like he just struck gold. High tier D rank. Whoa, what did I tell you guys? I wasn't wrong, was I? Meanwhile, the mocking smile completely wiped off Jiang Jian's face. His smug expression twisted into absolute shock, while Gong Ding also whipped right around, blurting out in pure panic. Huh. High tier D rank. Deep inside the pitch-black testing pod, the demon heart suddenly shrank back, practically sweating bullets. The system's emergency alert flashed bright red continuously. Current ranking result: high tier D rank. The system strongly detects major instability within the demon heart's core. Critical error. Alright, you and I are watching something insane. The system flashes an error warning, but our guy doesn't even care. He just faces the beast. The monster is literally shaking. Si Chen, totally chill. He just looks at his hand, smirking as he analyzes his overpowered stats. He realizes he's only using his basic physical form. He hasn't even switched classes yet, so basically his raw level 10 stats are already equal to a high tier D rank. If you play, you go all out. Our MC decides to flex completely. A bright blue light suddenly erupts right from the palm of his hand. A loading bar pops up, class change initiated. In a flash, the process finishes and a massive towering phantom of a giant butcher suddenly appears. He narrows his glowing red eyes as the system locks it in. Class change complete. He is now a level 14 dual class threat. Absolute madness. The Hell Death King class. He decides to test the absolute weakest class he just absorbed. Outside, the testing system takes another massive glitchy hit. The screen violently flashes, the data bar skyrocketing out of control. That D rank letter. It instantly shatters into a million tiny digital pieces on screen, replaced by a massive glowing C. The system announces mid-tier C rank. The entire schoolyard completely loses its mind. The crowd of students is absolutely exploding. Guys are grabbing their heads, screaming in pure shock. Their eyes are practically bulging out. What the heck is happening here? Si Chen's rank is shifting again. It just keeps climbing. It is unreal. The officer who doubted him cannot handle this massive reality check. He starts roaring like a total maniac. His face is totally twisted. C rank, that is fake garbage. The machine must be broken, he screams. Meanwhile, up in the main viewing stands, the two veteran judges are sweating absolute bullets. Their foreheads are soaked and they can barely even stutter out a sentence. Why does his rank keep changing like this? I've never seen anything like it. Is the system malfunctioning? Meanwhile, back inside the testing room, that poor devil heart monster is trembling like a wet dog against his terrifying pressure. Error warnings pop up everywhere as the system flashes bright red, literally begging for help. The system detects critical instability within the devil heart. It warns that test results might be completely wrong and begs the examinee to stop and check. But our MC, he totally ignores the machine, crying for mercy. Si Chen just casually waves his hand and a massive purple-pink blast of light violently erupts. It completely sweeps the room. He figures his other two classes must be way above C rank then. Another loading screen pops up for a class change. Finally, pure purgatory magic drops into the room. Our main character looks absolutely cold and brutal right now. A terrifying Rakshasa phantom suddenly appears. It roars majestically right behind him. Class change complete. He is now a level 14 purgatory Rakshasa god. He decides to test the absolute maximum limits of his true terrifying power. At this point, the single giant eye of the devil heart literally shrinks down until it is the size of a peppercorn. It is sweating buckets. The beast is experiencing absolute pure terror as it stands face to face with the crushing power of a true demon king. And it's not just happening inside the testing room. The actual sky outside is being torn wide open. A violently evil storm of dark purple energy explodes with insane force, blasting everything away. This officially marks the birth of a total server-destroying monster. A massive swirling stream of sinister purple power twists, and morphs into a gigantic black hole right in the middle of the sky. Brutal lightning bolts begin tearing through the clouds above. Two guys down below are literally frozen in fear. Even the arrogant crown prince is staring up at the sky with absolute shock on his face. The annoying officer's jaw is on the floor as he screams in terror. What the heck is happening? Meanwhile, Si Chen's roommates collapse straight onto the ground. They hug each other, totally shaking as they stare at the sky. It's a heavenly omen, they gasp. History is quite literally being rewritten today. Our dorm just produced a literal god-tier monster. At the exact same time, back on the digital display screen, things are going completely out of control. Now here's where you and I need to pay attention. The numbers for both his rank and potential are glitching out, flashing like absolute crazy. In the potential box, a massive golden S rank letter begins to shatter. It shakes violently, looking like it might actually explode from the extreme pressure overload. The two veteran judges are staring with bugged-out eyes. Their jaws are practically on the floor as they scream in total disbelief. Wait, another S rank. Potential again. Even the usually arrogant crown prince breaks out into a cold sweat. His eyes shrink in fear as he mumbles to himself in pure disbelief. Suddenly, that golden S on the screen violently shifts into a blood-red color. An emergency warning box flashes right on the screen, blinding everyone. Warning. The entire data board completely crashes, collapsing into an absolute chaotic mess. The system is literally screaming out in pure digital despair right now. System error warning. The screen violently glitches out, flashing blinding colors and a triple S rank. It is completely surrendering to his absolute limitless power. His potential value cannot be calculated. It has totally maxed out the system's absolute limit. One guy in the crowd simply cannot handle this shock. The student strains his neck, squeezes his eyes shut, and just screams like the literal apocalypse is here. Immediately after, the entire artificial testing room violently explodes into a million pieces. Blazing red flames mix with a harsh blue energy blast, completely blowing away everything in the surrounding area. The two judges throw all their dignity right out the window, sprinting at top speed toward the smoking wreckage. This is bad, the devil heart is. Overloading, get in there now. We have to make sure the student is safe. Rushing straight into the dark, smoky ruins of the testing room, the two figures float through broken cables and debris. They frantically yell out, "Student, are you okay?" But the moment those words leave their mouths, the two teachers freeze completely. Their eyes go wide at the horrifying scene right in front of them. The blood-sucking devil heart, which was supposed to be terrifying, is totally dried up. It shrank down like a wrinkled raisin, smoking heavily. The judges are absolutely panicking right now. Wait, is the devil heart dead? So what do you and I take from this? Our guy is built different. The chubby teacher just scratches his head. Did it burn out from overuse? All right, you and I are about to see something crazy. Si Chen casually steps out of the rubble, completely silent, glancing at the glowing red data on his hand. Looking entirely innocent, he mutters to himself. He accidentally squeezed too hard and crushed the devil's heart to death right on the spot. But hey, he still managed to salvage a neat little surprise from it. Turns out the system just reported his newly looted spoils. The devouring process is fully complete. It is an A-rank exquisite devil heart. It can detect the power rank of absolutely everything within a 100-meter radius, providing instant danger warnings if any threat enters the zone. Smirking, he realizes his gluttony power is seriously broken because it can even devour a machine's core. Stepping through the shattered doorway with electric sparks crackling all around him, Si Chen's figure appears, walking tall back into reality as everyone watches in shock. His eyes suddenly flash with an eerie, vibrant teal light, silently testing out his brand-new toy. The exquisite devil heart activates. Instantly, his vision sweeps across the massive crowd before him, and those rank tags floating above everyone's heads make him nod in total satisfaction. Now he can actually see the true hidden ranks of every single person in the room. Talk about a seriously handy trick to have. Immediately, his sharp, glowing gaze locks firmly onto one specific target, hiding right there in the crowd. The stealth stat panel completely exposes the arrogant prince, displaying a mid-tier C rank label. Si Chen smirks mockingly. So Gong Ding was hiding his true power this whole time too. But a mid-tier C rank is honestly just totally average at best. Up on the podium, the examiner coughs awkwardly to cover up the embarrassing incident. Ahem, unfortunately. It looks like the devil's heart basically short-circuited from way too much pressure, so today's exam will have to be paused. Watching. Si Chen's back as he casually strolls down from the stage. The broadcaster continues denying reality. As for the data we just saw from Si Chen, it was most likely just a technical glitch. We will report this issue to our superiors right away. For those of you who haven't taken the test yet, please come back tomorrow and we will definitely have a brand new device ready. Completely ignoring the stunned examiners, his roommates swarm him, grabbing him in a huge hug. The guy with glasses screams in pure joy. I don't care what any of these people say. That data wasn't wrong at all. Our boy Si Chen is a freaking absolute genius. What do you want to eat today? Boss Si Chen sighs helplessly. Let's just head back to the dorms first. But as he turns around, Jiang Jian jumps out, blocking his path. Now stick with me here because the drama is starting. Hands on his hips, he glares bitterly. I knew it. How could a total loser like you ever reach C rank and an S rank potential on top of that? Obviously, it was just the machine glitching out. He aggressively steps forward, pointing a finger straight at Si Chen's face, spitting as he throws a tantrum. You broke the devil's heart and now you just plan to walk away like that. Where is your sense of responsibility? It is entirely your fault that the rest of the student council has to wait until tomorrow. So can you even compensate us for all this wasted time? This is so incredibly annoying. Si Chen's fist clenches tight, and bright golden lightning starts crackling around him, ready to unleash an absolute earth-shattering strike. His eyes narrow, flashing with a seriously dangerous golden spark as killing intent radiates outward. He mutters in his head, "This guy talks way too much. Should I just cripple him right now?" At that exact moment, Gong Ding casually strides over, using his superior tone to stop his attack dog. Jiang Jian, step back. Do not be so terribly disrespectful to our new teammate. Those words instantly make Officer Jiang and his entire group of friends in the back drop their jaws in pure shock. Teammate, they scream out together in disbelief. The prince extends a welcoming hand, flashing a perfectly bright, confident corporate smile. Come join my squad and let us work together to completely crush this upcoming practical combat graduation exam. He keeps painting this massive, perfect illusion of the future, specifically calling out the guy standing there with an absolute ice-cold expression. The highest score in history, it will belong to us. This completely unexpected move by Gong Ding sparks a massive wave of jealous whispers from the crowd of students all around them. Did he seriously just invite Si Chen to join his team? Jiang Jian grinds his teeth, sweating bullets as he bitterly worries about his faction's slots. If this guy joins, someone else has to get kicked off the team. How am I supposed to explain that to the bros? Joining Gong Ding's squad basically guarantees taking first place in the practical graduation exam. The more he thinks about it, the angrier he gets, glaring at Si Chen's calm face, while his heart aches. So many guys paid huge bribes and still could not get in, so why does this loser get a free pass? Even so, the angry lackey just swallows his bitter pride, gripping his vest tightly, telling himself, well, but since Gong Ding personally spoke up, pushing down the anger choking his throat, he forces out a super fake friendly smile with veins bulging on his forehead. I have to give him face. Heh, if that's the case, welcome to the squad. But Si Chen brutally swats away the hand that's trying to grab his shoulder, dropping a totally emotionless, ice-cold reply. Not interested. Jiang Jian jumps back in shock, eyes wide with absolute disbelief, while Gong Ding's golden eyes also narrow dangerously. Jiang Jian literally leaps up into the air, screaming right in his face. You do have any idea what you just said? You brat, the power of our squad is. So what do we learn here? Don't mess with the quiet guy. Si Chen casually turns away. That has absolutely nothing to do with me. But wait. He turns his head, revealing one glowing red eye completely packed with killer intent. You are way too loud, he warns. From now on, do not bother me anymore. Jiang Jian is furious, practically blowing steam through his teeth, his face turning bright red as he snarls. Meanwhile, Si Chen just casually waves for his friends to head home. The entire crowd is left standing there with their jaws completely dropped, sweating bullets and whispering like crazy. Did Si Chen really just reject Gong Ding? Does he have a death wish? That is the student council president, but our guy just keeps his hands shoved in his pockets, walking away with total swagger, completely ignoring the wild gossip behind him. People are guessing Si Chen wants to claim that absolute top rank all for himself. After all, his test results did place him in the middle of C rank. Either way, you and I are about to watch one heck of a show. Behind him, his roommates are laughing so hard their shoulders are shaking. They are absolutely loving this, whispering to each other. Did you see the look on those two guys' faces? Hilarious. Ha ha ha, they were acting so incredibly arrogant right to our faces just a minute ago. Si Chen really is way too bold for his own good. Surprisingly, Gong Ding does not freak out. He just smirks, brushing it off and calming down his raging sidekick. It is fine, he says smoothly. It looks like our dear friend Si Chen has his own little plans. The golden glow of the late afternoon sun stretches across the courtyard as the massive crowd of students finally heads home through the giant iron gates. Up on the observation deck, the old principal lets out a heavy, regretful sigh. What a shame those two could not form a team together, he mutters. I was really looking forward to seeing a brand new historical school record being made this year. Standing next to him, the beautiful blonde girl just blinks, the clever smile on her lips, turning even more mischievous. Honestly, is this not way more entertaining, she says. Her sharp eyes are gleaming with pure excitement as she mentally breaks down. The fragile ego of Gong Ding, a pampered prince born with a silver spoon. For a guy like him, getting rejected like this is basically an open declaration of total war. And sure enough, Gong Ding's face has gone completely dark, his golden eyes flashing with a seriously dangerous, deep-seated hatred. Yep, just like she guessed, our student council president is definitely not someone to mess with. Beside him, Jiang Jian is still throwing a massive fit, just complaining and bitterly cursing Si Chen out. That loser only got noticed because the testing machine glitched out. Does he really think he is actually a true C rank? But Gong Ding frowns, his mind working on a much darker level. What if the test was not broken at all, even? If there is a 1 in 100 million chance, I absolutely will not let anyone else steal my rightful place at the #1 spot. Hearing that, Jiang Jian rolls his eyes back instantly, suggesting a truly venomous plan. Look, at the end of the day, he is still just a school kid, with zero real combat experience. Meanwhile, we are absolute elites who have secretly been fighting down in the demon layers with you, countless times. Why don't I go teach this kid a brutal lesson for you? Gong Ding instantly spins around on his heel, glaring hard, shooting daggers at his eager underling. Do I really look like that kind of cheap, despicable villain to you? He snaps. The lackey violently flinches back, stuttering in panic. Boss, no, I just misspoke. The prince just shoves his hands in his pockets and walks off looking bored, leaving one final order. Today, I am just not in the mood to party. You and the rest of the team can figure something out yourselves. But then he slightly tilts his head, shooting back a look as sharp as a razor blade. He is totally greenlighting his lackey. Whatever you decide to do has absolutely nothing to do with me. Jiang Jian completely freezes for a second, his brain trying to process that loaded statement. But then it clicks. A super sinister smile creeps across his face, stretching from ear to ear as he confidently replies, "Hey, I get it loud and clear. Totally unrelated to you." 10 minutes later, tucked away in a quiet, empty stairwell, two shadows are secretly whispering to each other. "Oh, so you are telling me Si Chen already left the school grounds?" The white-haired lackey grins, eagerly reporting back to his boss. "Yep, brother Jiang, I literally just overheard Si Chen telling someone he was heading straight back to his house for a bit. The guy left school without even stopping for food." Smash. Jiang Jian brutally crushes a soda can under his boot, his dark, vicious intentions suddenly exploding in his head. Man, the heavens are practically handing him to me. Jiang Jian's face twists into a totally sick smile, absolutely reeking of pure, killer intent. Since he is finally off the school campus, it is going to be so much easier for me to deal with him in the most ruthless way, he thinks to himself. Meanwhile, Si Chen is just casually strolling down the street, earbuds plugged in, looking completely peaceful. But as he walks along the busy sidewalk just outside the massive iron fence, some seriously intense memories start flooding our main character's mind. In his past life, the dark, lingering ghosts of elite warriors from his previous timelines suddenly flash before his eyes, surrounded by heavy darkness. An entire strike team from an absolute top-tier guild. While they were raiding some high-level demon lair out in the Holy Kingdom territory, things went horribly wrong. Deep inside that cursed cave, they ended up crossing paths with a terrifyingly powerful demon unlike anything humanity had ever seen. Out of nowhere, a massive glowing pink eye made of pure energy snapped wide open right in the middle of the void. It dominated everything, carrying a name that brought absolute terror, wrath. The image of that ultra-elite strike force getting completely battered and broken by massive tentacles flashes in his mind like a total nightmare. That legendary top guild squad. They were completely wiped off the face of the earth. After that disaster, wrath broke out of its demon lair and brought absolute hell straight down onto humanity. That is pretty much all the intel our guy currently has to work with. Standing deep inside a pitch-black mental space, Si Chen quietly calculates his next move. In this new life, to quickly track down the exact location of the demon lair hiding wrath, he has already drawn up a master plan. And to kick off this wild scheme of his, well, listen, you and I both know that doing big things requires serious cash first. He looks up at the massive building right in front of him. I need some. You and I are about to see some serious money. The massive gold sign for the Mithril Monster Exchange stands tall. Si Chen pushes the wooden doors open and steps inside, quietly sizing up the heavy hitters backing this place. The Mithril Monster Exchange operates directly under the Mithril Guild, destined to become the biggest material market in the whole country. Scanning the rows of shiny brand new weapons on display, he silently calculates his next move. For any awakened out there, the weapons and gear they carry are the absolute most important factors that decide their true power levels. A monster exchange is the one mandatory pit stop for buying and selling all that sweet gear. And honestly, it is his fastest way to make some quick cash right now. Over at the counter, a bald appraiser wearing glasses examines a tiny bone fragment. He scowls, grilling the young customer. How does a random student get his hands on this thing? Si Chen answers bluntly, completely unfazed. It dropped from a monster, obviously. This simple reply leaves the appraiser even more confused and muttering. Why have I never seen this material before? Suddenly, the pink-haired staff girl next to him lights up with a flash of recognition. She enthusiastically chimes in, if my memory is right, this has to be a rare drop item from a cloud-type beast. An E-rank Tang Sen, specifically its fang. She eagerly rattles off textbook facts. According to the official records, this specific fang can be crafted into an E-rank cloud staff or ground into powder, but the bald guy just waves her off, totally annoyed. He cuts her off. All right, spare me the lecture. What good is a measly E-rank item anyway? He tilts his chin up, pushes up his glasses, looking totally arrogant and openly dismissive. Our exchange strictly follows a VIP system. The people who come in here are awakened with real status and big names. Everything that passes through my hands is high-grade stuff, D rank and above. So the fact that I didn't recognize this worthless E-rank junk is perfectly normal. Then he frowns bitterly, complaining under his breath about his terrible sales quota. We have had way too few premium clients lately. At this pathetic rate, when am I ever going to get promoted to manager? While Si Chen stares at his phone to check his balance, the bald guy keeps secretly cursing him out in his head. Just my luck. I always bump into these useless, unprofitable troublemakers. I should just dump this whole mess onto the new girl and be done with it. No sooner said than done, he turns away irresponsibly, waving his hand. Hey Xiao Li, take care of all the remaining paperwork for him. Work hard, I have really high expectations for you. This completely fake praise makes the new girl immediately bow her head in a panic. Yes, absolutely. Before long, Xiao Li pushes a black briefcase across the reception counter, showing off some seriously dedicated and polite customer service. Here's your money, please keep it safe. Do you need help with anything else today? Si Chen just stares intently at the screen. The notification shows plus $18,000 from 18 monster fangs. His expression, totally flat, completely unreadable, like a calm lake. 18 grand is barely enough to cover temporary rent. Right after that, he flips his hand over, releasing a sudden burst of purple light. Digital data fragments flicker in the glow as he whispers his next move. All right, next step. And right there, from out of his virtual space, our guy pulls out a massive, terrifying greatsword radiating dark purple, killing intent. He slams it onto the counter. Help me appraise this one. Xiao Li stumbles back half a step in pure fear. Her jaw drops in absolute shock at this wicked weapon that just appeared out of nowhere. Such an insanely badass greatsword. Her eyes carefully trace every single edge. Sweating heavily from the overwhelming pressure, she finally stammers out an evaluation. Even though I have never seen anything like this before, my gut says this has to be at least a B rank item. Honestly, it might even be an A rank. Smelling money, the bald guy immediately pops his head out aggressively, scolding her to crush that illusion. Hemfei rank. Are you completely dreaming? The market price for an A rank weapon is rocketing straight toward the 1 million mark. I have worked here for years and I haven't encountered a single one. But suddenly, a deep, warm voice echoes from right behind the bald guy. You are exactly right. This is definitely not a B rank or an A rank piece of gear. Thinking his boss is backing him up, the bald guy smiles so wide his eyes vanish. He rubs his hands together, bootlicking hard. Boss has great eyes, I told you so. Where would a dead broke student dig up anything good? But unexpectedly, the sharp blue-haired boss just gently pushes up his glasses. His expression is dead serious, delivering an absolute critical hit to his arrogant employee's ego. This thing clearly originates from the Purgatory region. It is an S-rank weapon. Hearing that S, the bald guy gets struck by lightning. Sweat pours down his face like an absolute waterfall. His eyes practically bulge out of his skull as he screams uncontrollably. An S-rank, completely ignoring his panicking employee, the boss, immediately lunges forward, gripping Si Chen's hand and shaking it wildly. He bows slightly, flashing a brilliant, desperate smile like he just struck gold. His voice is overwhelmingly welcoming. Welcome, my esteemed VIP guest. He leaves the bald guy standing frozen like a wooden log behind them, gesturing politely. To clear the way, the boss excitedly leads him. Please follow me to the VIP room. If you have any requests at all, just say the word. Meanwhile, the poor assistant struggles to hug the giant greatsword, waddling awkwardly behind them. Now you and I know this went exactly as planned. Si Chen smirks, his eyes flashing with sharp satisfaction now that the fish has officially taken the bait. Finally, he actually showed his face. The real target he just spent all this effort baiting into a trap, none other than this high-level manager right here. Played perfectly. All right, you and I are stepping into a luxurious VIP room where steaming hot tea is pouring with heavy smoke. Sitting comfortably on a plush velvet sofa, Qingji locks his eyes onto the massive greatsword resting on the table. Then he politely asks, may I know how our esteemed guest plans to handle this piece of equipment? Si Chen, however, keeps his absolute, stone-cold expression and drops a single massive number 1 million. Hearing this absolute steal, the usually savvy manager flinches hard in surprise. His eyes bulge behind his glasses in pure shock. Just 1 million. He leans forward immediately, waving his hands to frantically explain the true value of this item. You must realize that even A-rank gear goes for millions on the open market right now. But this S-rank weapon is easily worth tens of millions at the very least. It could spark an absolute bidding frenzy out there, among collectors. It is priceless. But our MC Sai Chen stays totally unfazed by the hype. He calmly drops his actual demand. I want to use this S-rank gear as collateral to borrow exactly 1 million cash. I will pay it back in full after exactly 1 month. Boom Ching Ji's veteran business instincts immediately kick in. He narrows his eyes, breaking down the logic. Using an S-rank weapon as collateral for a quick loan. Is this really something a normal college kid would think of? Watching his young client's super relaxed, tea-sipping vibe, he quietly sizes him up. It seems the kid has zero intention of selling the gear, probably planning to use it himself later. Having a mindset way beyond his peers, plus casually dropping a treasure like this, is our guy some runaway young master from an elite family, or maybe a hidden super genius masking his true power. Whatever the case is, this kid's background is definitely not simple. Setting his teacup down on the table, Si Chen continues his negotiation, exuding the bold aura of a ruthless capitalist boss. Just 1 month. When the time is up, I will return the entire principal immediately, and I will pay an extra 10% interest for the following month. How about it? Instead of rushing his answer, Qing Ji turns to his nervous pink-haired assistant. Xiao Li, step out for a moment. Once the heavy door clicks shut, the sharp manager smoothly adjusts his glasses, throwing down his cards with a clever smile. If I am not mistaken, you currently attend the prestigious National Awakener University and you are a senior about to graduate. He crosses his legs, confidently flexing his top-tier intelligence-gathering skills for the room. From what I have gathered, the National Awakener University officially hosts a major graduation practical combat assessment for students every year, and this year's big exam happens exactly 1 month from today. Furthermore, the grand prize money for taking first place is exactly 1 million. That perfectly matches your repayment date and the exact amount. The eyes behind his lenses flash with a highly sharp glint. The manager gives a meaningful smile and goes for the finish. I would venture to guess you are absolutely certain you will win that number. 1 spot in the assessment, am I right? Hearing this, Si Chen simply interlocks his hands in silence, his expression remaining completely unreadable. Having totally figured his client out, Qing Ji keeps dissecting the situation. And honestly, we have to respect his logic. You could easily collect that prize money in 1 month, yet you are rushing to pawn this priceless item. This tells me you desperately need cash right now. And you must be backed into a tight corner with literally no other options left to resort to a bold move like this. Right? Xingzi's lips curl up into the classic savvy smile of a veteran businessman. Since that is the case, the manager generously drops an offer nobody could refuse. I can give you 1.5 million in cash right now, and I will absolutely not charge a single dime of interest for the entire month. He extends his arm wide toward the table, showing his total sincerity for a full partnership. Just consider this my friendly gesture to build a connection. Having his master plan completely exposed makes even Sai Chen blink. In mild surprise, silently observing the sly fox in front of him, instantly throwing out his ultimate move, Qing Ji skillfully casts a net to lock in this VIP client. Rest assured, everything today stays an absolute secret. But if you ever have any new trading needs in the future, please give our exchange priority. I promise to set you up with the absolute highest level of exclusive privileges. Do we have a deal? Seeing that flawless professional attitude, Sai Chen quietly praises the guy in his own mind, deducing his entire background and urgent motives from basically zero information. That takes real brains. And even after figuring out his tight spot, instead of acting greedy and ripping him off, Qing Ji actually offered much better terms just to secure a strong long-term partnership, truly living up to his future reputation as the man who will elevate the massive mithril monster exchange into the absolute #1 exchange in the entire world. Let's see where this goes. The two men stand up and firmly shake hands. Our MC also clearly locks in his next big move. To completely destroy the wrath, he knows he cannot just rely on his own brute strength anymore. First things first, he needs to gather some highly reliable partners. With the deal finalized, Sai Chen presses his hand down onto a glowing magic scroll, flashing brilliant gold to seal the contract. The manager holds the document, smiling brightly as he announces the mana contract is officially complete and the funds are sitting right in your account. Meanwhile, our MC casually watches the notification deducting his collateral, followed by his new balance spiking up by $1.5 million straight on his phone screen. Alright, let's jump right back in. After settling everything, Qingji kindly asks Si Chen a question. Since he just pawned off such a completely flawless weapon, what exactly is he going to use for the upcoming graduation assessment? Does he need to borrow some top-tier gear? The manager just keeps enthusiastically rambling on, proudly showing off the sparkling weapon inventory right behind him. He mentions that although they currently do not possess any S-rank gear in stock, they still carry plenty of high-quality B-rank items and maybe even a few A-rank pieces. But against all odds, Si Chen simply raises one hand and rejects the offer completely. No need at all. Suddenly, blinding blocks of digital data start gathering right in the palm of his hand. Tearing through space itself, our main character slowly pulls out another insanely cool, deep purple greatsword. He confidently declares that he actually has his second weapon exactly like the first one. Qingji and his assistant Xiao Li are completely stunned. Their eyes bulge and jaws drop, faces totally twisted in absolute shock. They scream out in utter disbelief. What in the world is happening? Treating him like absolute royalty, the sweating manager bows deeply and gestures toward the exit, respectfully escorting Si Chen right to the front door. You truly are incredibly talented for your age, a true young hero. Take care, our most valued customer. The moment our guy is finally out of sight, Qingji happily flashes a victory sign right at his hardworking assistant. Since Xiao Li successfully managed to hold onto this massive VIP client, he decides to promote her to supervisor on the spot. Meanwhile, Si Chen is strolling along, casually gazing out the sunlit windows when he suddenly freezes. He just remembered something important. Ah, that is right. A small smirk forms on his face as he turns around. He mutters his next goal for spending all this new cash. He really needs to buy something specific. Without a second thought, he flags down a blindingly bright yellow taxi. He tosses cash to the driver and steps out looking completely stylish. His final destination is a massive building featuring a giant glass ring design. The Heron District long-distance bus terminal sign catches his eye. Standing right in front of the quiet station, memories of his miserable past flood back. Here is where you and I learn his history. In his past life, money problems absolutely tormented them for so long. Back then, he had just graduated but had not awakened his powers yet, so absolutely no guild would give him a chance. We see the image of a skinny young guy wearing a helmet, carrying incredibly heavy cargo boxes while sprinting up the stairs, dripping with sweat. He risked everything, taking on random brutal odd jobs all over the city just to scrape by and afford their rent. The system shows his pathetic bank balance, barely $105. Si Chen rubs his aching head right next to his sweet sister, who is packing up their things. Si Yun and Si Chen live the most brutally frugal life imaginable. After paying for their basic rent, they were completely broke again. But the brave little girl just smiled, offering a solution to comfort her older brother during hard times. She told him not to worry, she found a tutoring job. Ironically, right then, he was holding her sparkling acceptance letter, proving Si Yun got accepted into the prestigious International Central Art Academy. But tragically, that exact paper had been ripped completely in half by her. Si Chen held those tiny torn pieces in his hands, muttering bitterly that she finally passed. Those shredded scraps of paper fluttered away in the wind, carrying his little sister's innocent, loving lie. She claimed the school was too far away and she just wanted to stay by his side forever. He clenches his fist in the empty air, painfully remembering that because she was terrified of becoming a heavy burden to their family, his sister abandoned her ultimate dream, university. Now back in the present, Si Chen stretches his neck while waiting at the station, glancing around. He mutters that it is pretty late and Si Yun should have walked out of the terminal by now. While he is frantically looking around, a sharp, familiar voice calls out, making him jump in surprise as he whips around. Big brother. From a distance away, hurried footsteps rush toward him, completely joined by that familiar complaining tone echoing down the street. How many times does she have to tell him if you are picking someone up, you wait at the exit, not the entrance? It turns out Si Yun is finally here, completely loaded, down with a bright yellow suitcase and a heavy backpack. Panting with her hands on her hips, she complains that he worked his brain into mush. Again, right the moment Si Chen sees his beloved sister alive and well, his pupils tremble slightly. Every single repressed emotion bursts forward in pure agonizing relief. 7 long years. Seeing her big brother standing there frozen like a statue, Si Yun frowns, dragging her suitcase over to remind him. Old man, are you going to help with this luggage or what? The little girl waves her small hand right in front of his dazed face. Seriously, why is he just standing there like a total idiot? But before she can say another word, Si Chen suddenly strides forward, throws his arms wide, and pulls his little sister into a crushing hug to satisfy 7 years of missing her. Caught totally off guard, Si Yun blinks her big round eyes in pure confusion. Meanwhile, Si Chen's mind is still drifting completely back through that incredibly long, painful timeline. 7 years. His normally cold, rough face finally breaks into an unbelievably gentle smile. He just squeezes his eyes shut absolutely, content as he whispers that he finally gets to see her again. Right in the middle of this busy crowd, the two siblings share this incredibly emotional moment, but it leaves Si-yoon feeling pretty awkward as she gently calls his name. Barely 3 seconds pass before she starts violently flailing her arms and legs. She struggles fiercely, completely pushing his warm hug away and screaming out loud. He just casually laughs it off as his sister scolds him. You and I know something is up. You've been acting super weird lately, she huffs. Don't tell me you finally confessed your feelings. Or maybe some random girl just rejected him flat out. Si-chen sweats buckets, waving his hands in denial. No way. So then, let's go. Time to head home. Walking side by side, the two siblings head back. The little girl chatters endlessly along the way. Oh right, the trip here was absolutely hilarious. Let me tell you all about it. Listening to her sweet voice right by his ear, Si-chen smiles warmly, his eyes flashing with a silent vow. In this life, watching his little sister's radiant smile shining like the sun, he makes a promise to himself. He will never ever let her suffer any more pain or unfair treatment again. But you and I know peace never lasts. The quiet vibe shatters completely as the camera pans down to a dark, totally deserted alley. This is the one and only path Si-chen has to take to get home. Lurking in the shadows, a punk puffs on a cigarette. He smirks, ordering his gang to set up an ambush. The exact second that kid shows his face, attack him without hesitation. His face twists into a totally sick, violent grin. Bloodshot eyes glare with pure rage as he growls out, I am going to make him taste the consequences of messing with me. A masked lackey holding a bat nervously speaks up. Boss Jiang, sir, we brought way too many guys from the student council here. If all of us strike him way too hard at the exact same time, what if we accidentally kill him? Hearing this, Jiang just snorts in disgust, blows out a cloud of smoke and grits his teeth. Humph. At first, I only planned to teach him a little lesson, but that punk's attitude pisses me off so much, a total trash bottom feeder of society. Just a low-tier E-rank acting like he is some big shot. And he actually disrespects me. The more I think, the angrier I get. That cold, deadpan face and his blunt rejection this morning, you are way too loud. From now on, do not ever bother me again. The guy loses his mind, ordering his attack dogs, holding their bats tightly. Later, just beat him half to death for me. I want him completely crippled. I have to make absolutely sure he cannot drag his broken body to the graduation exam in 2 weeks. He pulls out a glowing, blindingly sharp dagger and waves it around. He boasts with total pride. I am one of the top cloud system assassins in this entire school. Just you wait and embrace your tragic fate, you completely useless loud-mouthed little brat. The status window pops up. Jiang D rank cloud assassin. Meanwhile, Si-chen and his sister are still just calmly walking, home under the windy sky, totally clueless about the massive storm waiting for them up ahead. Si-yoon suddenly glances sideways at her older brother. Her probing eyes narrow as she asks him, Old man, you have been acting super weird these past 2 days. Is it because of the pressure from the upcoming graduation exam? The little girl shrugs as she walks confidently, jumping to a solid conclusion just to mock her brother. After all, a stubborn, emotionless block of wood like you definitely has zero chance of getting headaches over silly little relationship dramas. Suddenly, the kid spins around, raising her fist high to cheer him on with intense energy. Big brother, no matter what happens, from here on out, you have to keep your spirits up. Did you not tell me that yourself once? The road of life is long, and opportunities will come eventually. The silhouettes of the two siblings step down the stairs, echoing with the little sister's completely off-key singing voice. How does that song go again? Just believe in yourself. Oh, watching that wonderfully carefree and innocent attitude of hers. Si-chen slightly curls his lips into a deeply affectionate smile, thinking to himself, Si-yoon is incredibly perceptive. She actually noticed the change in me the exact second we met today. She still does not know I have awakened my powers. She probably thinks that we are both still living that miserable dead broke life just like before. Si-chen lets out a soft laugh to reassure his sulking little sister. I am honestly perfectly fine, Si-yoon, but the little girl just shoots him a harsh glare, muttering her final judgment. You are still trying to act tough. Huh, is it just your fragile male pride? The young girl clasps her hands behind her back, walking ahead like a wise old lady dropping facts. When men reach a certain age, they start building up their very own massive emotional walls to hide behind. Humph, the books never lie. Looks like my old brother is actually getting old. Leaving Si-chen standing there, scratching his head in total confusion. The siblings fade into the quiet little alleyway. They are completely unaware of the pitch-black shadow actively stalking their every single move. From a hidden blind spot, a masked lackey cautiously peeks his head out, frowning as he asks a quick question. Hey there, boss. Jiang Jian holding that cigarette. Why the heck is there a little kid walking with that punk? Hearing this, Jiang Jian instantly widens his bloodshot eyes, breaking into a brutally twisted psycho smile. Wait, is that not absolutely perfect for us? Inside this dark alleyway there are zero security cameras around here. The boys are getting treated to a full feast today. Walking peacefully, Sai Chen suddenly shoots a glowing red glance right over his shoulder. Now watch this. His pupils shrink into sharp slits as he detects the intense bloodlust rushing in. Feeling the stupid ambush, he thinks to himself, this pathetic killing intent belongs to those absolute scumbags from the student council gang. They actually dare to show their faces all the way out here for me. Immediately, the guy calmly reaches into his pocket, pulling out a wireless earbud case, and carefully slips out a compact little earbud. His large hand reaches over gently, placing that exact earbud right into his little sister's ear. As she walks beside him, Si Chen leans down, flashing the softest smile possible as he whispers, "Hey Si Yoon, here is a song I love it. I've been listening to it nonstop. Give it a try." The little girl blinked in surprise. Huh, since when did her older brother actually start liking music? A sweet flowing melody immediately filled her ears. Si Yoon closed her eyes to soak it in, smiling peacefully as she replied, "All right. Music really can convey someone's true mood." The little girl nodded happily. "Then let me understand my old brother a little bit more." But right behind her, the face of Si Chen instantly hardened. His gaze turned sharp as a razor locked straight ahead. Without missing a beat, he dropped the yellow bag to the ground. His eyes flared with an eerie blue light. He turned his back, standing like an unbreakable shield to protect his little sister, walking away in the distance. Right in front of him, Jiang Jian and his masked hounds swaggered out, armed with clubs. They blocked the alleyway completely. Now, you and I can clearly see the garbage status tags above their heads, ranging from mid-E rank to low D rank trash. The gentle lyrics echoed in Si Yoon's mind, completely separating her from the violent world outside. The song sang of rust swallowing up the shadows of migrating birds, the sky crumbling into echoes of sad farewells. But in stark contrast to that peaceful flowing melody, the thugs swung their heavy clubs and rushed at him like mindless moths to a flame. The music kept playing. Time wears down, the fading years, counting down the absolute last remnants of civilization. Right then, bright golden lightning began to furiously wrap around the body of Si Chen. Tragic memories from his past life flared up like a painful wound. Back in 2016, he had lost his only remaining family. It wasn't until 2016, when he literally returned from the dead, that he could finally see his little sister. Just one more time. His face contorted as furious lightning sparked across it. His fiery eyes and insane aura screamed from deep within his soul. This was his very first time reuniting with his family after 7 agonizing years. And yet these absolute scumbags actually dared to show up and drag themselves here to ruin it. The second that thought ended, he transformed into a golden lightning bolt and crashed straight into the hungry wolf pack. Zero wasted movements. Si Chen delivered a brutal critical kick straight into the first guy's face, completely mangling his jaw. The sheer force of that terrifying impact sent another thug flying backward into the air like a broken ragdoll. Meanwhile, his little sister just kept her eyes closed. She enjoyed every peaceful step with her headphones on, the melody still pouring beautifully poetic lyrics straight into her ears. The song sang of ancient ruins turning into perfectly preserved specimens of crumbling stone walls, shattering and transforming into gorgeous moss-covered mountain peaks. No matter how tragic the lyrics got, the singer claimed no one was left to play alongside them. Through all the laughter and harsh curses, only their own shadow remained behind them. Back to reality. Si Chen's dark arm, surging with absolute Demon King power, viciously pierced right through the lightning barrier, bringing down a true tyrant's strike. A battered thug turned his head, his pupils shrinking in pure terror before this overwhelming absolute power, screaming in utter despair. In just the blink of an eye, our main character moved like a raging storm, unleashing a wild series of lightning-fast combo strikes. He completely flattened the scum while they stood there totally helpless. The heroic lyrics of the song echoed out. A shooting star slashed right across the brilliant Milky Way, perfectly illustrating the exact moment Si Chen launched his body high into the air. He dropped a brutal axe kick, sending a thug crashing down as clubs clattered everywhere. Suddenly, a massive butcher-like guy swung his giant fist, hammering straight down toward where our guy was standing. But Si Chen didn't even bother trying to dodge. He calmly raised his bandage-wrapped arm, now coated in crackling lightning, and perfectly blocked the 1,000-pound punch. Right on cue with the brave lyrics singing about reaching out to bet absolutely everything. Using the recoil momentum, Si Chen threw a razor-sharp counterpunch, smashing straight into the massive guy's forearm. The impact completely shattered his bones to pieces, Closing out this violently bloody action sequence was the lung-tearing, agonizing scream of the giant lackey. "Ah, my arm." His screams mixed right into the final fading echoes of the music like a twisted harmony. Then came the next strike. The powerful punch of Si-Chen landed dead center on the thug's face. It miserably deformed his jaw, leaving him completely covered in blood. And then a massive lightning shockwave terrifyingly exploded outward. The blast launched the lackey's massive body incredibly far away, sending him crashing hard onto the completely shattered ground. The heroic melody continued to echo in the background. "I will burn my own soul to protect that fragile star." Meanwhile, the gang boss, Jiang Xiaoyong, stumbled back. If you and I were watching, we'd see his eyes practically popping out of his head from pure terror. What the hell is this? This brat, what in the world is happening? But not giving his enemy a single second to breathe, Si-Chen transformed into a brilliant golden lightning bolt, shooting forward like an arrow tearing straight through space itself. Jiang Xiaoyong was violently sweating bullets. Panicking, he muttered to himself, "How is he possibly this strong?" All while Si-Chen unleashed ruthless combo strikes violently, knocking away every single thug in his path with overwhelming absolute power. The golden lightning zigzagged across the alley. He completely wiped the floor with these small fries in mere seconds, clearing a direct path straight to the boss himself. Finally, his crackling lightning arm slammed straight down. It completely crushed Jiang Xiaoyong's pathetic dagger and made him cough up a mouthful of blood as he collapsed. Now lying flat on the ground, the gang boss still strained his neck stubbornly, screaming in sheer despair. "I am a top-tier cloud attribute assassin. I'm elite." He viciously gritted his teeth and glared, cursing indignantly. You really think you can actually defeat me?" But before he could even finish his absolute nonsense, a blinding golden light tore straight through the sky, totally cutting off all of his pathetic excuses. Si-Chen unleashed a, "All right, you and I are watching absolute madness." A thunderous kick completely shatters Jiang Jin's face, sending blood flying everywhere. The massive body of the thug gets launched right into the air, taking another earth-shattering punch. He eats the entire hit. His face totally caves and completely distorted. Teeth go flying in this close-up shot of pure agonizing pain. The punch is so insanely heavy that it pins Jiang Jian straight to the ground, and Si-Chen drops down right after him, adding even more crushing force. The guy's back slams hard into a brick wall, carving out a massive, jagged crater. The entire brick wall collapses, burying that arrogant executive under a massive pile of dusty rubble. Meanwhile, from the terrified perspective of the victim, trapped beneath the heavy debris, Si-Chen's glowing red eyes pierce through the dark. Honestly, he looks exactly like a real demon standing right there in the shadows. Si-Chen leans down casually, gripping a knife with one hand, his voice bone-chilling. "I made it crystal clear to you already, didn't I? Do not bother me anymore." Ignoring the guy's pathetic state, Si-Chen violently grabs his collar, hauling him up. His red eyes glare with killing intent. "Do you not understand human words?" Behind Jiang Jian, an ironic illusion flashes on screen, showing how he used to confidently parade around with his huge gang of lackeys. Mid-tier E-rank, high E-rank, and D-rank losers just showing off. Now the miserable victim screams in sheer terror, sobbing completely out of control. Tears and snot running down his face, he begs for his life. "My ribs are completely shattered. I can't even feel my legs anymore, I swear. The test was real. You definitely aren't just D-rank. I am so sorry." Before the guy can even finish, a razor-sharp blade is pressed right against his neck. Si-Chen growls out every single word with lethal intent. "Shut up. If you dare to make even one more tiny sound right now, I will butcher you." Hearing that, Jiang Jian chokes on his sobs in absolute silence. His eyes widen in ultimate paralyzing horror. Those cold eyes, they aren't lying. Si-Chen will genuinely kill him. Explosive killing intent violently erupts, forming a giant glowing red demon illusion right behind our main character's back. The thug shakes uncontrollably. He is obviously just a high schooler, so how the heck is his aura this intensely heavy? Seriously, what kind of completely messed up stuff has this kid been through? Si-Chen's eyes flash with pure ruthlessness as he grits his teeth for one final warning. "Every single word I am about to say, remember it carefully." He glares intensely, trashing the scum while making sure his most important person stays completely protected. "I do not care how rotten and disgusting you pieces of garbage are, but do not ever show your ugly faces around here to bother me again. If you dare to threaten my little sister's safety in any way." The blade gleams dangerously close to his throat, leaving the thug absolutely petrified as he hears the chilling finale. "No. Even if you losers merely show up anywhere in her line of sight, every single one of you will pay." The ironclad threat hangs heavy in the air. "I will make you all disappear forever without a single moment of hesitation. Do you fully understand Me, the executive nods frantically, tears streaming down his bruised face, desperately clinging to his fragile little life. Business finished. Sai Chen completely lets go. He leaves the thug crumpled in the ruins, turns his back, and walks away. He literally wipes his hands clean like nothing insane just happened here. Meanwhile, stick with me here, the song in Si-yoon's ears is finally ending. A bright melody plays as a flock of migratory birds flies back home. The sky clears up into a gorgeous sunny day with fluffy white clouds. The little girl mutters to herself, wondering why this specific track is playing. Tears stream down her cheeks. Sniffling with deep emotion, she wonders, why does this make me want to cry? We have only been apart for just a few days, right? The lyrics hit right at her heart. He acts like he has genuinely been through so much tragic stuff in his past life. You were never alone. Haven't I always been right here by your side? Suddenly, Si-yoon pulls off one side of her headphones and sharply turns around to scold her older brother walking right next to her. Bro, you acting so clingy like this is honestly getting way too annoying for me now. But as she turns, Sai Chen is already smiling. He gently holds out a beautifully crafted red box right in front of her. The older brother stares at his sister with eyes full of absolute adoration. Hey Si-yoon, I got a special gift for you. She pops the lid open and an incredibly shiny, golden pen immediately catches her eye. Si-yoon gasps in total shock, her big eyes lighting up with excitement. Wait, is this a magic drawing pen? It is the absolute newest model from the Draeger Corporation too. But then she anxiously looks at her big brother, totally questioning the origin of this insanely expensive gift. This thing costs over 10,000 bucks. Where did you even get the money for this? Si Chen just flashes a proud, smug little smile, staying quiet while letting his sister obsess over the item. Watching her cherish the pen, all the brutal regrets from his past life suddenly rush back in. He bitterly thinks about how he totally failed to protect her in his previous life. Si-yoon hesitates, speaking up as she tries to return the sweet gift. Maybe we should return it, this is way too expensive. I don't even like it that much anyway. Si Chen just keeps smiling at her, his bloody hand clenched tight. He is determined to fix his mistakes, remembering how horribly he failed to protect her precious dreams last time. Not again, never again. So you and I know what this means. Standing tall in that alley filled with defeated thugs, blood dripping from his hand, Si Chen makes a cold, inner vow. He will fiercely protect everything that belongs to her in this life. Meanwhile, that miserable Jiang Xiaoyong is left completely flattened on the dirty ground, weakly reaching out and crying for an ambulance. Scene shifts back to their cozy apartment. A soft hand grips that brilliant magic pen, which glows with a dazzling pink light, eagerly sketching vivid illusions right in midair. Turns out little sister Si-yoon is having the absolute time of her life with her brand new toy, creating these gorgeous fish, swimming freely right in the middle of their living room. A massive radiant smile lights up her face. Oh wow, this is seriously so easy to use. I can draw these incredible three-dimensional holograms straight out of thin air. Sitting over by the dining table, Sai Chen casually. Alright, you and I are jumping right in. Slurping down hot noodles with total satisfaction, he happily smiles. As long as you like it, I'm happy, Si-yoon. Your fried egg noodles are seriously the best in the entire world. But his little sister still looked pretty worried about their tight finances. She frowned slightly, scolding her older brother's spending habits. But brother, we still have to pay our rent. You cannot just spend money this recklessly. He calmly put down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth. Si Chen casually dropped a total bombshell on her. I already paid enough rent for this entire year. His little sister completely froze, eyes going wide as she blurted out, huh. Scratching his cheek with a nervous sweat drop, he quickly made up a really terrible excuse on the spot. Ah, yeah. I just did a little business deal with a friend and made some quick cash, so of course. But that incredibly fake acting was never going to fool his little sister. Si-yoon glared right at him with daggers in her eyes, secretly thinking her older brother was an absolutely terrible liar. Super suspicious. She crossed her arms and pouted. Fine. I see how it is. Now you are even keeping big secrets from me. Humph. Even though she was complaining out loud, her big round eyes softened completely, revealing a deep and genuine warmth. She realized one very important thing right then. However, a truly happy smile like that. It has been such a long time since I last saw one on his face. She secretly smiled to herself, so glad to see her usually rigid older brother looking incredibly radiant today. The small, gentle hand of Si-yoon tightly gripped her brother's shirt shoulder. It was a gesture filled with absolute trust and reliance. Pushing all her doubts aside, the little girl tilted her head, looking at him with the gentlest eyes. She softly reminded him, anyway, big brother, no matter what actually happens out there, please do not push yourself too hard. Hearing those incredibly heartfelt words from her, Sai Chen just half closed his eyes, warmly breaking into a reassuring smile. He simply nodded and gave a soft yeah. Scene shift, we are now in a glowing VIP room flooded with blue light. From a massive aquarium, a steady voice reported the grim news. This time, Jiang Jian is critically injured. 60% of his entire body's bones are completely shattered. The report kept echoing behind his solitary figure. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, watching the fish. Even the absolute best healer cannot help him fully recover within a single month. The arrogant crown prince Gong Ding just slightly tilted his head. His piercing golden eyes flashed with pure annoyance and heavy disdain. He coldly stated, "I never expected that he would actually go looking for Sai Chen and get wiped out so completely and miserably like this." A beautiful blonde woman sat with her legs crossed, casually sipping a warm cup of tea on the sofa. She smiled and lightly chimed in, "Well, it looks like he will miss the graduation assessment now." But Gong Ding did not care at all about his subordinate's life or death. He just heartlessly smirked. "It does not matter. My elite team just lost some dead weight with truly pathetic skills." Right then, from the shadows behind them, a portly middle-aged man with a thick mustache slowly began to step closer to the president. He pushed up his glasses, his face completely tight with cold calculation. He spoke in a deep voice. "Is it that guy Si Chen again?" An info screen popped up. Gong Xuan, head of the employment department at the National Awakened University. Watching the fish swim around, Uncle Gong Xuan quietly continued whispering some highly classified internal information to him. "I have officially confirmed the strict internal results from the previous ranking test. Formidable indeed." He heavily frowned, firmly confirming a very bitter and twisted truth. "He is actually rank C. He is the only person in this entire school with a higher rank than you." Hearing about someone actually stepping right on his pride, Gong Ding's eyes instantly changed. They narrowed into dangerous slits completely filled with pure hatred. He stayed dead, silent, unable to say a word. Standing right beside his arrogant nephew, Gong Xuan reminded him of a crucial task. "This time, your father has personally invited the esteemed vice president of the Alliance to personally observe your big graduation performance. We absolutely cannot, under any circumstances, let anyone steal your glorious spotlight today." Saying that, he turned straight toward the beautiful blonde woman, heavily implying a massive favor from her. "Uncle can only ask you, my dear niece, to fill the empty spot in Gokjing's team." The powerful blonde woman simply rested her chin and flashed a razor-sharp, confident smile. "If that is the case." However, Gong Ding abruptly cut her off. He gave an incredibly arrogant smirk. "Just like always. Uncle, you are worrying way too much." His piercing golden eyes completely darkened with pure, cunning malice, dropping a truly shocking and boastful claim. "Do you honestly think I use all of my real strength in that little ranking test? An image of— Now here is where you and I pay attention." An image of a tiny fish swimming near a shark's jaws appeared alongside his bold declaration. "Do not worry. On the exact day of the practical assessment, I will let absolutely everyone know." Gong Ding's face, completely filled with massive ego and pure malice, was clearly displayed right on screen. He practically growled, totally affirming his dominant position and proving exactly who was truly the strongest. The clock struck 11 p.m. at the dorms of the National Awakened University. Si Chen stood directly under the shower, washing his heavily toned body. A system panel popped up. Training program. 100-kilometer weight-bearing training is now complete. Water streamed right down his cheeks as he deeply calculated his current progress. Right now, the money issue is completely solved and everything is running perfectly smoothly. I should finally be able to start up my official plan right after graduation. An image of a shiny golden championship cup flashing a massive $1 million suddenly appeared on screen. He clearly locked onto his immediate goal. "My next mission is to utterly dominate and win that $1 million champion scholarship from the big assessment, graduation, and completely pay off my heavy loan from Qingji. Because you and I both know trust always comes first." He recalled the stylish face. Despite that manager's annoying meddling, the contract with Qingji really had to be respected. After all, Si Chen knew he was still going to need his help with a lot of favors down the line. Lying back on his soft bed with an arm over his forehead, Si Chen stared up and muttered, "Not even a full month left until the official assessment period." Half closing his eyes, our guy decided he absolutely could not slack off right now. Time to grind out a few more levels. Instantly, a glowing loading bar materialized right in his mind, followed by the vision of a massive blood-red demonic tower, rising straight out of the void with a notification. "System booting up. Loading complete. Gluttony system fully activated." Then the small silhouette of Si Chen stepped onto the jagged stone stairs all by himself. He marched straight toward that incredibly eerie tower, which was radiating an absolutely insane, murderous aura. His status window popped up bright and clear. He scanned through his current power stats. Those previous test results had shown his weakest class, the Hell Death Lord, had already hit mid-tier class C. However, the wild phantom image of the Rakshasa swirling with deep purple lightning actually shattered the system's measuring screen completely. But get this, his absolute strongest class, the Infernal Rakshasa just, could not even display a rank. System error. Maximum load capacity exceeded. Even though the Infernal Rakshasa was literally a class, as he still could not fully control its insane power yet. It was honestly totally unclear just how much of that wild energy he could actually unleash in a real fight. Staring at the two pitch-black class cards locked behind giant question marks, he silently figured that the matching ranks for those remaining two classes were still a total mystery. Opening his palm, a golden jewel-encrusted key suddenly materialized, radiating a brilliant glow alongside an absolutely broken item description. The triple S rank Void Key, literally the only key capable of opening the gateway to the magic tower. Jamming that key right into a blinding spatial rift, our guy finally made up his mind. Today was the day to actually test this crazy thing out. The magic gateway instantly burst open into a massive glowing purple black hole, completely lighting up the entire horizon. Si Chen looked up at it seriously, curious. What exactly was the scenery inside this legendary magic tower going to look like? Without another word, he did not hesitate for a second. He stepped straight into that blinding purple energy, leaving the real world completely behind him. The moment he crossed, Si Chen's glowing red eyes shot wide open, his pupils shrinking down in absolute shock. What was this place? Stretching right out before his eyes was a massively vast space, floating inside a glowing magical galaxy. It was a pure white, snowy landscape dotted all over with these incredibly bizarre stone mushrooms, the Stardust Wasteland. But before he could even admire the view, cold sweat suddenly poured down his face. His veins bulged in pure terror as his entire body felt like it was being crushed by an invisible mountain. His knees smashed violently into the icy ground, forcing a heavy, painful groan from his lips. Propping one hand against the dirt to force himself up, he gritted his teeth against the sheer, terrifying pressure. The gravity in this crazy dimension was magnified to an absolutely insane degree. The system calmly delivered the brutal truth. Surface gravity of the Stardust Wasteland is currently 10 Gs. Glancing back over his own shoulder, he realized that glowing purple gateway had completely vanished into thin air. Analyzing this terrible situation, he muttered to himself. The exit door was already entirely gone. It looked like he absolutely had to slaughter the floor boss just to pry it back open. Trapped in this brutal environment, he figured he could only really use about 30% of his true power. He needed to adapt to this heavy gravity and fast. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a massive, terrifying, beastly paw, radiating dark purple energy, stomped violently right into the snow, unleashing a highly dangerous, murderous aura. A brilliantly glowing, massive phantom lion slowly materialized from the shadows, bearing its vicious fangs and claws. Its glaring system tag read clearly, Class B, Phantom Lion, Star Warrior. Still panting heavily from the intense strain, Si Chen gritted his teeth and clenched his fist tight. He channeled his golden lightning, the crackling energy surging as he finally powered up. Instantly, the system window flashed, confirming a successful class switch. Pushing through the heavy gravity, he stood up tall, confidently throwing down his bold declaration. Class change complete. Level 14 Lightning Assassin active. So you're the one playing the floor boss today, huh? The absolutely ferocious beast obviously did not waste time on words. It unleashed a deafening roar and lunged straight at its tiny prey. Moving as fast as literal lightning, Si Chen dragged a bright golden streak behind him, sliding across the barren dirt to narrowly dodge those lethal claws. He instantly triggered his high-voltage electric combat skill. Sizzling lightning completely coated his whole body, but his face still twisted in intense pain from the crushing gravity. His limbs felt like absolute lead. He knew he had to end this fight incredibly fast. His crackling lightning blade slammed right into the monster's thick energy armor, but here is where things got totally wild. The attack completely missed the critical weak point. The system ruthlessly flashed a big fat miss warning. Vital strike failed. Paralyzing stun effect completely failed. Totally caught off guard by that absolute tank of a defense, Si Chen's eyes went wide in pure shock. He actually missed, standing totally frozen. Right there on the barren ground, Si Chen scowled quickly, analyzing this total disaster. The extreme gravity was severely messing with his usual combat speed and the basic accuracy of his lightning attacks. Meanwhile, the giant phantom lion was not waiting around. It launched itself high up into the air, dragging a glowing purple streak behind it as it dove for the kill with terrifying agility. How was this massive monster moving so effortlessly in 10 Gs? It made zero sense. Unable to dodge in time, Si Chen took a literal 1,000-pound backhand straight from the beast. The system quickly updated with a very harsh warning. Was the power level of every single monster inside this purgatory magic tower seriously this insanely high? Backed completely into a desperate corner, Our guy decided not to hold back anymore. His class change progress bar suddenly flared up with intense light. Switching his combat class once again. Conversion complete. Level 14 Infernal Rakshasa. If speed was not working, he was bringing out the heavy hitter. His legendary Infernal Rakshasa card materialized right before him. The status screen flashes with insanely boosted stats. Purgatory Asura Star Warrior class, turning thousands of bones to absolute dust. He absorbs the physical, strength, and raw power from the dead bodies around him, directly converting all of it into his own massive energy. The triple gravity tribulation allows him to manipulate gravity, attacking enemies in 3 brutal modes: light, heavy, and super heavy. Pure explosive power surges right through every single muscle. Chen confidently swings a fist wrapped in crackling purple lightning, letting out a fierce roar. Different combat classes obviously have their own unique core advantages. Close combat means relying entirely on the warrior class, where your raw strength and physical stamina stats are fully maxed out. No wasted movements here. His Purgatory Fist smashes straight down onto the Phantom Lion's head, instantly carving out a massive crater into the solid ground below. He stacks the gravity modifier to its absolute max, pushing his downward strike damage to the extreme limit. The system board blinks like crazy, announcing terrifying power output: gravity at 200, 400, 600%. Chen's face flushes, dark red pouring everything into this fatal finishing blow. In an environment already crushed by intensely high gravity, the sheer force coming from his powered-up punch is amplified by a staggering 60 times. The Phantom Lion takes the hit head-on. Its glowing eyes suddenly flash with absolute pure terror, jaws wide open in a final agonizing roar. Game over, monster. A massive blast of purple energy explodes into a brilliant pillar of light, piercing straight up into the sky. Chen lands smoothly on the pure white snow. He finishes it off with one cold, brutal line: "Don't even think about standing in my way." Meanwhile, the system keeps boosting his power. Star Warrior Triple Gravity Tribulation Super Heavy Mode active. After the intense fight, Chen collapses onto the freezing white snow, struggling hard to catch his breath. Panting heavily in the dead center of the massive crater his attack just created, the monster's corpse slowly fades into nothingness. It leaves behind a very sweet loot notification: Phantom Lion. Bone times 1 collected. His experience bar instantly shoots up to the maximum level. Our guy slowly crawls back up onto his feet, gladly accepting that glowing level up notification. Level 11 achieved. Chen sits back down to catch his breath for a moment. He starts analyzing the raw power differences between his classes. Every single star shown on the card represents a direct multiplier for his base stats. The higher the star count, the more insanely boosted his overall strength becomes right after he completes a successful class change awakening. The comparison board clearly highlights the massive difference. Purgatory Asura has way more stars, meaning its total amplification multiplier is vastly superior, and its class ranking post-transition is much higher than the Lightning Assassin. But harsh reality quickly deals a heavy blow to our main character's growing confidence. He just had to use absolutely everything in his arsenal to take down a single B-rank monster. Talk about a brutal reality check. It seems neither of his current classes have actually managed to break past the B-rank barrier yet. Brushing back his completely sweat-soaked hair, he frowns, questioning a weird system glitch. Which reminds him, glancing over at where the monster's body was just laying, Chen naturally asks himself a very critical question. After killing this beast, why didn't the system display the usual tag telling him it could be safely devoured? Before he can even process an answer, the dead silence is ripped apart by a blinding flash of light, signaling the next brutal challenge and the gateway to the next floor. Staring dead ahead at the massive black hole yawning wide open across the sky, he gets a deeply terrible feeling. Just as he feared, the quiet, starry sky vanishes, replaced entirely by a giant black hole violently tearing through the space, promising an absolute nightmare. From deep within the abyss, countless eerie glowing eyes slowly emerge, locking their deadly piercing gaze onto the tiny intruder far below. Chen's face goes pale. Sweating bullets, he mutters to himself in pure, unadulterated horror. Could it be? Has the real ruler of this place not even shown up yet? An epic scene unfolds as a massive pack of Phantom Lions dive bombs from the sky like a literal storm of monsters. The beast he just used max power to kill. Turns out it was just a low-level grunt. Backed entirely into a corner, our MC grits his teeth and leaps up, taking the lion's strike head-on. An absolutely merciless life or death battle officially erupts between the starving pack and the lone warrior. Blood splatters everywhere alongside his fragmented racing thoughts. It is only in this exact moment that he truly understands the dark meaning behind the Purgatory Asura's words. The massive butcher's grim warning echoes deeply in his mind while Si Chen gets swarmed and shredded by the vicious lions. Once the door is finally opened, the only thing waiting to greet you will be endless, unimaginable agony. The frame zooms in close on the glowing, terrifying jaws of this savage beast lunging right at him. That fierce advice rings clearly in his ears. But you must endure it all. His bloodshot eyes flare up brightly, his face completely covered in tward, blood glaring at the monster pack with an unyielding gaze. You must conquer absolutely everything, and just like that, the wild illusion completely vanishes. Si Chen jolts awake on his dorm room bunk bed, drenched in a cold sweat that soaks through his shirt. Panting heavily, the real world returns to its quiet state. But the lingering trauma of that insanely bloody battle is still crystal clear right inside his mind. Torn, muscles, flesh, ripping straight off the bone. The pain he felt in those terrifying dreams. Every single second of it felt incredibly real. His eyes look fiercely determined, realizing that to truly get stronger there are simply no shortcuts. This lonely, grueling path through purgatory has honestly just begun. The very next day, Friday, the 20th year 7, inside the massive lecture hall of the National Awakener University. The bright stage podium shines brilliantly clearly, displaying the text. Class 2157 National Awakener University. This is exactly where things are about to get really interesting. Alright, you and I are about to see something wild. The graduation team formation begins. Uncle Gong Xuan casually sips his water, his director nameplate, showing off his authority. Down below the stage, the student crowd is buzzing like an absolute madhouse. Hey, did you guys hear the huge news yet? People are saying that for this specific graduation combat assessment, top-level figures from the massive Guild Alliance will be coming down to watch it all live. Meanwhile, Si Chen stays completely frozen like a stone statue, eyes half closed but listening closely to every word. No wonder the rules for this year's assessment totally changed. In reality, our guy is just quietly putting together all the brand new info he just received. Back in previous years, there were absolutely zero minimum requirements for the number of members or team rank, but this time around, every single team absolutely must have at least 5 members, and one of them has to be high E rank above. The middle-aged man rubs his chin in deep thought, muttering to himself, "Humph, is this sudden rule change just to boost the pure entertainment value for the whole show? Who honestly knows?" He then loudly clears his throat to grab everyone's attention, standing tall right in front of the giant screen. Uncle Gong Xuan spreads his arms wide and officially declares that the ranking information for every single student in this batch has just been sent straight to everyone's wristbands. He tells them to check their devices and finish forming their battle teams as fast as humanly possible. The entire hall completely erupts into chaos. Bright green light shoots from all the wristbands, projecting sparkling three-dimensional holographic screens directly in front of every single person. The ranking interface pops up, crystal clear, and sitting comfortably right at the top of the food chain is none other than Gong Ding, with a high D rank closely followed by a bunch of other D rank names. Our four-eyed buddy Ma Long takes one quick look and instantly starts sweating nervously, panicking hard. Wait, something is seriously wrong here. Looking all the way down to the absolute bottom of the barrel, 3 dead last names hit him right in the face. Xiang Zuo is low E rank, Ma Long is low E rank, and shockingly, even Si Chen is a low E rank. Ma Long whips around staring at Si Chen like he just saw an actual alien. Si Chen, man, how in the world are you only a low E rank right now? The surrounding crowd of students also start whispering and furiously gossiping among themselves. Wait, what wasn't Si Chen's previous combat test result literally a solid C rank? How did he just drop down to low E rank? Over in a corner, that lackey Jiang Xiaoyong, covered head to toe in white bandages, sneers with this total villain smirk. So that devil heart back then really was completely ruined. He clicks his tongue. Man, I was actually planning to team up with Si Chen if I couldn't squeeze into President Gong Ding's elite squad. Who knew that guy was literally nothing but a low E rank piece of trash? While Si Chen keeps his face icy cold, not even bothering to react, the extremely mocking tone just keeps echoing around him. Awesome, now there is absolutely no way anyone will want to team up with him. That officer guy Jiang Xiaoyong stands with his hands on his hips, laughing like a maniac next to the scarred lackeys. Ha ha ha. With a graduation assessment this incredibly important, who in their right mind would ever want to carry low-rank dead weight? That punk Si Chen actually dared to reject Gong Ding's generous invitation before. He has got to be regretting that decision big time now. High above them, the Crown Prince Gong Ding just stands there with his arms crossed, his sharp golden eyes narrowing, surrounded by this heavy silence, full of pure authority and utter disgust. Sitting comfortably right up on the official judge's seat, the calculating uncle, Gong Xuan, locks his hands together. His eyes flash right behind his glasses, carefully tracking every single move his nephew makes. Suddenly, a truly malicious smile completely crosses his face. secretly mocking Gong Ding's obvious immaturity. My incredibly disappointing nephew, how much longer is it really going to take for you to learn how to truly abuse power and human nature? His thick glasses flash with a blinding, bright white light. Gong Xuan completely smugly puts together a dirty little plan in his head. Let your uncle teach you a real lesson here. Your opponent won't even have the basic qualifications to enter the competition. Now stick with me, this gets crazy. Back in the noisy reality, the loudspeaker blares again. Students, please quickly form your teams. Meanwhile, the massive herd of fanboys and fangirls are absolutely sprinting, desperately chasing after their idol. President Gong Ding. The giant crowd of students completely swarms the crown prince, screaming and shoving each other like actual hungry zombies. Please, you have to let me join your team. Pick me, pick me. Even the female students completely throw away their dignity, screaming at the top of their lungs. President, I have been in the student council for 3 years. I promise I definitely won't drag you down. Another yells, President. My powerful healer class will absolutely be a huge help to your team. And one guy just begs, President, please just let me be your dog. One of the committee members is literally sweating bullets, spreading his arms to hold back the crazy crowd, screaming until his throat hurts. Hey, you're too loud. Everybody back up right now. We can literally only accept a maximum of 1 more person. Half an hour of total chaos quickly passes by, and wristbands tap together everywhere, flashing that bright green light along with the official notification that all the team formations are successfully and perfectly locked in. All across the hall, student groups are happily throwing their arms around each other's shoulders, celebrating. Teammates, good luck in the big assessment. Good luck to us. The green notifications keep flashing everywhere. But in complete contrast to that highly joyful atmosphere, the 3 miserable roommates of Si Chen are just sighing heavily, their faces looking absolutely defeated. Man, we have already asked around so many times. Literally nobody wants to join up with our pathetic group at all. Standing totally abandoned in a corner near the door, all 3 guys are scratching their heads in pure despair. So far, we only have 4 people. You and I both know what that means. Don't tell me we don't even qualify for the graduation assessment now, Ma Long. Pushing his glasses up, his eyes narrow with intense suspicion. He can smell a conspiracy brewing. You and I both know something is seriously off here. How on earth did Sai Chen's results end up ranked absolutely dead last? Sai Chen's glowing red eyes remain completely calm, as still as water, while his buddy Ma Long continues breaking down the ridiculous new rules. Registration now requires at least 5 people, plus you absolutely need at least 1 high-tier E-rank member. It feels like they are deliberately targeting our dorm room. His friend bitterly emphasizes just how important this upcoming event really is for their entire future. The graduation combat exam is basically the one and only chance for everyone to prove their actual worth. It is absolutely make or break. Getting a high score with your team is the only way to secure a decent career prospect. The mechanic diagram shows a literal scale balancing the number of people against the monster count. In that final evaluation round, the exact number of monsters inside the demon lair will be completely determined by your team's size. So having more people doesn't just guarantee an easy high score. And honestly, that is exactly the reason why. All those cold, mocking glares keep shifting towards Si Chen's group. Even if they cannot squeeze into a top powerhouse team like Gong Ting's squad, absolutely nobody is stupid enough to team up with bottom-tier losers. The grim death list clearly displays the 3 most useless names. 3 of the weakest, lowest-tier E-rank students in the entire academy are all crammed together right here in this exact same dorm room. Ma Long is a low-tier E-rank. Jiang Xiaoyong is a low-tier E-rank, and Si Chen also low-tier E-rank. If this situation keeps going on, drowning in despair, a sudden shout from behind completely startles the long-haired guy Jiang Xiaoyong, making him snap his head around. Hey, Jiang Xiaoyong. The arrogant students lift their chins, calling out to him. Our squad is only missing 1 single person. Come, join our team right now. You definitely do not want to party up with those utter trash low-tier E-rank losers in your room. Right, otherwise you might not even qualify to enter the graduation exam at all. Witnessing this incredibly tense scene playing out right here, Si Chen's eyes narrow with iron resolve, his mind silently analyzing the terrible situation. If things actually continue down this path, the 3 of them all low-tier E-ranks will probably be completely abandoned by everyone else. The gloomy image of the 3 guys trudging along perfectly foreshadows a seriously bleak future, ending with them losing their combat exam qualifications entirely. Standing completely rooted to the spot, Jiang Xiaoyong presses his lips tightly together, face staring at the floor, and mutters a heavy apology. But then he instantly spins around, fiercely defending his loyal dorm brothers. Our entire room made a solid promise a long time ago to form a team together, and I am never going to abandon my roommates. Hearing that the other guys storm off in absolute fury, the leader angrily throws up his middle finger into the air, spitting out insults. Gee, whatever, man. We just needed a warm body to meet the quota anyway. Rejecting us proves you literally have zero common sense. Don't look down on us. The massive team registration board keeps getting rapidly updated and filled with flashing green checkmarks, signaling that all the high-tier D-rank slots are officially taken. Seeing this terrible outcome, our four-eyed buddy Ma Long panics, pointing straight at the giant screen while sweating bullets and screaming out loud. Almost everyone has already formed their teams, and right now, there is practically no one left who is a high-tier E rank. We are obviously just missing one single person, but nobody wants to join us. Si Chen keeps his expression as cold as pure ice, turning his head back and ignoring his terrified, speechless buddy Ma Long entirely. His gaze locks onto the middle-aged man, steepling his fingers up on the employment director's podium. Gong Xuan shares the exact same last name as Gong Ding. He is definitely a member of the Gong family too. Putting it all together, Si Chen glares at the old man's smug face, secretly despising this dirty trick. Just casually changing the most crucial graduation exam rules like this and deliberately manipulating his real combat ranking so nobody wants to form a team with him. Does this old fool actually think he is a threat to Gong Ding? Now listen closely, this is where it gets crazy. Those with power really do whatever they want. His red eyes flash with absolute resolve and lightning begins gathering around his body as the system interface boots up. But he is absolutely going to enter this graduation exam no matter what. Class transition loading. If you are going to target him, this blatantly fine. In just the blink of an eye, golden lightning violently explodes and completely engulfs his entire body. He steps forward with heavy purpose roaring inside his mind. Class transition officially complete, done. Then he doesn't need to play nice anymore. Sitting nearby, the old judge strokes his beard, eyes closed, summarizing a deeply profound philosophy. Exams are definitely not the only valid way to prove a person's true strength. Seeing his best friend suddenly sparking with electricity, Xiang Zuo completely panics and screams out, "Hey brother, what the heck are you doing right now?" Si Chen aggressively marches right down the center aisle under countless completely shocked stares. Awakened training academies always carry one very special unspoken tradition. Don't tell me he is actually planning to. What the heck is that guy Si Chen doing? In order to properly help students master their classes and elevate their combat skills under literally any circumstance, a student holds the absolute right to initiate a 1 versus 1 duel. Because of this, his face burns with overflowing killer intent as he advances. This specific action is incredibly provocative, but it is also the most direct way to show off a person's actual power in front of absolutely everyone. So what do you and I learn from this? Never back down. Faced with a sudden duel, many might refuse. The surrounding students panic, scattering. The crowd scrambles to clear a path. Our main character locks eyes on his target, but Gong Ding, he is definitely not backing down. The arrogant prince narrows those dangerous golden eyes. Meanwhile, Si Chen locks in his plan. All he has to do is beat this guy. A flash of golden lightning sparks across his sharp eyes. He confidently bets that anyone chasing top scores will absolutely come looking to join his squad. But right as he opens his mouth, a stunning silhouette standing backlit at the doorway suddenly calls out with a crystal-clear voice, "Si Chen, your team is still short on members, right?" Shocked, Si Chen whips his head around to that sweet voice echoing out, "I want to join the Academy's graduation assessment this year too." The absolute beauty Ling Yu stands with hands on her hips, flashing a haughty, teasing smile. "I actually hit D rank back in middle school, so joining your squad shouldn't drag you down, right?" She casually glides right past his roommates, who are literally dropping their jaws to the floor and whispering, "Oh my god, when did Si Chen manage to pull Ling Yu? Absolute legend." This wild plot twist completely shatters Gong Ding's cool and calm facade. Shocked, he snaps, "Cousin, what on earth are you talking about?" Meanwhile, his uncle Gong Xuan furiously slams the table. With every graceful step she takes, a massive wave of gossip explodes across the entire hall. Wait, Vice President Ling Yu actually wants to join up with Si Chen's squad of total rookies. Isn't she an exchange student from the outside? The buzzing crowd quickly parts ways in awe to watch, her elegant silhouette whispering non-stop. Now you and I are probably wondering the same thing. Does she seriously want to join the graduation assessment? Her entire background has always been a complete mystery. Rumors say she is a super genius from the Holy Empire, completely unable to sit still. The old man Gong Xuan angrily yells out, trying to use the rules to crush them. "Student Ling Yu is an exchange student. Technically, you are completely unqualified to join our school's graduation assessment." But seeing Ling Yu's perfectly calm smile, the old guy just gets even louder, desperate to crush Si Chen's chances. "Plus, ever since you transferred over here, you haven't participated in a single one of our ranking exams at all. I also haven't seen a single official test report proving what your actual current rank is right now. You participating in this assessment goes completely against the rules, but right as the tension hits its peak, a massive muscular figure suddenly, radiating a glowing purple aura, appears right by the judge's podium. With terrifying pressure, he announces director Gong Xuan is actually speaking the truth here. Principal, when did you even get here? Feeling that overwhelming aura, old Gong Xuan starts sweating absolute bullets, his face twisting, in sheer panic, wondering why the heck the principal showed up. Right then, the principal, still glowing with that intense purple aura, casually steps right up to Ling Yu and asks, Ling Yu, you are only visiting our academy for a short-term exchange. Why would you want to join in on this little game? Si Chen jumps, his eyes going wide in pure shock as he analyzes the situation. I thought the principal's class was a warrior. How on earth can he use instant teleportation? However, the principal just strokes his chin with a deeply mysterious smile. Ling Yu, if you join, it will completely shatter the fairness of this test. The graduation assessment only matters if it showcases everyone's true strength, right? In response, Ling Yu just flashes a gentle, cryptic smile. Oh my, well, that is such a pity. Suddenly, Si Chen breaks out in a cold sweat. His bright blue eyes flash sharply, completely on edge. Watching these two talk, our guy is quietly sweating bullets, realizing he can't even sense the actual ranks of these two monsters. Old Gong Xuan eagerly jumps in to agree, patting his chest in relief while totally kissing up to him. The principal is absolutely right. Our academy holds such high prestige because we always strictly follow the rules. But wait, the principal throws his arms wide open toward the whole hall, loudly declaring the true purpose of the National Awakening University is to actively nurture top-tier super awakened ones and to give them the absolute best stage possible to showcase their true power and talent, ensuring that a steady and massive supply of awakened geniuses is constantly provided to protect this world. Then the principal dramatically turns his back. With a seriously harsh tone, he stares straight through Gong Xuan. And the graduation combat assessment has been a sacred tradition here for many decades now. It is also easily one of the single most important turning points in a student's life. Trust me, the atmosphere in the room suddenly drops dead cold. The principal's face darkens, his eyes glaring at Gong Xuan like absolute daggers. If a student is robbed of this massive opportunity just because of some special outside interference, how could our academy possibly bear that kind of responsibility? Old Gong Xuan violently flinches in sheer terror, sweating like an absolute pig while screaming in pure panic inside his head. Wait, is this old monster hinting at me? Did he somehow figure out I secretly tampered with the brackets? Normally, he never even cares about this kind of trivial stuff. Furious, the old man Gong Xuan glares sideways at Si Chen and Ling Yu, bitterly grinding his teeth. Is he putting on this entire show with Ling Yu today just to protect that kid? Knowing his place, he quickly strokes his beard, painfully swallowing down his bubbling rage. Humph, whatever. There is absolutely no reason to pick a fight with that old monster over this. He then glances over at his nephew Gong Ding, who is sitting there looking completely arrogant. Gong Ding, I can only help you this much today. All the high-ranking students have already locked in their teams, leaving Si Chen totally stuck, dragging 3 absolute trash teammates into the arena. Honestly, you are going to completely crush him and win this thing easily. With that settled, Gong Xuan hastily bows his head in defeat, forcing the fakest, slimmiest smile ever to do some quick damage control. Oh, Principal, you are so right. It seems our employment office was just a little. Let's kick things off. Realizing the current team mode might leave some stragglers behind, old Jiang raises both of his hands toward the packed grandstand and makes a loud announcement. Listen up, teams with fewer than 5 members or those lacking a high tier E-rank fighter are still cleared to register. The doors for the graduation combat assessment will remain wide open for absolutely everyone. The moment everyone's been waiting for is finally here. 4 boys bring their glowing blue bracelets together, locking in their team registration on the system. The guys absolutely lose their minds in pure joy. Xiang Zuo pumps his fist. Yes, we actually made it into the assessment. Ma Long and the others are grinning from ear to ear. Si Chen, you gotta be our captain. Up above, the school principal crosses his arms, watching Si Chen's squad. He shoots a smile at the girl beside him. Your interest in Si Chen is far greater than I ever imagined. Ling Yu, the battlefield is clearly drawn. On one side, we've got the absolute strongest team in school history, led by Gong Ding. And on the flip side, Si Chen and his 3 lowest-ranked roommates. The principal cracks his smile clearly. Looking forward to the show. I am genuinely curious. Which demon cave will they pick, and how many points can they actually pull off? Meanwhile, an older judge in glasses holds up a sign loudly announcing the next step. Ahem, now that team formation is complete, every team captain can go ahead and select their demon cave. Suddenly, the old judge practically jumps out of his skin at the notification sound. Submission successful, he raises his eyebrows in pure shock. Wait, someone already picked their demon cave. That fast. All the surrounding students crowd around the screens, their jaws dropping to the floor. Whoa, it's Si Chen's squad already locked in their demon cave choice. Two students standing nearby stare wide-eyed, screaming like they just saw a ghost. Holy crap, do you see what they picked? Pure chaos instantly breaks out. Ma Long and Jiang Xiaoyong are completely losing their minds. Clawing at the empty air, they scream in sheer terror. Si Chen, are you crazy? Cancel it. Cancel it right now. Oh my god, Si Chen, you are killing us. But totally ignoring his crying teammates, Si Chen just keeps a face as cold as ice. His red eyes remain dead calm. Meanwhile, Ma Long's terrified voice is still echoing in the background. Do you even realize what you just freaking picked? Alright, you and I need some context for this panic. The graduation assessment is the very first time these student teams enter an actual real deal demon cave. Students rack up credit points by taking down the big boss and the swarm of monsters inside. The system board spells out the rules. 100% completion rate caps at 10 points. Wiping out every monster scores 10, but you lose 1 point for every single survivor. Taking down the boss lord, that nets you a solid 20 points max. But fail to kill the boss, and you get 0. As for time, completion clearing it under an hour gets you the max 20 points. After that, they dock a point every 5 minutes. The system also explains that different cave tiers bring different raid difficulties, meaning different point multipliers. An F-rank cave has a 1.5 multiplier, maxing out at 75 total points. E-rank doubles it for a max of 100 points, so playing it safe with F-rank caps you at 75. But an E-rank cave, in theory, that lets you hit that perfect 100, and the rewards are insanely good. The team that secures the highest score, all of their members get an automatic invite into the Imperial Guild. Even better, the squad's MVP instantly lands a management spot right inside the guild, plus a massive 1 million cash bonus. Sweating bullets, two guys start whispering to each other. The highest score ever recorded in this school's assessment history is just 90 points, and that was set back in the day by our absolute top genius, the current captain of the Imperial Regiment back when he graduated. Seriously, the difficulty level of an E-rank cave is truly massive. You would need at least 3D rank awakened fighters just to stand a chance at raiding it. Back in the present, the elite student group swarming around Gongding are sporting some seriously smug smiles. The crowd murmurs, totally convinced Gongding's squad might actually shatter the school's historical record this time. But then the system's loud confirmation sound echoes out, cutting off everyone's thoughts. The kid in glasses turns around totally lost and asks, wait, a team already locked in their choice that fast? The next second, his eyes bulge out, cold sweat dripping down his panicked face. Holy crap, it is Si Chen's squad. He grips his display bracelet so tight, his knuckles turn white, shaking as he stares at the glowing system screen. Because what Si Chen just selected is actually a D-rank demon cave. His sharp features remain completely unnervingly calm against the bright blue glare of the notification screen. D-rank demon cave selected, now just waiting for his party members to confirm it. The kid in glasses stares with wide eyes and screams like he is about to pass out, pointing wildly at the board. No graduating student has ever tried to raid a D-rank demon cave before, did that guy seriously hit the wrong button? Right beside him, Ma Long is still screaming, clutching his head in absolute despair, while Si Chen just raises his wrist, looking completely unbothered, ignoring his friend's meltdown. Si Chen, have you lost your mind? Do you even know what you just freaking selected? Collapsing straight to the floor, his long-haired buddy Jiang Xiaoyong hugs his head, crying without tears and sweating like crazy as he groans. He's a lunatic, a total madman. How did I end up in a party with this absolute psycho? Staring blankly at the screen, the glaring alert clearly states Captain has selected a D-rank demon cave. Agree to join, he drops his head, muttering in pure crushing despair. Is it too late to quit the squad now? Tugging frantically on Si Chen's shirt, Ma Long is so panicked his face is completely drained of blood. He screams in absolute agony. Bro, did you even think this through? That is a D-rank demon cave. D-rank basically means you and I are watching something wild. Ignoring his teammates' panic, Si Chen stayed completely chill, his red eyes glancing, dropping a casual line. Yeah, I've thought it through. Instantly, the system notification chimed in, completely shattering the heavy tension. The massive screen revealed both Gongding and Si Chen's team's pending confirmation for the past D-rank demon cave. Right then, the arrogant Prince Gongding's portrait lit up the system board with a booming alert. All members confirmed. Gongding's squad applied successfully. The entire hall basically exploded. The crowd gasped, their eyes bulging in absolute shock. Oh my god, another D rank. Someone else actually picked the D rank cave. Meanwhile, over there, Gong Ding sat elegantly with his legs crossed, checking his bracelet while excited whispers echoed everywhere. This year, we've really got a wild show to watch. Seeing this, Gong Ding's blonde teammate smirked disdainfully, throwing out pure mockery. Him, total trash acting tough. They don't even know their own limits, sarcasm kept, pouring from the stands aimed straight at the four guys standing completely alone in the aisle. Knowing they'll hit rock bottom, they're just begging for attention. It didn't stop there. Gong Ding's crew literally howled with laughter. That's a D-rank cave. His teammates are never going to agree to join. While you still have a chance, just disband already. Pfft. That newly formed team will break up in seconds. So pathetic. Amidst all that toxic trash talk, Ma Long suddenly grew quiet. His serious eyes stared intently at Si Chen's determined side profile through his glasses. Ma Long quietly evaluated him, sensing a massive shift. Si Chen's expression was dead serious. This intense aura radiating from inside him when exactly did that start, even though throughout their entire time in college, Si Chen always relied on him for cover. The glasses-wearing friend blinks, seemingly making an absolutely monumental decision. Suddenly, Ma Long slammed his hand onto the confirm button. The green screen flashed, agreed. He then shouted at the top of his lungs, "We survived 4 college years together. I'm riding with you until the end." Hearing that, the long-haired guy clicked his tongue, lazily hitting the agree button. We're dead last anyway, so honestly, D rank or F rank makes zero difference. At this point, we might as well drop into D rank for the sightseeing. Seeing those two risk it all, the hulking friend gritted his teeth, sweating bullets as he panicked. Hey guys. He violently scratched his head, yelling in a completely helpless but hilarious way. Seriously, I'm the boss here. So why am I the last one locking in? With that, he aggressively punched the glowing agree button, squeezing his eyes shut and screaming, I'm in too. Let's risk it. We're graduating anyway, so let's just go. Totally crazy. The system instantly flashed green. Si Chen's portrait appeared, looking like an absolute boss alongside the announcement. All members confirmed Si Chen's team application successful. Witnessing this absolute trust, Si Chen turned around to look at his 3 brothers standing by his side. Guys, he said softly, lowering his eyes, his genuine tone mixed with slight guilt. I'm sorry I only chose the D-rank cave to snatch that top-ranked title. But instantly, his eyes turned razor-sharp, filled with absolute steel. But since you guys decided to ride with me on this wild adventure, a confident, arrogant smirk spread across Si Chen's face. He declared, then let's go out and grab the absolute highest score together. Way up on those towering stairs, the Prince Gong Ding crossed his arms, glaring down, like a king growling in his thoughts. That top spot is mine. Not backing down, Si Chen glanced up, his glowing red eyes burning with battle spirit clashing with his sworn enemy. The space between them literally sparked. Gong Ding glared with icy golden eyes, silently declaring war. Si Chen, the strongest in school, can only be one person. Watching from afar, the gorgeous Ling Yu blinked in amusement, muttering to herself, this is my first time. Seeing that look on Gong Ding's face, the whole hall plunged into darkness, spotlights highlighting their intense rivalry. This ultimate battle was finally dragging out into the light. Witnessing this explosive hype, the burly principal stroked his beard, smiling mysteriously as he dropped a profound line. Youth is truly great, absolutely zero fear in the face of the unknown. Up in the stands, Ling Yu rested her chin deep in thought. The principal stood behind her equally pensive. She muttered her assessment. But Si Chen picking a D-rank cave is way too confident. Even as a C rank, trying to solo carry his squad through a D-rank dungeon is mathematically impossible. The system scoreboard popped up clearly, proving that crazy ambition. Even though the D-rank multiplier is 3, theoretically allowing a max cap of 150 points. But as we watch Si Chen's squad walk away, the red system blares high-risk warnings. The difficulty is literally multiple times harder than E rank. With their current power, this choice is definitely not a smart move. Alright, you and I are diving back into the madness. The muscle-bound principal strokes his beard with a mysterious smile, nodding along. Only 15 days left until the combat assessment. The scene shifts over to the virtual reality training room. Inside, the academy's elite students are going all out, using their crazy super powers and magic to absolutely slaughter these digital monsters in fierce combat. Honestly, getting a massive leap in raw power is pretty much impossible in such a crazy short amount of time. Outside the brightly lit combat simulation room under the night sky, the students are completely drenched in sweat, training like absolute maniacs out there. The principal really hopes Si Chen and his whole crew can actually pull off a decent performance when the time comes. Glowing red text flashes 17 days until the assessment. Si Chen just stands there, arms coldly crossed, watching his 3 roommates lying totally scattered. They are panting heavily on the gym grass, looking exactly like sleep-deprived ghosts, completely unable to handle it anymore. Ma Long collapses to his knees, sweating like crazy. He struggles to lift his heavy head and complains, "I am telling you, Si Chen." Other students are inside the functional rooms practicing their elemental powers and fighting simulated monsters. "So why in the world are you forcing us to do these pointless drills all day long?" Si Chen just frowns, wiping the sweat off his forehead, silently listening to Ma Long continue his miserable screaming. "We are doing dodgeball, shuttle runs, and sprinting. Look, our graduation exam is definitely not some kind of triathlon event. What the heck is the point of practicing all this stuff?" Si Chen's glowing red eyes suddenly flash with a dangerously cold glint. He gets dead serious and explains, "At this current stage, no matter how much you guys practice your elemental powers and virtual reality combat, it is completely meaningless. At the end of the day, it is all just theoretical practice." Standing tall with his back firmly turned toward his teammates, he drops the cruel reality of stepping into an unknown demon cave. When you are standing face to face with those terrifying monsters, powerful beasts you have never seen before, sheer fear and total confusion will absolutely crush you like a massive flood in a single, split second. And what decides your fate then is not some theory pulled right from your head. The image flashes of him holding a lightning sword, fearlessly facing down a giant monster's snout packed with razor-sharp fangs to perfectly illustrate his point. And it is also definitely not those messy combo skills you patch together at the very last minute, but your pure survival instincts. Hearing this harsh truth, the three friends look up in a daze, deeply absorbing every single word from their captain. The raw stamina, explosive power, and insane reflex speed that we are grinding out right now is all designed to upgrade your body's natural instincts. Si Chen lowers his eyes, dropping his voice to reveal a seriously harsh truth. The actual help you get from the Academy's simulated training is extremely limited. The one and only thing that is truly useful is stepping right into a real demon cave for actual combat training. As he says this, his eyes harden, flashing with some seriously grim injustice. You see, ordinary people like them just cannot enter the exclusive demon caves meant for real combat training. The guys with all the advantages and privileges are always those elite prodigies. He glances over at Gong Ding, the violently arrogant crown prince. Swinging his blindingly glowing sword, he ruthlessly slashes a hideous monster straight in half, standing incredibly proud right in the middle of a sea of fire inside the training cave. The silhouette of that snobby elite group looks totally condescending. They are going to widen the power gap with outsiders at all costs, just to keep themselves forever locked in those high and mighty positions. The arrogant side profile of Gong Ding is just full of pure arrogance. His sharp eyes literally look down on the whole world since birth. Behind him stands a pitch-black demon armor with glowing red eyes, proving the ultimate injustice of this system. These guys already possess the kind of insane resources that regular folks could never touch in a lifetime. Feeling that massive power gap, Xiang Zuo and Ma Long just grit their teeth, glaring with the pure anger of the underdogs. They yell out, "Then what the heck are people with absolutely nothing like us supposed to even do about it?" Si Chen turns back around, his glowing red eyes totally locked in. He radiates the heavy aura of a true leader, aiming to enter the Imperial Guild with the absolute highest score. "We break through the class barrier, standing right in front of us." Ma Long widens his eyes in pure shock. Meanwhile, Si Chen lays out their only life or death path. The graduation assessment is literally the single opportunity to totally flip the script. You and I know how impossible this sounds right now. Darkness suddenly swallows up a massive, mysterious to himself, giant red entity. Si Chen's voice rings out crystal clear. "This is also my absolute best chance to break ahead in this whole competition." His sharp eyes are overflowing with killing intent and fierce determination. Si Chen firmly drops the hammer. "What I promised you guys, I will throw everything on the line to achieve. We will absolutely win this." The screen flashes 15 days left. Si Chen launches himself like a streak of golden lightning. He is fighting a pack of black panthers inside the surreal galaxy of the Dream Magic Tower, where stars literally fall around them. But the reality of this training is just brutally intense. He grits his teeth, taking the hit as the sharp claws of a magic panther ruthlessly rip right across his chest. Fresh blood splatters through the air. A heavy bone-crushing swipe, the giant phantom beast sends our main character flying backward. He coughs up blood, struggling wildly to stay on his feet. The countdown text ruthlessly hits 10 days. Si Chen is back running on the training ground, leading the pack and shouting 5 more laps. Following closely behind Ma Long totally faceplants onto the track, groaning out loud. "I cannot do this anymore. But you and I know heroes do not quit." Inside the magic tower. "All right, you and I are diving in." Si Chen goes absolute berserk. He swings his lightning arm, tearing through space to crush the giant beast. Meanwhile, they Crown Prince Gong Ding is giving it everything. He crosses his twin glowing swords, barely blocking a massive bone-crushing strike from a monstrous stone beast. A 5-day countdown flashes in glowing red text. Xichen grits his teeth, knocking out one-handed push-ups with a colossal weight pressing heavily against his back. Meanwhile, his two buddies stand by counting the reps in absolute terror. 1012. 3 days left. The Crown Prince steps straight out of a literal sea of fire. Flaming sword in hand, his eyes scream pure arrogant cruelty. He looks like a demon god spreading absolute terror. 2 days left on the clock. Xichen stands dead center in the magic tower. Lightning strikes down, surging through his entire body. A blinding system notification pops up. Level 16 reached Xichen, the lightning assassin. Finally, the 1-day warning slams onto the screen. Xichen's face is covered in fresh blood, but those glowing golden eyes burn with pure battle intent. The real fight officially starts right now. And just like that, the final deciding moment arrives. It is June 17th, Year 7. Graduation Combat Evaluation Day. A tiny drone flies right up to them, buzzing with a robotic electronic voice. It loudly chimes in, "Hello, candidates. I am your companion drone for this exact evaluation." A tactical gloved hand gently swipes across a glowing green smart bracelet, getting completely mentally ready to step straight into an absolute life or death battlefield. Standing inside the freezing cold waiting cabin, Chen and his 3 roommates stand tall, fully geared up in their sick combat suits. The system voice rings out with a reminder. Please ensure your bracelet and equipment are worn correctly. Right after that, a brilliant blue teleportation light beams down from the ceiling, completely swallowing the silhouettes of all 4 guys. The system clearly announces loud and clear, "Attention everyone, the highly anticipated graduation combat evaluation has officially begun." At that exact same time, over at the National Awakening University's massive administration building, glossy black supercars smoothly pull up to the front entrance. Elite heavyweight VIPs step out onto the stairs. The seriously muscular principal walks over, offering a very friendly handshake to a sharp-looking man in a tailored suit. He smiles and greets him. "Long time no see, Chairman." The guy standing across from him smoothly brushes back his stylish hair, flashing a super crafty, arrogant smile. "Yeah, apologies for keeping you waiting, Principal. This guy right here is none other than Gong Lin, co-founder of the massive Imperial Guild, and yep, he is Gong Ding's father." A bunch of students are totally glued to the hallway windows, gossiping away with their jaws literally dropping to the floor in pure awe. Wait, is that actually one of the founders of the Imperial Guild out there? He is so handsome. Suddenly spotting something weird, another student points down at the car parked right behind them. "Huh, who exactly is riding in that second car behind them?" Crazy enough, both the founder of the Imperial Guild and the school principal are actually walking over to personally escort them out. A bodyguard respectfully opens the door. A super stylish pink-haired figure steps out, leaving all the kids completely speechless, their jaws hanging wide open. "Now pay attention, you and I are looking at a true big shot." Tall, oozing absolute elite energy. His glowing nameplate reads, Cavendish, Vice President of the World Guild Alliance. A male student's eyes practically pop out of his skull. Sweating absolute bullets, he loudly screams. So hard, his jaw almost drops off. The Alliance Vice President, the literal Vice President of the Guild Alliance, actually came down to our school. The kid right next to him is also sweating buckets, grabbing his head in pure shock. Holy crap, you would be insanely lucky to meet these huge VIPs even once in your entire lifetime. No wonder the whole admin area got completely locked down today. I mean, the Guild Alliance is literally the single most powerful organization in the entire world right now. Imagine if we could just catch their eye. A smooth announcement voice echoes over the speakers, welcoming the elite VIPs into the hall. The live broadcast for the graduation combat evaluation is about to begin right now. Please, step inside. Meanwhile, the wildly ambitious chatter from the students is still echoing loud outside. No, seriously, man, even if you just managed to establish a tiny connection with the Guild Alliance, your life is basically totally set forever. Cut over to the inside of the massive high-tech control room. Old man Gong Xuan respectfully gives his presentation right in front of a giant 3D screen. 184 students are taking the final graduation combat evaluation this year. They are all divided up into 28 teams. The massive screen fractures into absolutely countless live video feeds, showing every single student in real time. The old man continues his report. Out of those 23 teams picked the F-rank Demon Cave. 3 teams chose the E-rank Cave. And furthermore, 2 crazy teams actually went ahead and chose the D-rank Demon Cave. Hearing that, an icy-looking female secretary wearing glasses frowns in total confusion. Whom teams actually picked a D-rank Demon Cave. She is Sijit, the general secretary of the entire Guild Alliance. She sharply turns her head, her sharp eyes glaring right at old Gong Xuan to question him. Meanwhile, that pink-haired vice president is just chilling, happily chewing on some snacks. D-rank caves are considered insanely dangerous. Seriously, even for completely professional guild raid teams. Did you guys even bother to properly educate these students about how completely dangerous these caves actually are? Old Gong Xuan clasps his hands behind his back. Playing it cool, he smoothly covers it up, his tracks. Of course, we already thoroughly explained it clearly beforehand. Since our young students severely lack real-world combat experience, the vast majority of them are chilling in the lowest tier, the E rank. Honestly, they will probably even struggle to properly handle the small fry monsters inside, the basic F-rank demon caves. The massive system connects directly to an F-rank cave. The live video feed shows a lightning-class warrior student totally struggling, throwing incredibly weak hits at a fat, spiky-toothed iguana. We are about to see how this plays out. Old Gong Xuan analyzes further. Although, alright, you and I know they are going to struggle hard against a boss monster. A massive spiky-toothed salamander roars wildly. It towers over the two tiny students, looking absolutely terrifying. A boss's raw power completely crushes ordinary monsters of the exact same tier. The students have to push past their limits just to have a chance against an F-rank boss. Meanwhile, the broadcast switches over to an E-rank dungeon. Two battered students are huddled in a spider web, shaking as they grip their weapons. But the situation inside this specific E-rank dungeon is on a completely different level. Hideous spiders with razor-sharp shells are swinging down from the webs, attacking one after another. A system prompt pops up. E-rank beetle spider. The crazy part, every single minor monster in this zone hits just as hard as a full F-rank boss. The kid with glasses breaks down completely, tears streaming down his face as he screams in pure, utter despair. An E-rank dungeon? How is it this impossibly hard? This is way beyond anything we ever trained for, Gong Xuan concludes the thought. This is exactly why for the vast majority of students trying to clear an E-rank dungeon is basically a suicide mission. Seeing just how brutal this really is, Secretary Sigit frowns with deep concern and asks the real question. So do we have any safety measures if these kids face fatal danger? Gong Xuan smirks, proudly acting like he has everything completely under control. Please rest assured, Madam Secretary. Our students are the most precious resource we have here. The camera then cuts to tall, heavily armed security personnel wearing long trench coats, standing on strict guard. Right outside the glowing portal gates, elite armed forces from the Imperial Guild Regiment are stationed on permanent standby at every single location. They monitor the zones constantly. If they spot a critical, life-threatening situation, they will jump in immediately. But on top of that backup plan, the screen shows a girl falling backward as a terrifying ghost spider slashes its claws down at her. Furthermore, the smart bracelets worn by all candidates have an instant teleportation feature. In a literal life-or-death moment, the terrified boy screams out in pure panic. He slams his hand right onto the flashing red button on his wrist. I forfeit, I quit. Red warnings flash wildly. Evaluation officially abandoned. Instantly, the students are enveloped in a blinding red light and vanish into thin air, leaving only the fading echoes of their terrified sobbing behind. Absolutely terrifying. Gong Xuan explains the system. As long as a candidate hits that panic button to forfeit the combat test, they will instantly be teleported safely out of the dungeon. Hearing this solid backup plan, Secretary Sigit pushes up her glasses, smiling with genuine, unmistakable interest. Even with these brutal conditions, two teams actually chose the D-rank dungeon. That difficulty is completely insane. It truly seems like this prestigious academy is packed with absolute monsters. I am really looking forward to their performance. Turning his face away from the camera, Gong Xuan narrows his eyes, showing a flash of pure sinister malice. He silently laughs to himself. Oh yeah, I cannot wait to see exactly how many minutes those brats can actually survive. He scoffs coldly, watching the live feed switch directly over to our four-man squad. They are currently struggling hard, trudging right through a massive blizzard. He assumes these kids will tap out in a heartbeat. Meanwhile, now you and I need to watch this. Back on the battlefield, a red warning flashes D-rank dungeon. We see Sichen's squad standing right beneath a gigantic frozen tree. Creepy ghostly monkeys are swarming all over the icy branches above them. Xiang Zuo trembles in fear, exclaiming, "What the heck is that thing?" A grotesque monster with a wrinkled bat-like face flashes a wicked smile, bearing rows of jagged, terrifying teeth, up on the snowy branch. A D-rank ghost bat monkey. It looks absolutely sickening. But even inside this freezing blizzard, Sai Chen's eyes stay razor-sharp and totally calm. He immediately warns his team. Ghost bat monkeys. Cloud-type monsters. They are incredibly dangerous when they attack, in huge swarms, and their dive speed from above is insanely fast. We need to stay on high alert and watch out for Their sudden ambush attacks. Suddenly, a massive black shadow covers them. A bat monster with hideous razor-sharp claws spreads its wings wide, plunging the four boys into darkness against the white snow. Instantly, the ghost bat monkeys with their horrifying pale faces dive bomb straight down from the sky. They bare their fangs, swinging their savage claws to kill. Si Chen snaps his head back, his eyes sharp as daggers, shouting a warning to the crew. They are here. Before anyone can react, Ma Long gets hit by a razor-sharp gust of invisible wind right across his chest. The four-eyed kid gets blasted backward into the freezing snow, tumbling hard with pure panic written all over his face. On the other side, Jiang Xiaoyong gasps, launching himself backward to barely dodge a lethal wind slash that completely rips through the blizzard itself. Ma Long pushes himself up on his hands, drenched in cold sweat, crying out, "I am alive, I am not dead." Jiang Xiaoyong collapses back into the snow, completely stunned. Holy crap, did we seriously just manage to dodge a direct attack from a D-rank monster? But there is no time to celebrate. A massive hairy beast slams directly into the exact spot they were standing, blasting snow everywhere. Jiang Xiaoyong's eyes go wide, cold sweat rolling down his cheeks as he stutters his friend's name. Si Chen standing tall in the roaring blizzard. Si Chen holds a blazing lightning sword, looking like an absolute boss. The bloody corpses of monsters lie piled at his feet, leaving Jiang Xiaoyong completely speechless and terrified. Did he seriously just take down 3D-rank monsters all by himself in an instant? Ignoring their absolute shock, Si Chen erupts with a blinding yellow electrical aura. His eyes glow intensely as he gives them a strict order. Your current power levels just are not enough to deal with them. Just stay back and focus on protecting yourselves. With that, he launches himself high into the air like a literal lightning bolt. Golden lightning tears the white snow apart. He drops one cold promise: leave the rest to me. All right, you and I are in for a wild ride. But these phantom bats do not give up easily. Wicked wind blades slice through the freezing air, making the big guy scream in pure panic. Careful, Ma. Ma Long twists his body out of the way, dodging miserably while screaming in terror. And Jiang Xiaoyong, yeah, he is not doing much better. An invisible attack sends him flying backward, slamming his spine right into his snowy tree trunk. The moment he hits the bark, Jiang Xiaoyong winces in agony. But then reality hits him like a truck. Sweating bullets, he mutters to himself. So that is it. All that time he spent training our reaction speed and explosive strength. Si Chen never actually expected them to help him fight. All that brutal training was just so they could manage to protect their own lives. The more he thinks about it, the more bitter he feels. Jiang Xiaoyong grinds his teeth, eyes flashing with helpless frustration mixed with fierce determination. Damn it. I have always been the absolute boss of our dorm room. How am I sitting here relying on this kid to carry me through our final graduation? Meanwhile, high up in the stormy air, Si Chen turns into an absolute fighting machine. This guy is relentless, continuously throwing insane punches and lightning-infused sword strikes that blast those hideous bat monkeys into literal dust. Seeing this, two other mutated bats go totally berserk, madly flapping their wings and diving down like grim reapers bearing their razor-sharp fangs. In the blink of an eye, countless dazzling golden lightning bolts crisscross and violently tear through space itself. The monsters are slashed into bloody raining pieces high up in the stormy sky. His roommate just stands there with wide eyes, his pupils shrinking in pure astonishment. He thinks back, I really did not believe Ma Long when he said that Si Chen was incredibly strong. But seeing it with my own eyes, Si Chen sticks a perfect landing entirely covered in a brilliant golden electric aura. His eyes are as ice-cold as a grim reaper, spreading pure dread. This guy is so overwhelmingly powerful, he does not look like a graduating student at all. Golden lightning brightens the dark scene, shredding the black phantom bats. His friend swallows hard. Now you and I need to watch exactly what happens next. He is clearly a battle-hardened warrior. Watching this insanely overwhelming spectacle play out, Jiang Xiaoyong's face completely sinks into dark shadow. He lowers his head, mocking himself with a bitter smile. Since when did this guy become so freakishly reliable? I have truly been left in the dust. While he is drowning in his own thoughts, a phantom bat suddenly shrieks, rushing straight from the blind spot right behind Jiang Xiaoyong. The big friend panics wildly. Pointing a finger, he screams at the top of his lungs, "Careful, there's another one coming from behind." Acting purely on honed instinct, he leans all the way back, bending his spine. A blazing red flame erupts right over his fist as he dodges those deadly claws by a hair. Without wasting a single second, his hand fiercely grabs the bat monkey's leg. The big guy strains his neck, roaring out to rally his entire squad. Hey, Jiang Xiaoyong, Ma Long, we cannot just act like useless deadweight and rely completely on Si Chen to survive. Both Ma Long and Jiang Xiaoyong jolt in shock. Their eyes snap, wide open firelight reflecting across their panicked faces. That loud roar from their friend completely snaps them back to reality. This is not just Si Chen's graduation test. His long hair whips wildly in the harsh wind. His eyes ignite completely, blazing up with the passionate flame of pure fighting spirit. He lets out a massive roar that tears right through the heavy blizzard. This is our graduation assessment too, damn it, instantly infected. By that fiery enthusiasm, the other friend swings his hand, releasing a brilliant green aura of pure magic. Gritting his teeth, he firmly yells back, with intense power, "You are totally right." Seizing the perfect moment, the long-haired guy swings his arm, gathering bright emerald magic. He confidently shouts out to cast his spell. Wood magic binding vines taste. This massive pitch-black vines burst out of the freezing ground looking exactly like creepy alien tentacles. They emerge straight from the fierce blizzard, tightly wrapping around the charging monster's ugly body. But the hideous beast instantly lets out a terrifying, ear-piercing shriek. Using pure horrifying strength, it violently tears the thick vine trap completely apart. The sheer force knocks the long-haired friend flat on his back. Sweating bullets, his face turns pale white with absolute panic. Ah, it broke out instantly, right as the nasty monster prepares to launch a counterattack. A bone-chilling wave of cold air suddenly slams into it instantly, freezing its grotesque body solid. Ice magic biting winter wind. It turns out Ma Long, the guy with glasses, is giving it everything he has. Blue magic shoots from all 10 fingertips as he screams with wide eyes. I finally slowed it down. Xiang Zuo, let's attack together. With his right fist wrapped entirely in a blazing magical light, Xiang Zuo flashes a highly arrogant smirk. Let's see where you run now. Thanks to their perfect teamwork, the phantom bat is completely trapped between the freezing air currents and those massive heavy vines. A loud shout echoes out. Combo skill, biting winter wind and binding vines. Xiang Zuo hit it right now. Already prepped and fully loaded, Xiang Zuo tenses up. He swings his mighty arm, forming a giant, blindingly bright fireball. He answers back firmly. I know. Launching his body high into the air, he channels every ounce of strength into throwing that blazing fireball, aiming directly at the frozen target. Eat this nuclear mage explosive fire bullet. A blinding, massive explosion instantly erupts. The raging wild flames totally devour the tightly bound monster's body. The impact creates a crazy shockwave that blows the white snow everywhere. The hideous bat monkey violently struggles inside the sea of fire. Its pale face howls out horrifying, ear-piercing screams of pure rage. Seeing that the attack still isn't enough to kill it, Xiang Zuo grits his teeth. Sweating bullets, he rapidly chucks out a barrage of fireballs while cursing loudly. Mother fucker, is this beast seriously that tanky? Those blazing attacks continuously slam right into the monster's face. But trust me, this thing refuses to die. It still tries to stretch out its hideous wings to defend itself against the blinding light streams. Down below on the snowy ground, the long-haired friend tightly bites. All right, stick with me here. Teeth gritted, sweat pouring down his face as he desperately strains to keep the wood magic active. He can't hold on. Ma Long is completely pushed to his limit too, his glasses catching the glare of the raging blizzard. He screams out in absolute panic. They are backed into a corner with nowhere to run. Xiang Zuo hoists a massive blazing fireball right over his head, screaming as his neck veins bulge. He pours his last shred of hope into this final strike. It is do or die. In this life or death moment, Xiang Zuo's eyes flare a vicious glowing red. Pure, unhinged fury takes over his violently roaring face. The giant fireball suddenly shoots down from above, dropping like an absolute bomb straight toward the frozen ground. It swallows the entire space in an earth-shattering explosion that completely lights up the sky. The nuclear fire mage puts everything into this one devastating blast. As the thick smoke finally clears, her companion drone just hovers right there in the dead, silent snow, spitting out a crisp electronic alert. Congratulations, you have successfully eliminated the demon bat monkey. Completely drained of energy, the three boys instantly collapse flat onto the freezing snow. Their heads bump together as they gasp for air, but huge, satisfied grins spread across their faces. They scream in pure, unfiltered joy. They won. They actually took down a D-class monster. Standing quietly over in the corner, Sai Chen glances back at his three teammates who just pulled off a total miracle. His eyes widen just a tiny bit, genuinely surprised by their crazy effort. Still flat on the ground, Ma Long points dead ahead and yells out with excitement. Hey, Si Chen, are you seeing this right now? Right where the monster faded away, a sweet reward dropped. A demon bat, monkey finger bone item. Xiang Zuo turns to look at the crew. He is dripping with sweat, but he still flashes this insanely cocky smirk and starts talking trash. He literally says that was a total piece of cake. Right on cue, the victory notification chimes directly from the hovering drone. Congratulations, everyone. All the targets in this demon cave have been completely wiped out. Sai Chen just shoves his hands into his pockets, offering a very chill smile. Meanwhile, back in the main control room, you and I are about to see old Gong Xuan lose his mind. Cold sweat is literally pouring down. He is in absolute complete shock. How is this even possible? These bottom-tier trash students do not have a single ounce of real combat experience. The live broadcast screen clearly shows the D-class monster shattering into glowing, brilliant blue fragments. The veteran examiner watches with shaking hands, utterly speechless. They actually managed to kill a D-class threat that completely outranked their current levels. Next to him, the headmaster keeps a completely straight, unbothered face. Gong Lin sits right there too coldly, watching the entire feed through the glass without uttering a single word. Then the heavy silence finally breaks. Vice President Cavendish leans back gracefully on the plush sofa. He rests his chin on his hand, flashing a deeply amused and curious little smile. He has to admit this young kid actually put on quite the impressive show today. The live feed suddenly zooms right in on Sai Chen. He is standing there looking sharp and completely unbothered in the falling snow. Cavendish watches him closely, making a very cryptic judgment about the boy. The vice president of the alliance narrows his deep eyes. A smirk creeps across his face as a sudden wild thought hits him. This kid looks exactly like an old acquaintance. The bright screen light reflects off his handsome face as he mentally locks onto his new target. Si Chen. So his name is Si Chen. Oh, he will definitely remember that one. Beside him, the strict headmaster squints through his glasses, looking totally rigid. He stays completely silent, just watching the monitors. Seeing things take an unexpected turn, old Gong Xuan starts sweating bullets, clearly stressing out right now. He quickly turns away, coughing loudly to cover up his total embarrassment. He waves his hands, trying to desperately shift the focus to his own grandson. Ahem, everyone look over here. The other team in the D-class dungeon has already pushed straight into the middle zone. The screen instantly flips feeds. We instantly see Gong Ding expertly swinging his blade, unleashing these brilliant glowing shockwaves that completely blow away the surrounding monster horde. Absolute power. Watching this flawless sweep, Secretary Siget pushes up her glasses. Her sharp eyes track the movement as she gives a nod of serious approval. Just incredible. Their teamwork is crazy smooth. Honestly, they look like a professional guild raid team. Hearing that, Cavendish flashes an impressed smile at the display. Oh, how fascinating. The quality of graduates this year is honestly not bad at all. Old Gong Xuan pushes up his glasses, highly amused. A vicious, calculating smirk creeps across his wrinkled face. This whole exam, it is only just getting started. He gloats silently to himself in triumph. Now you and I need to pay attention because the real show hasn't even started yet. The screen cuts to a high-risk, toxic vine cave. A massive swarm of disgusting mushroom monsters charges forward. Toxic miasma mushrooms, D-tier, wood-type beasts. Right from the backline, a blonde girl steps up. She wildly shreds on an electric guitar, blasting out intense sound waves. It is a massive buff to strength, stamina, and speed. Incredible wood magic. The Elegy of Decay, Gong Ding's teammate swings his arm violently, gathering a dark purple sphere of pure energy. He grits his teeth and roars. Gather. A colossal magic flower suddenly blooms out of nowhere, violently sucking the entire mushroom swarm straight into the air. That is a star mage. Stellar gravity, catching the perfect opening, Gong Ding dashes forward with absolutely terrifying speed. He draws his shining blade straight from the scabbard in a flash. It flares with the blinding light of death. He swings the sword, ripping a vertical slash right through space itself. A giant, brilliant, fiery explosion erupts. Those monsters get completely roasted alive. The nuclear fire slash tears the sky. Landing majestically, Gong Ding smoothly sheathes his weapon. His face looks incredibly cold and completely arrogant, standing in a massive sea of fire. His glowing tag reads, Gong Ding class nuclear warrior, surrounded by burned monster corpses. He smirks with total smugness at his crew. Man, the monsters in this school exam are exactly the same as the ones we crushed in training. Taking these things out is as easy as flipping my hand. His loyal lackey quickly brushes back his hair, getting ready to flatter his powerful boss. Faces tilted up, completely full of themselves. Just as expected, this entire graduation assessment was rigged by the officials from the very start. Pick the right backer and life becomes a total breeze. Then the whole squad just strolls forward, casually bumping fists, laughing like maniacs. At this rate, we are definitely taking the championship crown. Come on, it is time to go wreck the boss. Meanwhile, on the completely opposite end, you and I watch Si Chen trudge through a blinding blizzard, his eyes glowing red, radiating an intense razor-sharp chill. The screen flashes D-rank Demon Cave Cloud Forest Peak. 4 exhausted guys have finally dragged themselves up to the absolute highest snowy peak, panting and complaining. We actually did it. We really reached the top of the D-rank cave. Welcoming them is a massive snow ape. Pure white fur covered in scars and literally munching on the corpse of its own. Kind blood everywhere. An ice ghost ape, a D-rank cloud warrior. Seeing this total nightmare, the long-haired kid and Ma Long start, sweating bullets, completely shrinking back in terror. Is that the final boss? Seriously, if that thing just slaps us once, it is over for us 10 times. The ice ghost ape snaps its head around, blood-red eyes glowing in the dark. its jaw, packed with razor-sharp fangs, dripping blood and chunks of meat. Absolutely terrifying. Ma Long throws his hands up in pure panic, sweat flying everywhere as he screams. Whoa, oh crap, it is staring right at us. Without skipping a beat, the giant snow ape lets out an earth-shattering roar. It lunges forward and the three guys completely lose it, sprinting for their lives and screaming at the top of their lungs. Just when it looks like game over, Si Chen launches himself into the air, his leg wrapped in golden lightning, and delivers a crushing kick straight to the beast's face. Blood splatters everywhere. Then he swings his arm, unleashing a massive beam of pure lightning energy that tears up the ice and blasts the massive ape backward. The beast-building-sized body gets launched entirely into the air, tumbling out of control. Meanwhile, Si Chen sticks the landing with an absolutely epic superhero pose. That ruthless lightning strike just pulverized half of the monster's ugly face, sending a massive shower of fresh blood spraying everywhere in midair. But he isn't done. Before the beast even hits the ground, Si Chen darts forward like a golden flash. The ground shatters beneath his feet as he absolutely shreds the beast to pieces in a split second. Ma Long is just kneeling there, glasses cracked, looking completely dumbfounded. He mutters, handle way too easily again. Wait, huh? The game system screen pops up right there, plus 200 EXP. Item drop, Ice Ape Skin ×1. Si Chen just casually shoves his hands in his pockets, standing beside the headless corpse, expression completely chill. But while his teammates are celebrating, Si Chen frowns. His eyes show pure disappointment mixed with a little suspicion. He thinks, this is weird. Really weird. Defeating the boss of a D-rank cave only gives this much experience. Plus, the loot drops are absolute trash. But then Si Chen spots something from the corner of his eye. He whips around totally stunned. Holy crap, why are there so many magic stones over here? His two buddies immediately sprint over to the chopped ancient tree stump, waving their hands frantically. Hurry up. Get over here and look at this. That big guy hid tons of magic stones inside this hollow. Suddenly, a massive ice crystal, sparkling with bright rainbow light, reveals itself, totally lighting up the snowy ground. Jiang Xiaoyong is amazed. Just looking at this huge size, it is at least gotta be a mid-grade magic stone. All three of them are practically drooling. They lunge forward, faces full of pure greed, laughing like crazy. Haha, if we just sell this, we're set for life. But you and I know. Si Chen's survival instincts scream danger. His eyes widen in terror, pupils shrinking to dots. He yells out a desperate warning. Wait, stop, it is too late. Deep from within the glowing crystal, it looks exactly like a massive incubating egg. The second Jiang Xiaoyong touches it, it flashes violently. The three guys just stand. They're frozen. Their faces twist in absolute horror as the blinding light engulfs them. Si Chen glances back, his glowing red eyes flashing with a fierce, serious intensity at this insane twist. Turns out the thing that just burst out from under the snow was triggered by a cloud mage using an exploding ice bomb. The blast even completely wrecked their recording robot. Back in the control room, the monitoring screen for Si Chen's squad flashes a bright red signal: lost. Old Gong Shuang pushes up his glasses, smirking like a total villain. They fell right into the trap. Just as I predicted. High-level monsters actually have some brains after all. Trash will always be trash, only good for dragging better people down into the dirt. With this situation, your little graduation assessment ends right here and now. Gong Lin sits right next to him, smirking faintly, pretending to be the good guy as he chimes in. Well, in this circumstance, our students' lives are clearly in danger. Saving them has to be our top priority. It looks like we have no choice but to let the guild official raid team step in, interfere. Let's just make them forfeit. But right as they are about to give the order, the principal steps up, hands clasped behind his back, projecting pure authority as he interrupts them. Give him a little more time. The principal, heavily scarred face, stays completely calm, as steady as a mountain. He slowly breaks it down, pointing at the bracelets tracking their physical conditions. Look at the data. Right at this very moment, their vital signs are still completely normal. On top of that, we haven't received a single distress signal or report saying that they actually intend to give up. His eyes lock firmly straight ahead, delivering a final statement that hits with the weight of 1,000 pounds. The choice should rest entirely in the candidate's hands. Let's jump back to the icy battlefield where our four-eyed guy Ma Long squeezes his eyes shut. His nose is running and he lets out a massive sneeze that shakes his whole body. He huddles up, hugging his violently shivering arms in the freezing cold. It's absolutely bone-chilling. Right behind him, his long-haired friend and the others are already frozen solid. It is way too cold. Seriously, thank goodness. He belongs to a cloud-type class and actually has a little bit of ice resistance. If he didn't, their whole squad would have been totally wiped out. Suddenly, a massive dark shadow slowly creeps toward him. It carries this incredibly cold, heavy killing intent, letting out a totally creepy laugh. Ki. Ma Long looks up in absolute panic. A giant skeleton wearing an icy crown appears, its eyes glowing right through the freezing mist. It towers over him. Is this monster the true boss of this demon cave? Cold sweat starts pouring down, completely soaking his forehead. Ma Long turns totally pale and mutters to himself. He remembers seeing this exact thing in the monster encyclopedia back at the academy. A cloud-type mage packed with crowd control and attack skills. A total master at manipulating ice and snow. It is incredibly sinister and, beyond cunning, it loves playing with its prey until they die. A glowing red system panel pops up, confirming his absolute worst nightmare. The Frostbone King. A Lord-tier cloud mage. He pieces it all together now. That ice bomb explosion from earlier. Yeah, that was definitely its trap. Completely terrified, Ma Long turns around and sprints for his life. This is a super rare C-rank boss monster. There is absolutely no way he can fight this thing alone. He desperately dodges and weaves his way through the giant ice blocks. Gritting his teeth, he tells himself to move faster. But suddenly, a razor-sharp ice blade tears through the freezing wind and slashes right into Ma Long's calf. Blood splatters everywhere. Our four-eyed guy grimaces in intense pain, loses his balance, and violently tumbles right down the steep, snowy slope. At the bottom of the white slope, the Frostbone King rises from the shadows. Its glowing green eyes stare down at its pitiful prey. It lets out another twisted, mocking laugh. KKK, collapse in the snow. Ma Long grabs his heavily bleeding leg, panting hard in pure agony. Right then, his smart bracelet flashes a bright red emergency warning. Warning, deep puncture wound detected on left calf. Do you want to forfeit the exam? But pushing past his own fear, Ma Long's eyes widen with pure determination. He swings his hand, gathering blue magic. He screams out, I refuse, I have to break this ice and get Si Chen out of there. He instantly fires a powerful magic stream, straight at the massive ice block, trapping his teammate. Cloud-type magic origin cleanse. The game system flashes, applying the cleansing energy onto a single target, slowly purging their negative status effects. Ma Long grits his teeth. You and I know how desperate this is. He just hopes that if Si Chen recovers, they still have a fighting chance. But the boss monster is not having it. Another ice spear rips through the air and stabs right into Ma Long's shoulder. He throws his head back, screaming in absolute agony as blood sprays everywhere. He falls hard onto the snow. His magic spell is completely broken. A cruel glowing red text pops up on the system screen. Cleanse failed. The giant skeleton tilts its head, clearly enjoying watching its prey struggle. That creepy laugh echoes across the snowy peaks once again. Kike, the shadow of death, creeps closer. It raises a hand, gathering countless razor-sharp ice shards, getting ready for the final killing blow. Cloud-type magic bone spikes. Ma Long's smart bracelet starts blaring like crazy. Danger, danger, heart rate is critically high. Detected a deep puncture wound on your right arm. Do you want to forfeit the exam? Hanging right on the edge of death, Ma Long lowers his head. His heavy breathing forms white clouds in the freezing air. His eyes snap open, completely bloodshot and blazing with absolute fury. Give up. All those humiliating memories come flooding back. He clearly sees the school bullies pushing and mocking him in the hallways. And why? Because he always ran away. Every single time things got hard or scary, he ran. That is exactly why he was always left behind. Ignored, openly mocked, bullied, and always treated so unfairly. But right in his darkest moment, Si Chen's solid back appeared. He was the one who pulled his arm and helped him escape those guys. Tears blur Ma Long's eyes now. He roars, squeezing out every last drop of his strength. We literally risked our lives just to make it here. His eyes blaze with a fierce will to live, making a loud, desperate declaration. Now, we finally have the chance to change our fate. Ma Long grits his teeth hard. Blue magic shines brightly around his cracked glasses as he roars, refusing to yield. I am never going to give up this easily. Pushing past all his limits, our four-eyed guy reaches his hand right toward the massive ice block trapping Si Chen. He casts a blinding green light, origin cleanse. It activates. The whole area just explodes with his unbreakable willpower. Ma Long strains his neck, unleashing every single drop of his remaining magic. He lets out a gut-wrenching scream. Aha! Under that incredibly bright stream of power, the giant ice block actually starts shaking violently. The boss monster does not wait around. It swings its hand, blasting sharp ice shards straight at Ma Long. His hand shakes violently, but he keeps pumping his fading magic. His desperate screams keep echoing across the snowy mountain peak. Ah, listen to me. Right when everything is hanging by a single thread, his insane effort pays off. Huge chunks of ice crack and explode outward along with a deafening cracking roar. Ah, right at that exact moment, behind the crumbling ice, a pair of razor-sharp glowing golden eyes snap open. Lightning flashes around them, releasing this absolutely overwhelming killing intent. Boom! A blinding thunder explosion wipes out everything nearby like a massive storm of destructive light. Divine lightning. The Frostbone King is about to. The Frostbone boss jerks back, its empty eye sockets wide with absolute shock at the massive power eruption. The dust hasn't even cleared, yet Si Chen bursts through the smoke like a literal god, wrapped in golden lightning, reaching out to catch the completely drained body of his fallen comrade, Ma Long. Safe in his friend's arms, Ma Long adjusts his glasses, panting hard. He manages a helpless but relieved smile. Hemph, you still had to break that control yourself in the end. Si Chen keeps his icy deadpan expression, though his voice is reassuring. No, you actually helped me out big time. How's your injury? Ma Long lets out a heavy breath, shaking his head. It's nothing. Too serious, man. I already stopped the bleeding. The two friends look up the slope. Right there, the monstrous boss is raising his jagged claws, ready to drop pure terror. That monster A C-rank cloud-type lord. The Frostbone King. And he is ridiculously tanky. We cannot let him freeze us again. Not a chance. Hearing this, Si Chen slowly stands up straight. His glowing red eyes are practically dripping with a bone-chilling killing intent glaring down the doomed enemy. But before he can even counterattack, a massive razor-sharp chunk of ice drops from the sky like a literal meteor. It's a cloud-type mage attack, the giant explosive ice bomb. The two guys just stand there totally speechless. What the heck is that? The Frostbone King tilts his terrifying skull toward the sky, letting out an absolutely hysterical, ear-piercing laugh of pure triumph. With zero room to dodge, our four-eyed friend throws his hands over his head, screaming out in complete and utter despair. How is he casting a massive explosive ice bomb like that? How are we even supposed to dodge that thing? It's already way too late. The colossal ice bomb slams into the ground with crushing weight, completely shattering the thick layer of snow and blasting out a blinding glowing light right before it detonates. A violent white flash erupts instantly, devouring and completely wiping the entire snowy peak right off the map into absolute nothingness. Up in the air, floating right through the falling white snow, the evil lord waves his tattered robes around, just continuing his twisted and ear-piercing laughter. But wait, the freakish laughing suddenly stops cold. His glowing green eye sockets twitch, totally caught off guard as he stares down at the completely absurd scene below. Right in the middle of the explosion's ruins, a brilliant piercing blue aura suddenly shoots up and shatters the razor-sharp ice, blasting a pillar of light straight into the sky. Si Chen's figure stands incredibly tall, completely unharmed, without a single scratch. His glaring system panel pops up. Level 16, Si Chen, Hell's Death God King. He's a cloud-type warrior with a frost constitution, completely immune to the cold. Plus, all his stats get a massive buff in low temps. Seeing this absolutely terrifying scene, the Frostbone King's jaw literally drops open. His empty eye sockets stretch wide with absolute panic, like he just saw a real ghost. Right behind him, our four-eyed guy Ma Long is sweating bullets. He's so shocked he can barely stutter out that crazy power radiating from. What is that? I thought you were a lightning-class assassin. Don't tell me. Are you actually one of those insanely rare? Si Chen's face is now half covered by a chilling white bone mask. It oozes this deep, arrogant blue magical aura that basically answers his friend's ultimate question without a single word. You awaken two separate classes. Pushing his momentum, Si Chen reaches his hand out, forward, gathering a blinding storm of pinkish-purple lightning as the system flares to life. Listen, I'm sorry. My minor miscalculation earlier today ended up putting all three of you in serious danger. The system is loading his class swap. His gloved hand violently clenches down completely, crushing that brilliant purple energy. Si Chen's eyes blaze with pure rage as he makes a cold, hard promise. But that ends right now. The system screen flashes, confirming the class switch. Level 16, Si Chen is now the Purgatory Rakshasa. Without missing a beat, Si Chen swings, his massive pink-purple death blade tearing right through space. His eyes burn with heavy killer intent as he drops the final line. I'll finish him right here, right now. Staring at this completely insane display, our four-eyed friend Ma Long is drenched in cold sweat, his mouth hanging open in absolute mind-blowing shock. The system flashes a bright golden class circle. Now you and I know the rules. An awakened person can normally only get one single class. That's it. But in some incredibly rare cases, we're talking 1 in 10 million odds here, a very lucky awakened person might actually awaken two different classes. And right now, that blinding circle is projecting a second glowing blue symbol right next to the first. These kinds of insanely rare people are known as dual-class awakened. The screen shows all the massive power-hungry guilds around the world, completely desperate for this exact kind of talent. Globally, there are less than 10 known dual-class awakened alive today. And trust me, once a talent like this gets exposed, they instantly become the #1 priority target for every single major raid team and guild out there. They want them bad. Connecting the dots, Ma Long's eyes look like they'll pop right out of his head. He screams at the top of his lungs, "Si Chen." He actually has two. Surrounded by blinding golden lightning, Si Chen just flashes an incredibly sinister smirk. He doesn't say a single word back, then suddenly his face gets hidden by that bone-white skull mask, instantly oozing a freezing blue magical aura. Wait, 2 classes, he's not done yet. Si Chen violently swings his massive great sword, blasting out a wave of brilliant pink and purple energy. His friend is completely losing his mind. 3 classes. His eerie glowing eyes lock right onto his prey. The system flashes a warning. His strength and stamina stats have instantly maxed out, and honestly, it feels like every single one of those classes is just terrifyingly overpowered. Without a second of hesitation, Si Chen brings his colossal energy-infused greatsword. Slamming right down into the ice, it blasts a massive pink-purple pillar of light that literally tears into the sky above. He floats there. Mid-air, our guy gathers every ounce of destructive power into one dazzling, absolutely ruthless strike. Down below, Ma Long has to throw his hands up, shielding his face. He's gritting his teeth in pure terror from the oppressive, bone-crushing pressure that monster just gave off. But in stark contrast to its earlier arrogance, the boss monster's eyes roll all the way back. Its jaw drops, howling miserably right in the middle of this blinding sea of absolute destruction under Si Chen's blade. A sword strike slashes right through space, carrying enough power to cleave the entire world in half. The triple gravity effect and supermass mode, completely gone. As the blinding light slowly starts to fade away, the once arrogant body of the Frostbone King shatters into tiny pieces, totally vanishing into nothingness against this overwhelming power. At the exact same time, a glowing golden system panel pops up, displaying glorious victory. He gains 5,000 experience points, leveling up instantly. Si Chen victorious, snagging an icebone spike. Item. Ma Long timidly creeps up next to the monster's remains, sweating buckets but looking up at his bro with pure hero worship. Just exactly as he expected from him. "Bro, you just one-shot a C-rank boss monster." Pulling back his intense aura, Si Chen just goes right back to his usual, completely unfazed look. He gives a quick side-eye to remind his frozen buddy, "Hey, those other two are still trapped in the ice. Right. You got enough energy left to break them out." Realizing he completely forgot the main mission, Ma Long practically breaks his own legs, sprinting frantically toward the 2 ice blocks. He's sweating profusely and screaming, "Oh crap, I forgot about Xiang Zuo and that other guy. Just hang in there, my dudes." Meanwhile, Si Chen's gaze locks onto the shattered crowned skull of the fallen boss. Immediately, a bright red system alert flashes right up, saying, "Can be devoured." Never one to miss a chance, he calmly reaches out his hand and this eerie magical light starts to glow directly from his fingertips, pointing straight at the skull. Swirling streams of bright blue energy start getting violently sucked right into the palm of Si Chen's hand. A red progress bar shoots across his vision, devouring, loading. Every single trace of the purest icy magical energy is violently stripped from the monster, fusing directly into the young hero's body. Almost instantly, a bright green system prompt pops up to confirm the epic loot. Devour complete, Frostbone King absorbed. He unlocks the Cloud Mage class, getting crazy boosts to strength, speed, his overall stamina, luck, elemental power, and spirit skills. The Icebone Spike skill literally condenses moisture straight from the air, turning it into razor-sharp blades that hunt down his enemies. Plus, he gets Frost Bomb, which compresses ice energy to the absolute limit before it detonates, freezing anything within a 20-meter radius. And get this, it can even be upgraded into a massive frost bomb with a 100-meter freeze zone. Si Chen smirks, realizing he just snagged a brand new Cloud Mage class. This is actually his very first time absorbing a combat class, completely outside of the dream space. Running a hand through his hair, his sharp features show nothing but absolute confidence and total satisfaction with the insane power he just claimed. Glancing over at the camera drone, which is completely frozen solid from the blast earlier, he starts analyzing his current situation. With the drone out of commission, his real abilities definitely haven't been broadcasted to the public yet. Plus, they still have a ton of time left to smoothly secure maximum points. But right at that moment, Si Chen's entire body suddenly flares up, with blinding golden lightning signaling another massive power jump. A brilliant stat panel flashes in front of him, confirming that his overall class proficiency just leveled up. Lightning Assassin hits 100%, granting him new stat points ready to be distributed. But wait a second. He actually raises an eyebrow in genuine surprise. A sparkling jade green star icon just randomly popped up right on his interface screen. Huh, did he really just get a star? Now let's shift gears to a battlefield choked with toxic smoke. Meanwhile, over on the team of Gong Ding, they are struggling inside a high-risk D-rank demon zone, the Poison Vine Cave. A massive, terrifying flower monster is violently thrashing around. swatting students away like flies. It's a boss-level giant carnivorous flower, a D-rank wood mage beast. Down on the ground, a lackey is gritting, his teeth veins bulging out of his forehead as he desperately tries to bind the monster with magic chains, sweating and screaming in pure panic. Is this really the power of a D-rank boss? Hit it harder, I seriously can't hold this thing back much longer. Another teammate goes all out, blasting 3 blinding yellow lightning bolts straight into the beast's massive imposing body. But here's the crazy part, the lightning just grazes its insanely hard outer shell without leaving a single scratch. The guy panics, practically chewing his own lip. Its defense is way too high, we absolutely cannot punch through its armor. The massive flower goes absolutely berserk, whipping its gigantic vines around and brutally smashing the students into the ground, sending them flying everywhere. Miserable screams echo through the cave. Ah, I lost control. Lying flat on the dirt and gasping for breath, one student breaks out in a cold sweat. Face pale as a ghost, he stammers in sheer terror. We've never faced a monster this strong. During our training sessions, what are we even supposed to do now? The chain-holding guy snaps his head back, pinning every last ounce of hope on their final savior. We can only rely on the president. How is President Gong Ding holding up over there, standing safely in the back? Gong Ding is positioned right inside a glowing magic circle, hand already on his sword. Are you guys still not done gathering up the power? The support girls frantically stack endurance, strength, and elemental buffs straight onto their golden boy, feeling all that immense power surging right through his veins. Gong Ding's eyes flash with a red murderous intent. With a totally arrogant, ice-cold expression, he declares, "This is more than enough." He stomps down hard, literally transforming into a violently burning fire arrow. He shoots straight forward at wind-tearing speed, getting ready to end this whole fight with. Alright, you and I are about to witness something insane. A blinding fiery slash. Gong Ding literally cleaves the giant man-eating flower in two. Riding that adrenaline high, young master Gong Ding looks absolutely unhinged. Pure killer intent. He lets out a deafening roar, burning his enemy to ash. Boom! A massive explosion lights up the entire area. Just look at those aggressive flames, completely swallowing the whole space from the inside out. Right in the epicenter, Gong Ding hovers in the air like a literal fire god. He unleashes his ultimate finishing move, the nuclear warrior strike. Piercing fire slash. Down below, his squad completely loses it. They are waving their arms, screaming and hyping their leader up to the highest heavens. He is way too strong. This is exactly the elite level we expect from him. The captain is just so incredibly cool, and right after that, the system screen lights up with some massive news. Congratulations, Gong Ding's squad has officially and successfully cleared the D-rank Demon Cave. Total time, 35 minutes. His lackey laughs out loud, looking totally smug. We just crushed a D-rank Demon Cave in barely half an hour. Nobody is ever going to beat this miracle record. Stepping right out of the teleport portal, the whole crew struts forward while bragging so loudly. They are arrogantly calculating their scores. We cleared the zone in under an hour, and the point multiplier for a D-rank cave is 3. That literally means our final score is 150 points. A perfect score. An absolutely perfect score that sets a brand new record for the entire school. Gong Ding tilts his head up, looking so arrogant. Let's move out. Time to go check the leaderboards. But right as they step into the waiting room, one of his guys starts loudly talking trash. Even for the lowest level F-rank cave, all those other weaklings would need at least an hour to clear it. Another guy shoves his hands into his pockets, laughing loudly to agree. Anyone who left the cave this early? Well, besides us, it has to be the trash that just gave up. They laugh like maniacs. Meanwhile, over in the corner of the room, the dropouts are literally curled up on the floor. They are panicking, holding their heads and begging, "Please don't kill me." The friend next to them is covered in bandages, desperately trying to calm them down. "Hey, take a breath. We left that cave a long time ago." Another girl is in tears, shaking as she grabs her friend's shirt, totally sobbing. It was just too scary. Those monsters in there, they were absolutely terrifying. But wait. The lackey suddenly stops in his tracks as they enter the main hall. He just smirks, flashing a super condescending, mocking smile. Looking over at the corner of the room, he spots Jiang Xiaoyong and Ma, long huddled under a blanket to stay warm. The lackey immediately starts mocking them. Si Chen's squad really did run away like absolute cowards, exactly as predicted. He walks right up, displaying a totally sarcastic expression, staring at Si Chen, who is just casually holding a cup of water. Who else could be this relaxed? The whole group surrounds them, throwing toxic insults, mocking the team for not even being able to finish the test. Huh, weren't you acting all tough earlier? He's about to keep talking trash, but Gong Ding steps up, dropping his voice. Hey, step back. Gong Ding lifts his chin toward the main doors, signaling his guys to get ready for a VIP. The vice president is here. Let's go greet him properly. Right as he says that, loud, crisp clapping echoes through the room, followed by some serious praise. Excellent. Truly incredible work. Alliance Vice President Cavendish is smiling brightly as he walks in right alongside the Academy principal. Today, we really got to witness a completely flawless performance. The massive crowd respectfully parts to the sides, making way as the ADU. Elegant VIP guest strides right into the middle of the waiting hall. The lackey is sweating bullets, eyes wide as he whispers to Gong Ting in pure excitement. We are looking at the man sitting at the peak of world power. And get this, he is walking straight toward us. Gong Ding sees this and immediately sticks his hand out for a shake. But plot twist, the VIP group walks right past them. They leave Gong Ding standing there totally humiliated in silence. He goes wide-eyed, spinning around in pure shock as he hears a very clear voice ring out. You are truly an outstanding talent. The Alliance Vice President tightly grabs Si Chen's hand with so much respect, enthusiastically praising him out loud. Clearing out a D-rank demon cave in barely 21 minutes, ignoring the absolute shock of everyone standing around them. The Vice President just pats Si Chen's shoulder with endless praise. Even a real highly trained professional guild raid team would seriously struggle to hit that record. Truly excellent work. Gong Ding's lackey looks like his brain just short-circuited, screaming out like an absolute maniac. Wait, what? Those 4 trash bags didn't just clear the D-rank cave, but they did it in 21 minutes. Right behind Si Chen, his 3 roommates poke their heads out. They are smiling ear to ear, happily waving their hands at the VIP. Hello there, Mr. Vice President. Meanwhile, our main guy keeps his totally cold, unfazed expression. Si Chen just slightly lowers his eyes, a bright red flash, hinting at some deep, calculating thoughts. Cavendish, the Vice President of the World Guild Alliance, is widely known as the second most powerful man in the world today. So why exactly is he here, seeing right through Si Chen's quiet thoughts? Cavendish gives this elegant smile. His eyes are full of absolute interest as he asks, Your name is Si Chen, right? This trip was definitely not a waste of time. Flashing a very knowing smile, Vice President Cavendish turns to glance over at the rich representative of the Gong family. He slowly offers some praise. The young master of the Gong family also performed quite well, didn't he? Leading a whole squad to clear out a D-rank cave at such a young age. Guild leader Gong Lin really taught him well. Like father, like son, I suppose. All right, you and I are watching the glasses guy sweat bullets, bowing low to flatter his boss. You flatter me way too much, Mr. Vice President. But instantly, the smile vanishes. His face turns incredibly tense, going completely silent and unable to speak. He feels an invisible pressure. The Vice President is staring right at him with a gaze sharp enough to cut glass. Cavendish just closes his eyes, smiling elegantly like a royal ending a tour. It is getting pretty late, so I really should be heading back now. As the VIP delegation strides out the hall, someone whispers to tease the old principal. Principal, you old man really hit the absolute jackpot this time around. Where did you even find 2 insane geniuses like that? Finding talent that rare takes 1,000 years. The second the guests leave, Mr. Gong clears his throat, sweating nervously. He hastily makes a huge announcement to the students. Ahem, I will now reveal the final evaluation results for both teams. Because we actually have a perfectly tied score on this massive test, I am officially declaring that both of your teams are tied for the championship. Every single member qualifies to join the Elite Empire Guild. As soon as he finishes talking, Si Chen's friends literally jump for joy, hugging and crying. The Empire Guild. We actually made it into the Empire Guild. Amid the deafening cheers of the carried members, the students scream with pure, unadulterated excitement. Haha, right after graduation. Our lives are completely set. A straight ticket to the very top. Meanwhile, Gong Ding stands there with a bitterly dark face. Mr. Gong strokes his beard and drops another massive bombshell. Also, both captains Gong Ding and Si Chen will be given core management spots in the Empire Guild, and they will evenly split the $1 million prize for MVP. Hearing the word split evenly, both Gong Ding and Si Chen completely freeze, glaring at each other through the corners of their eyes. In total speechless shock, Si Chen rubs his chin, sweating bullets, while his brain violently calculates the crazy economic math. Only 500,000 left. I already promised Qingji I would return 1 full million to her in just 1 single month. Am I going to have to beg for an extension? I need to earn another 500,000 fast. Before Si Chen can finish his debt math, Gong Ding steps forward, radiating intense killing intent as he violently roars. There can only be one true champion. His face twisted with malice, Gong Ding aims a dagger-like glare right at his opponent and issues a challenge. I demand a one-on-one duel to decide the winner. The second that challenge drops, the entire hall goes wide-eyed, jaws hitting the floor in pure shock. Gong Ding's crazy arrogance instantly forces the departing. VIP delegation to pause, and they all turn their heads to look at the unexpected arena. Old man Gong frantically waves his hands. He tries to stop the impulsive kid. What kind of total nonsense are you saying? The evaluation test is already completely over, and tying for first is a perfect result. Besides, there is absolutely no way Si Chen would ever agree to participate in an extra match. But going completely against the principal's solid prediction, Si Chen coldly answers the provocation. If I win. Our main character points a thumb back at his chest, eyes flashing with the cunning calculation of someone who desperately needs cash. Do I get to keep the entire $1 million prize? Hearing that money-hungry question, the old man is so unbelievably shocked, he literally spits water everywhere in horror. Gong Ding grinds his teeth, his oppressive aura surging as he confidently locks the bet. If you can actually beat me, then take it all. Witnessing this epic drama, Vice President Cavendish smiles brightly at the incredibly fun entertainment. This is truly fascinating. Two teenagers stand directly opposite each other in the grand hall. The atmosphere is silent but heavy, signaling to absolutely everyone that this crazy show is definitely not over yet. Facing Gong Ding's face full of murderous intent, Si Chen keeps his completely deadpan expression, totally calm, casually asking, "Tell me exactly how are we going to settle this?" Now watch this. We cut to a luxurious room, where the glasses-wearing manager sits cross-legged on a classic sofa, starting off very casually. I honestly thought you merely had enough raw power to grab rank 1. I truly never expected you to completely shatter records with a perfect score like that. The man smiles smugly like a ruthless capitalist who just closed a sweet deal. You are absolutely blowing up on every single news page right now. It seems I made a very wise decision. You do not need to repay me that 1.5 million anymore. Just consider it my special angel investment in your potential. Si Chen sits in absolute silence on the chair, opposite him holding his water cup. His face stays completely emotionless, hearing the creditor call out, "Young Si Chen." Despite the incredibly tempting offer, our main character's eyes become resolute as he bluntly rejects it. No, a debt is a debt, and I absolutely must pay it back. In the middle of the sunlit room, Si Chen makes a super serious declaration. I came here today to tell you 2 important things, making the man hum with curiosity. Oh, Si Chen lowers his head, getting straight to the point with a deeply helpless voice. First is the repayment deadline. Please give me a 1-week extension, because the crazy graduation test, since it ended in a tie for first place, I got 500,000 less than expected. Si Chen's eyes sharpen again, glaring at the guy blocking his path to getting rich. Our main character drops a violent promise. I am going to have a one-on-one duel to settle the score with the other champion. It is going down exactly 1 week from now in a wild demon cave right outside campus. Hearing that insane location, the blue-haired guy with glasses completely loses it. His eyes practically bug out of his head in terror. What? You two? High school students are actually going into a wild demon cave. Neither of you have even gone through any professional guild training yet. That is way too dangerous. But Si Chen just keeps that ice-cold expression. He calmly cuts him off. Do not worry. Once I win that deciding match next week, I will definitely get the remaining 500,000. But wait, he is not done yet. He hits the debt collector with an offer he literally cannot refuse. I will also hand over every single material I managed to collect from the demon cave. Just consider it interest for giving me a 1-week extension. Hearing this incredibly sweet deal, the creditor adjusts his glasses. He is sweating bullets while secretly sizing Si Chen up. This kid does not show a single ounce of fear about entering a wild demon cave. Instead, he is only thinking about paying off his debt and the interest. This guy is just built differently. Slamming his glass of water down onto the table, Si Chen shifts the conversation. Besides that, there is actually one more reason why I came to see you today. Something even more important. The whole room suddenly feels heavy. Si Chen slightly narrows those piercing red eyes of his. A dead silence takes over the room, like he is about to drop some earth-shattering secret. The glasses guy holds his breath, waiting, eyes straining, ready to swallow every gulp of saliva, straining his ears so he does not miss a thing. Breaking that terrifying silence, Si Chen's lips part, delivering every single word with absolute mystery. The tension is off the charts. A single drop of cold sweat slides down the debt collector's temple. His pupils are shaking from pure stress. And then Si Chen drops a bombshell that even you and I do not get to hear, creating this crazy cliffhanger moment. A moment so tense is suffocating. Finally, completely unable to handle this long, drawn-out, dangerous act anymore, the debt collector jumps up from his chair, standing there absolutely speechless at this kid. All right, let us shift gears. June 17th, beautiful afternoon at Qingshui High School over in Kangshuang County. The clear blue sky is rippling with some peaceful white clouds. Stepping right out Of the school gate, his little sister Si-yoon stretches her arms out. She closes her eyes and smiles brightly. Ah, the final exams are finally over at last. Meanwhile, the nerdy guys behind her are still stressing out. Wait, what answer did you guys circle for that last multiple choice question? I did not even understand what the heck it was asking. Shaking off all that academic pressure, Si-yoon smiles gently. She pulls out her phone softly, telling herself that her summer vacation has officially begun right now. But suddenly, those big round eyes of hers blink. It is like she just remembered something super important. Oh, that is right. Looking at her lock screen displaying 2:35 p.m., which shows a glowing picture of the two siblings together, she smiles. Today is actually my older brother's official graduation assessment day. 4 years ago. A younger Si-chen was clutching his admission letter, laughing out loud and happily showing it off to his sister, Si-yoon. They actually discovered some rare elemental potential inside my body. The National Awakener University just accepted me. The little sister's eyes light up like literal stars. Looking at him with pure admiration, she asks, "Does that mean you are going to become an Awakener?" Just like Mom and Dad were standing right there in front of the brightly sunlit window, her older brother tightly grips his little sister's hand with a huge promise. That is right, now I can join a top-tier guild and earn a mountain of money. I will definitely make sure you get to live a much better life. Si-chen's glowing red eyes suddenly flash with absolute sharp determination. He lowers his voice, fully committed. And maybe I will even get strong enough to find the truth behind exactly how our parents disappeared. His little sister cheers with pure joy, throwing her hands up in support. Yes, you are so amazing, brother. My big brother is absolutely the best. You are definitely going to become a super incredible awakener. But sadly, not too long ago, a very different image flashes in her mind. Her brother slumped over the table, letting out a totally helpless sigh. Haha, I am already a senior now. So, why haven't I awakened yet? Even with all that heavy sorrow crushing him inside this second, he looks up at his little sister. He still manages to force a bright smile just to comfort her. It is completely fine. He rubs her head with a forced laugh, hiding the bitter truth. Looks like your big brother just needs to keep working a little harder. Snapping back to reality, staring down at her glowing phone screen, Si-yoon feels a sharp, painful pang, recalling her brother's brutal struggles. After getting accepted into the Awakener University, her brother always worked way harder than anyone else. But in the end, he ended up being the only person who completely failed to awaken his powers. Her eyes drop in sadness, hugging the phone close to her chest, watching everyone else around him awaken their powers one by one. He seriously must have felt incredibly lonely watching them. He just never actually let it show in front of me. While she is deep in her feelings, a classmate suddenly jumps out of nowhere. She slaps her shoulder, loudly startling her. Hey, Si-yoon. It is Yu Dong. Her classmate is practically vibrating with excitement. Her eyes are totally lit up, dropping sensational news. Did you hear the news? The National Awakener University actually produced 2 absolute genius graduates this year. The 2 of them, girls, are strolling around the campus while Zhu Dong chatters away. Both of them managed to lead their squads to get completely perfect scores. Perfect scores across the board. The Guild Alliance vice president even went to meet them in person, showering both of those guys with absolute praise. This whole story is blowing up all over the news right now. Our hometown is about to get insanely famous because of it. Suddenly, remembering a detail, her friend turns around to ask, "Oh, wait a second. Doesn't your older brother go to that exact same school too?" Si-yoon just awkwardly forces a laugh, trying to dodge the topic. Right at that moment, a flashy guy with pink hair suddenly steps in, blocking their path completely. He playfully flirts, saying good afternoon to Si-yoon. Both girls freeze in their tracks, startled by the sudden ambush. Turns out it is Jin Daxane, the popular guy from Qingshui High. He leans against the wall, hands in his pockets, acting incredibly smooth. He keeps flirting. "I already booked a private rooftop spot at the Zifeng building. You're free around 8 tonight, right?" Her friend Zhu Dong immediately covers her mouth, screaming in pure shock and obvious jealousy. "What's Si-yoon? Since when do you know the school's top idol?" Meanwhile, Xiao Yoon's face just darkens. She is completely speechless. Without hesitating for even half a second, she grabs her backpack, turns on her heel, and absolutely sprints for her life. She leaves the shattered pretty boy standing there with his legs crossed, completely ignored. Seeing this, Zhu Dong frantically chases after her. She pants heavily, asking, "Hey, why are you walking so fast?" As she runs blindly, tears start welling up in the younger sister's eyes. Her heart hurts thinking about her own flesh and blood. His classmates are literally making headlines everywhere for scoring perfectly on their graduation exam. Meanwhile, her poor brother still hasn't managed to awaken his powers at all. It absolutely breaks her heart every single time she thinks about it. She decides she needs to hurry home right now. She plans to cook a massive feast just to cheer up her struggling older brother. Scene cut to the night of June 17th. Warm light spills out from the window of a tiny rented apartment. Inside the cramped room, a glowing, luxurious feast is laid out on the table. A steaming pot of sukiyaki bubbles away, surrounded by countless mouth-watering side dishes looking incredible. The moment Si Chen opens the door and walks in, his eyes go wide. He holds a pot lid, totally speechless at the massive spread. Si-yun, how did you even find the time to cook all of this? But in no time at all, the older brother is sitting comfortably at the table, slurping up meat and praising it loudly. Wow, this sukiyaki smells absolutely amazing. Meanwhile, his little sister just rests her chin and smiles, gently watching her brother eat so happily. While the two siblings enjoy their meal, the evening news broadcast on the television suddenly starts playing. The female anchor speaks with a formal, serious tone. Next up on tonight's news, Dongshin National Awakener University has officially concluded its highly anticipated graduation combat exam today. Ignoring the loud noise coming from the TV, Sai Chen just keeps his eyes closed, calmly enjoying the food. He focuses entirely on the delicious flavors. The news report continues in the background. The vice president of the Guild Alliance personally visited the exam site today. Cavendish had a friendly chat with the students. Seeing her brother's calm face, she rests her chin, feeling a deep sadness. She feels an indescribable pity welling up inside her. Just as she thought her older brother is forcing himself to put on a brave face. The graduation exam failure is definitely a massive blow to anyone's pride, but he refuses to let even a single hint of that pain show. He hides his struggles completely. Right at this moment, the female anchor on the television suddenly raises her voice, sounding incredibly hyped up. According to our sources, this graduation exam produced an extremely rare double champion result. Two absolute genius students managed to pull off the impossible, leading their respective teams to perfect scores. The screen quickly cuts to the powerful vice president, and the broadcast continues to detail the huge event. The vice president praised this exam to the press with endless compliments. He even specifically singled out one of the two perfect scoring team captains, just to applaud him. Si-yun is still absent-mindedly resting her chin until a very familiar name suddenly blasts straight from the television speakers. Student Sai Chen. Like she just got struck by actual lightning, the little sister jolts up. She snaps her head around, staring intensely at the screen. You and I did not see this reaction coming. Her eyes go completely wide, with shocked pupils shrinking as she gasps, stammering out every word. The one with the perfect score is student Si Chen. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a pitch-black, oppressive space. The tip of a man's shoe steps right next to a blood-stained leather whip on the ground. A bone-chilling voice echoes out, "I set up this perfect stage exclusively for you." Gong Lin stands there like a mountain wearing dark glasses in front of a giant fish tank. Gripping a leather whip, he spits venomous words at the figure collapsed on the floor. "I even invited a massive audience all just for you." His face is completely twisted with absolute rage. He glares down at the failure with pure disgust. "And yet you completely ruined the entire performance." Turns out the person kneeling helplessly on the ground is Gong Ding. His body is battered, a bloody gash across his chest. He grits his teeth, taking the abuse as his father relentlessly scolds him. "You didn't just fail to win. You lost to some completely nameless nobody." Gong Lin coldly strips away every single one of his son's privileges. He forces his authority, growling out, "From this moment forward, you are not allowed to make a single decision for yourself. I have already arranged everything for your decisive battle next week." Gong Ding bows his head in shame. "Stick around, things are about to escalate." All right, let us dive right into the madness. Face down, drenched in sweat and complete humiliation, a cruel threat echoed in the air. If you can't fix this yourself, let me do it for you." Gong Lin's face completely twisted with unhinged, crazy ambition. Exhaling a freezing breath, he made his final vow. "No matter what it takes, that #1 spot belongs only to the Gong family. Period." Now you and I are snapping right back to reality, a bright TV screen where the daily news broadcast is still rolling hard. Vice Chairman Ji was on screen stating that student Sai Chen's performance left an insanely deep impression on everyone. He actually hopes that the Dongshin Nation will keep pushing hard and nurture even more outstanding top-tier talents. Completely unable to believe her own ears right now, Si-yun immediately turned to look at her brother in absolute utter panic. She stuttered out, "Hey big bro, is the Si Chen they just mentioned on the TV actually you?" Si Chen stayed completely chill. He just held his rice bowl in one hand while the other shoved food right into his mouth. He casually replied like it was absolutely nothing. "Yeah, why?" The second those words dropped the chopsticks in, his little sister's trembling fingers slipped, dropping straight onto the floor with a loud clatter. Right outside the apartment window, a massive lightning bolt tore through the night sky, striking the building. It created a crazy visual shock, perfectly matching Si Yun's completely blown mind. Her pupils dilated wide, reflecting that bright flash, while her brain just silently screamed in total chaos. Wait, her very own big brother is her actual biological brother. Throughout the entire graduation exam, Si-yoon's mind basically exploded. Her mouth hung wide open in pure shock as she muttered to herself. Not only did he lead his team to a perfect score, but he got praised directly by the Guild Alliance vice chairman. This was insane. The whole room sank into this weird, heavy silence. Si-yoon kept her head down, totally frozen like a statue, while our main character just kept chewing his rice. He looked completely clueless about why his little sister was short-circuiting right now. After a brief moment of pure silence, a single tear of joy actually rolled down her cheek. Her lips lifted upward, forming this incredibly bright and super proud smile. Laughing and crying over her goofy older brother, she stared right at him with deep admiration. She silently realized that he had truly climbed to the very top. Meanwhile, Sai-chen sat across from her, his red eyes just blinking in total pure confusion at his randomly crying sister. At that exact same moment, the scene cuts away to a plate of premium raw beef being picked up with chopsticks. Right alongside, text displaying the exact date, June 17th, year 7. The night right after the final graduation combat test. Inside a luxurious VIP room, Vice Chairman Ji casually rested his arm over the chair, savoring the delicious piece of meat, sighed in pure satisfaction. Just as expected, the premium Wagyu beef from the Dongshin Nation is honestly absolute top-tier perfection. Vice Chairman Ji smirked with a highly cunning smile. Glancing sideways, he softly asked the person sitting directly across from him, "How is the progress looking on your end?" Ling Yu, looking completely ice-cold in her trench coat, sat with her arms firmly crossed across from Vice Chairman Ji. Ling Yu calmly reported the mission results. These are all the reports compiled up to this exact moment. Sitting right there on the table was a totally top-secret file labeled The Devourer. The report clearly stated that for the entire past year it hadn't left behind a single trace at all. However, the very next line brought a serious, heavy sense of dread. Maybe they have already started noticing us by now. Vice Chairman Ji just smirked super smugly. Casually waving the piece of meat on his chopsticks, he praised her work. "Great job, just eat some meat first." But Ling Yu clearly didn't care about the food at all. Parting her lips, she continued her report. "There is actually still one more thing." With a totally sharp, icy gaze, the blonde girl seriously stated, "Recently, I have also been keeping my eye on a very suspicious individual. He just made contact with you not too long ago." Ji raised his eyebrow in genuine curiosity. Squinting his eyes, his voice was now full of deep, heavy caution as he evaluated how insanely fast that guy's power had spiked in such a short amount of time. Then the scene shifts over to a massive, eerie tower dyed in pure, heavy darkness. Her evaluation echoed with a haunting vibe. It truly is way too abnormal. Meanwhile, inside the dark demon tower, Sai-chen, a level 17 lightning assassin, stood totally deep in thought right in the middle of the battlefield. He realized he had spent over half a month on the first floor, practically slaughtering every single monster clean off the map. Down here, by now he had completely fully adapted to fighting in an insane environment with 10 times the normal gravity. Looking right at the brightly glowing system panel, our guy kept on analyzing his stats. After the final graduation combat test officially wrapped up, his Lightning Assassin class had actually gone up by 1 full star. So constantly using a specific job class really truly can boost its overall proficiency. That means, standing right there among the epic powerful class cards floating all around him in the air, Si-chen's eyes flashed with pure intense ambition. Right now, not a single one of his 4 acquired job classes had actually reached its absolute limit yet. Now watch this. Without hesitating, he poured power into the stat panel, allocating that brand new star right into the most crucial stat for any faith: assassin speed. At this exact moment, his speed stat alone had definitely, without a doubt, reached the high-tier level of a genuine A-class assassin. However, even with total confidence in his crazy new power, he still had to face a brutal, harsh landscape absolutely swarming with terrifying beasts on the freezing snow. Yet even so, these massive cougars with dark purple auras just growled, stepping slowly toward their prey with sky-high killing intent. And looming massively in the far distance was an absolute alpha lion boss, its huge mane glowing with a terrifying light. Blinding light. Si-chen clicks his tongue, admitting just how tough this is. He still cannot manage to land a single strike on this floor boss. Suddenly, the beast pack snaps their razor-sharp jaws. They launch themselves through the air, charging straight at him with pure aggression. But his reflexes are lightning fast. Si-chen's eyes sharpen like daggers. His entire body erupts into a blinding electrical storm as he fully activates his Thunder Assassin skill. Godspeed, lightning strike. A massive golden lightning bolt rips right through the space, slamming directly into the snowy hilltop just inches away from the lunging monster. Using the chaos, our guy channels pure lightning into his fist. He rockets straight toward the alpha beast, his mind calculating every single possibility. The abilities of this lion boss are completely bizarre. Every single time he spots a tiny opening and tries to launch an attack, his lightning blade crashes down. The air literally tears apart, but the target is already gone. It vanishes into thin air the exact second the strike lands. Whipping his head around, Si Chen frowns in pure annoyance. He spots the enemy standing tall way out in the distance somehow, reappearing right next to the lioness furthest away from him. Scanning the dead, silent battlefield, he starts breaking down the wild beast pack's tactical movements. These creatures adjust their positioning instantly based on the situation. However, their core battle formation absolutely never changes no matter what happens out there. There are always two lionesses engaging him in close combat, while the other two just stand there waiting patiently in the far back line. Gritting his teeth in total frustration, his eyes lock onto the cunning enemy. And that lion boss, it always maintains the absolute maximum distance from him. Si Chen's face shows nothing but pure disgust. He mutters under his breath, completely speechless. For a creature carrying the grand title of boss, it never actually gets its own hands dirty. Annoyed, he wonders to himself as he stares down the giant beast's fierce and wildly arrogant expression. What in the world is the actual class type of this Lion King anyway? But while he is stuck deep in thought, a random lioness lunges at him from out of nowhere with crazy cunning speed. Without an ounce of panic, Si Chen's eyes flash brightly. His hand immediately gathers a brilliant golden surge of lightning, totally ready to counterattack. The brutal electrical blast shoots straight forward toward the incoming target easily, piercing its defense and exploding right in the monster's face. But literally 1 second later, the lioness completely teleports away from the blast. It is this exact same annoying trick again. The target totally evaporates into thin air to escape, leaving behind nothing but a faintly glowing circle. He angrily clicks his tongue. Every single time he actually tries to land a killing blow on one of these lionesses, the creature just instantly vanishes into thin air. And just as expected, the silhouette of the beast he almost killed teleports with a blinding flash of light. It proudly reappears, standing completely unharmed right next to the lion boss. The moment Si Chen pauses his assault, another lioness immediately charges in, with its massive jaws wide open to surround him. He calculates silently in his head. The exact second he stops, another lioness will rush in, just to bait out his attacks. Without flinching, our lightning assassin crosses his arms and braces himself. A blinding surge of golden electricity explodes violently all around his body. His eyes glow with pure killing intent, ready to unleash hell. Quick as lightning, Si Chen literally transforms into a flash. He swings an electric blade that tears the dark purple sky wide open, launching a rapid strike that chases the monster away. Looking down from above, the beast pack falls back, but they still maintain a deadly circle right around him. Our hero exhales heavily. He realizes they are strictly sticking to their formation with absolutely flawless coordination. What follows is a series of incredibly fiery high-speed clashes. Si Chen relentlessly swings brutal lightning strikes right into the face of the purple aura beast, pressing his relentless attack without taking a single breath. But the exact millisecond his strike is about to connect with its flesh, the cunning lioness turns into a blinding flash of bright light and totally evaporates. Then they simply emerge from those pitch-black spatial rings a perfectly safe distance away just to mock his movement completely. Refusing to give up, our main guy grits his teeth and leaps backward, barely dodging a savage pounce from another one of the wild beasts. At the same time, he gathers lightning to launch yet another fierce counterattack. Si Chen's figure leaps and dances madly across the freezing ice, leaving behind countless brilliant golden lightning trails, but somehow he still cannot even scratch a single hair on this monster pack, pushed entirely to his absolute limit. He drops to one knee in the snow. All around him, purple shadows keep lunging like predators. He bitterly realizes this is an endless, repeating cycle. They are launching an unstoppable war of attrition aimed right at him. His face is heavily covered in sweat and bleeding scratch marks. Si Chen takes heavy, ragged breaths, his eyes flaring with absolute maximum frustration. Seriously, this opponent is playing dirty. The image of the giant boss lion's face appears, looking wildly arrogant. It stands proudly in the distance, staring him down with a look of pure contempt that drives him crazy. It is completely just playing with him. Suddenly, Si Chen's pupils dilate. A sudden flash of brilliant realization sparks in his mind, shattering the total stalemate. Wait a second. He flips wildly into the air, barely dodging another razor-sharp claw strike. He mutters, cursing his own absolute stupidity. Why on earth was he trying to fight them head-on using only pure speed? He immediately opens his system panel. A cool blue light flares up instantly, wrapping entirely around his battered body, accompanied by that very familiar system notification text. Loading a full class change. The lightning armor fades away completely. In its place, a bone armor covered in razor-sharp ice starts to emerge. Sai Chen's eyes now radiate the chilling blue light of the Grim Reaper itself. If you cowards do not want to fight head-on with me. His face exudes a totally cold, ruthless vibe. He lifts his head, staring straight into the beast pack with a highly defiant tone. So be it. So why shouldn't I use the mage class to crush you? A glowing system panel pops up confirming his flawless class swap. Class switch complete. You and I are about to see his terrifying level 17 form, Sai Chen, King of the Ice Skeletons, a pure cloud mage class. Floating high up in the freezing snowy sky, Sai Chen casually waves his hand, summoning raw magic. Massive ice bone spikes form right behind him. The ground shakes violently as countless razor-sharp ice pillars brutally pierce through the surface. They rip through the thick snow, instantly blasting away the panicked lionesses. Even the massive overlord Lion King isn't safe right now. Ruthless ice spikes keep erupting from the frozen earth, forcing the monster to back away. Si Chen calmly watches his absolute masterpiece. Standing tall, he explains his combat logic. Sure, mages might be super weak in close combat, but they are ridiculously overpowered at long-range crowd control. Giving his enemies zero time to breathe, a massive, terrifying rain of razor-sharp ice spikes suddenly forms overhead. They rain down from the sky, smashing right onto the arrogant boss monster's head. Deafening crashes echo everywhere as a barrage of heavy ice blocks brutally slam into the ground, triggering massive freezing explosions. Realizing he is completely outmatched, the terrifying overlord Lion King and his pack desperately dive into a glowing purple portal to escape. They pop back out on a distant icy cliff edge. They frantically look around for their target, completely terrified when they cannot spot their prey anywhere. But way up high in the sky, Si Chen raises his glowing bone, chilling white hand. He smirks, delivering their death sentence. Now that you fools are trapped in my attack range, it is over. The massive lion boss looks up. Its pupils shrink in pure terror, a cold drop of sweat rolling down its face. Right above them, Sai Chen has already charged up an absolutely massive blinding sphere of pure freezing ice energy. It glows like a deep blue sun, the ultimate cloud mage super ice bomb staring down like a true apex predator watching his cornered prey. Sai Chen's face looks more terrifying than ever before. He roars at them. You monsters have absolutely nowhere left to hide anymore. Completely helpless and desperate, the giant beast opens its massive jaws and screeches loudly. Then, without any hesitation, the colossal ice bomb violently crashes down. It triggers a blinding blue explosion that instantly swallows the entire area. A terrifying freezing shockwave violently sweeps through everything in its path, completely destroying the battlefield and leaving behind a deadly silence. Once the heavy smoke finally clears, we see the Overlord Lion and its entire pack frozen solid. They are completely trapped inside gigantic razor-sharp blocks of solid magic ice. They cannot move an inch. But the fight is not over yet. A system screen flashes a bright purple light. Sai Chen pulls. Another insanely fast, violent class swap. Class change fully complete. This time, our main character aggressively transforms into a heavily armored, brutal berserker warrior. The thick chains around his neck rattle wildly. With his glowing blue eyes full of pure rage, he dives down. This absolute chaos on floor one of the Devil Tower. He snarls, showing off sharp fangs as insane killing intent explodes outward. It ends right now. Falling straight from the sky, Si Chen unloads a devastating strike supercharged with violent purple lightning smashing right into the frozen monsters. Star Warrior Tier 3 Gravity Smash, Supermass Mode activated. The frozen ground completely cracks apart as terrifying gravity pressure crushes the thick ice, brutally grinding the bodies of the entire lion pack into millions of tiny bloody pieces. They scatter all across the pure white snow. A fitting end for these arrogant hunters. The boss monster's giant head slowly melts into thick black smoke, vanishing into thin air with a final system notification destroyed. As the dust finally clears out, it reveals the massive purple corpse of the boss monster lying completely motionless on the freezing earth. As Si Chen casually drops his battle stance, a system screen instantly pops up. A brilliant golden light celebrates his victory. Level up to 24, Si Chen is getting stronger. Awesome loot drops too. 4 Phantom Lion King bones and 1 Phantom Lion King heart. Our guy stands right in the golden glow looking absolutely badass. Right above the tattered corpse of the boss monster, a glowing red notification drops down, indicating that the sweet loot is ready to be devoured. Without a single second of hesitation, Si Chen spreads his arms wide. His hand glows with a blinding magical light as he activates his wild absorption skill on the fallen beast at his feet. His eyes flash a dangerous glowing red color. Thrusting his glowing hand forward to dominate the monster, he coldly spits out his words. Now tell me, what exactly is your hidden class system anyway? Answering his demand, a surge of dark evil purple energy bursts right out of the dead corpse, aggressively twisting turning in the air like actual hellfire. This ghostly energy is quickly sucked straight into the vortex, swirling completely out of control as it crashes right into Sai Chen's open palm. In just a blink of an eye, the entire glowing red energy stream gets fully absorbed into his fist, leaving only a few faint sparks behind. A glowing bright pink and purple class card magically appears right in front of his eyes, showing insanely detailed stats. Get this, the Phantom Lion King has the Stellar Beast Tamer class, and right next to that is the Beast Contract skill panel. The Spirit Contract allows him to forcefully bind any wild beast carrying a certain base chance to tame it as a loyal pet. The higher the user's threat level, the higher the success rate. But there is a huge catch. If the master dies, the beast dies too. He also gets the Stellar Orbit Jump skill, which burns mental energy to instantly teleport. Alright, you and I are witnessing something crazy. Sai Chen just stares at his newly looted card. He raises an eyebrow, clearly amused. A Beast Tamer class, that is a brand new one for me. Memories of the last battle flash through his mind. Suddenly, the enemy's cowardly tactics make total sense to him now. No wonder it completely refused to fight him head-on. Its base stats were absolute trash, relying entirely on something else. It needed its contracted beasts to deal the real damage. He remembers the lionesses warping in and out of nowhere, using those portals. Honestly, he has to respect the skill. That spatial teleportation ability is actually pretty overpowered. Si Chen narrows his eyes, already plotting his next move. He figures he could just force a contract on a beast, but that requires intense intimidation to pull off. Looks like getting a new pet is going to demand some seriously ruthless methods. Just as he says that, the silent, snowy space around him suddenly cracks open, shattering completely like broken glass. He frowns immediately, on high alert. Well then. The whole environment around him just shifted in the blink of an eye. The snow completely vanishes, replaced by a massive raging desert sandstorm. Si Chen stands completely alone in a sea of yellow sand. He wonders, is this the real layout of the Demon Tower's first floor? Right ahead, the massive ribcage of a giant beast lies half buried in the swirling sand. It gives off a super chilling and totally desolate vibe. What exactly happened here anyway? Staring off into the distance, he spots a brilliant orange and red beam of light shooting straight up into the desert sky. Getting closer, a swirling pillar of light reveals itself like a massive spatial portal. He mutters, the door to the second floor is finally here. But just as he is about to step forward, from deep inside the dark hollows of that giant skeleton comes a weak, childish growl, followed by glowing bright pink eyes. Instantly, his razor-sharp assassin instincts kick right into high gear. Sai Chen flinches slightly, his sharp gaze snapping right behind him. He spins around, staring suspiciously toward the noise, toward the rotting ribcage making those weird sounds. Tucked inside those massive bones is a tiny, super fluffy lion cub. With big pink eyes, it bares its tiny fangs at him. Its little body is tightly bound by glowing chains of light. Si Chen relaxes his face, an amused smirk appearing on his lips. There's actually a lone lion cub left behind here. Looks like this little guy is the very last one. Without a single word, he instantly channels his energy. A brilliant golden lightning sword materializes right back into his hand. He takes slow, deliberate steps toward the ancient bones. He silently analyzes the situation in his head. He already killed the Lion King, yet this little brat hasn't vanished at all. Which basically means it was never a contracted beast of that boss. Closing in on the growling, super defensive creature, he takes a closer look. He zeroes in on the starlight chains wrapped tightly around its tiny body. Was it actually imprisoned here by the Phantom Lion King itself? Suddenly, remembering the harsh requirement for capturing a beast contract, intense intimidation, Sai Chen's expression instantly goes totally dark and dangerous. His golden eyes flare with pure malice and wild lightning erupts around him. He transforms into the ultimate terrifying evil deity. Overwhelmed by that heavy bloodlust and his complete villain persona, the poor cub's pupils shrink in sheer terror. Its eyes widen in absolute panic, its entire body trembling uncontrollably. Giving it zero time to recover, Sai Chen swings his lightning sword straight down. He shatters the bone cage as a show of force. The terrified cub jumps, hugging its head and dropping flat on the sand, tail tucked. Seeing the pathetic, cowering state of the little creature, Si Chen's intense killing intent instantly vanishes. He shoots it a simple sideways glance and casually says, "All right, then I will give you your freedom back." The cub looks up in total confusion, staring blankly at his tall back as he walks away across the sand. His voice drifts back calmly. "This place definitely isn't your real home, is it?" A faint, bitter smile suddenly touches Sai Chen's face. His eyes lower slightly, almost like he is remembering some deeply painful past. "Losing your kind, your home destroyed. I know that feeling all too well." Total silence covers the endless desert space. The fluffy white cub with big pink eyes just blinks right at him. It stays perfectly quiet, not making a single sound. Si Chen's figure slowly walks toward that glowing red teleport, pillar. He leaves behind some final advice for the tiny creature. It is going to be incredibly lonely, but at least you still have to keep living. Time for me to hit the next floor. But right as he turns to leave, a bright pink system screen suddenly pops up. And guys, this is where it gets crazy. It reads, Beast Contract Request Received. When the target initiates the contract, capture success rate is 100%. Passive skills unlocked ×2. Passive 1. After signing, the contract beast attributes are massively boosted. All experience gained by the contracted beast will be shared equally with the master. Passive number 2. After signing, if the beast ever faces extreme danger, the master can directly access its real-time vision. His footsteps halt. Si-Chen looks back, totally stunned. Sweat rolls down his cheek. You and I definitely didn't see that coming. All right, you and I are watching a wild system Manhwa unfold. He hears a noise, turns around, and spots a tiny lion cub sitting on the sand, wagging its tail. A status window floats right above its furry head. Contract available. The Lion King, Leo, is requesting a master contract with you. Do you? Except Si-Chen blinks at the adorable little creature squinting up at him. Our assassin just raises an eyebrow and asks just to be absolutely sure if it really wants to follow him. The cub replies with a tiny but completely determined bark. Roar instantly. Si-Chen's face gets dead serious. He turns around, standing tall right in front of the blazing fiery portal. His voice drops into a stern warning, telling it that from here on out he will conquer every single floor of this devil tower. Step by step, the higher they climb, the more brutal the monsters will get. He stares directly into the cub's innocent pink eyes, making sure his harsh voice makes it truly understand the danger. He asked if it is truly ready because it could get heavily injured or even lose its life out there. Without backing down at all, the tiny lion opens its little mouth and lets out a determined roar as an answer. Roar. A slight smile tugs at Si-Chen's lips. His dark eyes soften with total approval. He understands. In a flash, his pupils glow brightly with the pink star symbol of the Beast Tamer class. Pure magical energy explodes all around him as he boldly declares his acceptance of the contract. A blinding pillar of light instantly engulfs the entire area. The system screen rapid fires. Confirmation text. Lion King Leo contract successfully established. Star Beast Master unlocked. Strength, speed, stamina, and luck parameters are all fully displayed. Elemental power and spirit energy are active. Spirit contract allows forcing a pact with a beast, capturing it with a specific success rate to become a bonded pet. The stronger the user's pressure, the higher the success chance. But here is the catch. If the master dies, the contracted beast dies too. Passive skill unlocked boosts the pet's attributes, and any experience points it gains get split evenly with the master. Beast Servant Star Orbit Leap active consumes spirit power to teleport directly right next to the contracted beast or summon the beast right to the user's side. Another passive, the master gains the pet's direct vision if it ever faces danger or gets injured. Passive skill fully activated. The heavy tension in the air vanishes in a split second. Si-Chen breaks into a huge, bright smile, giving a thumbs up behind his back. Meanwhile, the little lion cub is bouncing around in the air, absolutely thrilled. All right, then, time to get moving. Master and disciple stride confidently together right toward that swirling, violently blazing storm portal. Our main character makes sure to warn his new disciple. He tells it to protect itself while he does all the heavy fighting. The chubby lion waddles happily right behind him, obediently barking back. Roar. He steps fully into the swirling pillar of light, his body sinking into a brilliant magma-like energy, mentally preparing for whatever trial awaits on the next floor. A blinding beam of light strikes his sharp face. Si-Chen narrows his eyes, scanning this brand new environment. A blistering wave of heat immediately slams against his skin. The sight before him is an absolutely massive underground canyon. Boiling magma pours down like gigantic, terrifying waterfalls everywhere. It dyes the whole space blood red, looking exactly like a living hell. Sweat pours heavily down his deeply frowning face. Si-Chen lets out a heavy breath quickly, wiping away a rolling bead of sweat. Phew, he mutters that he feels like melting away at any second. Meanwhile, the tiny scarred lion cub crawls right to the cliff edge, tilting its little head to look down at the churning magma below, a massive question mark popping up over its head. Ignoring the intense heat, Si-Chen takes a long step forward, deep in thought as he walks. The cub startles clumsily, scrambling to keep up right behind him. He wonders what demonic thing they will face on this floor. Now pay close attention. Right as he speaks, a pure white light explodes, violently engulfing the entire space. Si-Chen's face completely freezes. His pupils dilate to the max. In the very next horrifying split second, his solid body is suddenly pierced by an invisible, overwhelming force. It blows a massive hole right through his chest, destroying his organs. Fresh blood sprays into the air. Absolute utter shock is permanently etched onto his face. His eyes bulge in disbelief. His brain cannot even process the blinding pain before death takes him instantly. The horrific scene shatters. Our guy violently jerks awake. On a soft, comfortable mattress, cold sweat completely drenches his forehead. His heavy, ragged breathing gets completely caught in his throat. His eyes are still trembling from that ultra-realistic life and death experience. Si-Chen shivers, grabbing his chest as he mutters in pure terror. He was killed in the blink of an eye. He did not even get a glimpse of that monster's shadow. Just what kind of terrifying power was that? He bows his head low, his sharp features sinking into the dark shadows with an incredibly tense, heavy gaze. What the heck is the monster on the second floor, right when the vibe is drowning in the Devil Tower's lingering horror? His younger sister's familiar, cheerful voice rings out from outside his bedroom door, completely snapping him out of his dark thoughts. His sister calls him out to eat breakfast. Soft morning sunlight perfectly illuminates the kitchen. On the table sits a steaming bowl of golden ramen alongside a super eye-catching plate of fresh fruit salad. Si-Chen picks up a massive chopstick full of noodles, his eyes sparkling with absolute joy. Chewing with his mouth full, he happily declares that this breakfast is basically a royal feast. While her older brother takes it easy, his little sister, Si-Yoon, is rushing behind him, biting into some toast while grabbing her backpack. She makes sure to nag him, "Brother, remember to wash the dishes when you finish eating, and in 30 minutes hang up the laundry left inside the washing machine." Mid-bite, Si-Chen turns around to watch his little sister frantically slipping on her shoes. Curious, he asks, "Si-Yoon, where are you heading in such a rush? Didn't summer break just start?" The girl replies without missing a beat, "It is for my summer part-time job." Hearing this, Si-Chen pokes his head out of the kitchen doorway, a mix of shock and total worry on his face. "Huh, I told you to just leave all the money issues to me." Si-Yoon turns back around and flashes a super bright smile, winking playfully at her older brother. "My big brother has already climbed straight up to the top, so there is no way this little sister can fall behind. Plus, sitting at home all summer long would be completely boring, right?" The heavy front door slams shut with a loud bang, leaving her cheerful voice echoing behind. "I am heading out, remember to do the chores." Si-Chen is just left standing there, completely speechless and confused. The scene shifts over to the kitchen sink where cold, running water washes away the stubborn stains on the leftover plates. Next up, you and I get to see our main character obediently hanging every single shirt onto the drying rack soaked in the warm morning sunlight. Standing right in the middle of this sunlit room, Si-Chen's sharp features suddenly soften into a really gentle expression. He quietly whispers, "Si-Yoon has always been exactly like this." Resting on the table is a small photo frame capturing the bright smiles of both siblings. Si-Chen affectionately thinks to himself, "That girl always lives with such wild courage and fierce determination no matter how bad things get. She is honestly still just a kid. Yet whenever he is around her, he actually feels like he is the one being taken care of." He slumps right down next to the small table, his eyes quietly staring at that treasured family photo with so much love. But this warm, peaceful atmosphere does not last very long at all. Suddenly, a pitch-dark vision flashes straight through his mind, a terrifying place where the giant, shadowy figure of a twisted tentacle monster is violently writhing around. He knows that once he finishes everything at school, he has to go face the rampaging demon lord. He will not be able to stay by Si-Yoon's side much longer. Her bright smiling face zooms right into his mind, instantly stirring up a deep, heavy wave of total uneasiness inside him. She is the absolute only person in this world he truly worries about. Suddenly, Si-Chen's pupils shoot wide open. A totally crazy idea sparks through his brain, making him shout out loud. "Wait a minute." He presses a hand against his forehead, closes his eyes, and carefully calculates his next move. Maybe he can actually pull this off. In a split second, Si-Chen's eyes flash with a glowing pink star symbol. A pitch-black magical space circle suddenly tears open, right in midair, dropping a tiny white, fluffy lion cub with a loud thud onto the floor. Just witnessing this absolute surreal magic trick unfold, his mouth drops wide open in total shock, literally sweating from the hype. He hurriedly drops down to his knees, staring intently right at the tiny beast as it confusedly scratches its head. His voice rings out with pure joy. He actually successfully summoned a contract beast from the Nightmare Demon Tower. But man, that joy is extremely short-lived. This little lion cub immediately shows off its wild, curious nature. It jumps straight up onto the sofa, pouncing right onto the tissue box, ripping it to shreds and scattering paper everywhere like a tiny tornado. Completely ignoring the chaos, Si-Chen slowly lifts the Peep Lion King class card to get a better look, smirking with total pride. At this rate, he can just let Leo follow Si-Yoon around while he is away. He will instantly know the exact moment she is in any danger and can rush right to her side. Inside his head, he paints a perfect scenario of his sister happily petting her new companion, a confident smile blooming on his face. Si-yoon has loved dogs and cats since childhood. If it is a tiny lion, he is absolutely sure she will accept it easily. But before he can even finish that thought, a massive crashing noise echoes violently straight out of the kitchen, completely shattering the older brother's little daydream. Si-chen jumps in shock, poking his head right through the door, framed to peek inside his face, completely utterly speechless. A downright terrifying scene waits for him. That innocent little lion cub is now sitting completely majestically on top of a massive pile of shattered plates scattered all over the floor and sink. He sighs warily, muttering, "Yeah, I am totally sure she can absolutely accept this mess." Later that exact same day, a fiery red sunset starts falling over the city, dyeing the tangled web of power lines into a deep crimson evening glow. Now you and I need to watch closely. Down in an empty alleyway, a security camera is suddenly blown apart by thick black lightning. It explodes violently into sparks. Under the flickering streetlights, an old man with a brutally battered, blood-soaked body is trembling as he backs away, tightly gripping his shattered weapon. He stammers out a pathetic plea, begging the thing to stay far away from him. Towering ominously over him is a horrific monster flexing pitch-black claws that are literally burning with crimson hellfire. The old man looks up, his eyes filled with absolute utter despair. "What the hell even are you?" Without a single word, the shadow swings a ruthless, merciless slash, tearing straight through the air and completely severing the man's left arm in a flash. Fresh blood sprays everywhere as the flesh-tearing pain instantly hits him. The old man screams out in pure agony, tears and blood pouring down his face as he completely helplessly roars. Finally, his pupils dilate to their absolute limit, clearly reflecting the terrifying image of a burning, raging demon standing right in front of him. "What kind of monstrous freak are you?" Instantly glowing cords of bright white energy shoot out, tightly wrapping around his beaten body and dragging him violently up into midair. A deadly system panel brutally appears, coldly ending his life. Status devouring. Loading. Now you and I are shifting gears right back to the port reality of the city streets, where a bus just pulled away, dropping Si-yoon off at her stop. After an absolutely exhausting day at her job, she carries 2 plastic bags, walking unsteadily. Her face is totally flushed from fatigue as she sighs and complains. "Phew, finally off the clock. There is just way too much." Alright, let's dive into this wild system story. Buying milk tea during summer break is absolutely exhausting. We see Si-yoon slowly walking away. She completely ignores the security camera that got smashed earlier, just happily muttering to herself, wondering if her older brother is actually going to like this new flavor. But then the empty alley gets eerily quiet. Her footsteps echo endlessly into the fading sunset. Something is definitely wrong. Suddenly, a freezing chill runs straight down her spine. Si-yoon stops dead in her tracks. She whips around to look. Her eyes widen, totally on guard now. And right on cue, a deep, incredibly creepy voice echoes out from the thick, hiding shadows. "You finally made it." The scene suddenly shifts to this bizarre glowing field of bright red roses. It looks absolutely terrifying. The weird voice keeps talking like a trap has just been sprung. "You are finally here." And right at that exact moment, this ridiculous, slick-back rich kid blocks Si-yoon. He is holding a massive bouquet of red roses, confidently waving at her. He speaks in this terribly flirty voice, "I have been waiting for you." This creep is Jin Duoksan, some spoiled kid from the local high school. She just stands there looking completely speechless. Meanwhile, this arrogant Jin guy keeps blabbering on and on as he walks closer. He says she left school too fast last time and missed his date offer. But do not worry, he rented out the entire top floor. That fancy Zifeng building, yeah, he booked it. Si-yoon is not having it. Her face drops into total disgust as she glares at him. She hits him with a razor-sharp stare. "How do you know I live around here?" The guy just smirks, brushing back his perfectly styled hair. He tilts his chin up, looking incredibly smug. "Hey, my dad is the director of the #1 hospital in the city, you know. Using a few connections to track you down was painfully easy." Si-yoon does not even want to hear another word. She turns right around. She starts walking away immediately, dropping a brutally cold reality check right on him. "We are from 2 completely different worlds. Do not ever look for me again." But suddenly, the guy is furiously shouting at her. His face is completely twisted in pure annoyance, his fingers tightly gripping the girl's arm like a total creep. "Do you have any idea how hard it was to rent an entire floor at Zifeng Tower? I even went ahead and invited all my friends. If you do not show up, that is a massive slap in the face to me." But Si-yoon, she is absolutely fearless. Si-yoon shoots him an absolutely deadly glare, snapping back without missing a beat. "Why on earth should I respect you? Besides, Do you not realize that creeping around outside my house like this makes you a total psycho getting blasted right to his face? Jin completely loses his cool. He steps back, flashing this incredibly creepy forced smile. Psycho, just who do you think you are? I bend over backward to treat you right and you just throw it all back in my face. The guy totally snaps. Pure unchecked madness takes over completely. His face contorts into pure, ugly rage, practically glowing red with absolute terrifying fury. He grits his teeth so incredibly hard and actually growls out a threat. You really think I cannot completely ruin you in under 3 minutes? And to answer that disgusting little threat, Si-yoon instantly lunges forward. Boom, she delivers an absolutely massive headbutt straight into the bridge of his nose, creating a sickeningly loud crack. Jin drops to the floor like a sack of bricks, clutching his heavily bleeding nose in pure agony. Those insanely expensive roses scattered all over the pavement. Meanwhile, she just stands there holding her groceries, looking down at him with absolute disgust. Honestly, you should probably go get your brain scanned at your daddy's hospital. She turns on her heel, looking completely fed up. But she still drops one last absolutely brutal parting shot. Do not ever bother me again. You just completely ruined my mood for the entire day. After that wild street drama, the scene shifts. We are looking at a cozy lit-up window of a totally normal apartment where Xiaoyong drags herself inside feeling heavy. But the second she steps through that front door, every single bit of her stress just completely vanishes. She scoops up this incredibly fluffy white baby lion right into the air. Her eyes basically turn into giant sparkling hearts. Oh my gosh, she hugs the tiny fur ball tight against her chest, rubbing her cheek against it. Smiling huge, Si-yoon whips around to ask her brother, seriously, where did you find such a ridiculously cute magical beast? Si-chan is just chilling on the couch watching his sister completely lose her mind. He takes a slow sip of water. His name is Leo. From now on, you are his main caretaker. Yoon grabs Leo, hugging him tight against her chest, totally hyped. Wow, can I actually keep a little lion? She asks, already petting her new furry baby. She tilts her head, super curious. Wait, I thought only fully grown male lions were supposed to grow a mane. Leo is so tiny, but his mane is already so long. Seeing his sister's huge happy smile, Si-chen just rests his chin on his hand, smiling softly. He listens to little Yoon happily chattering away in the background. Whatever, who cares? Tomorrow I am going straight to get a magical beast license. We need to get little Leo officially registered right away. Watching them, Si-chen feels a deep, rare sense of total peace washing over him. He thinks to himself, it looks like little Yoon really loves Leo. At least from now on, he will not have to worry about her being home alone. Right when this perfect cozy moment settles in the phone in Si-chen's hand suddenly vibrates with a sharp buzz. It is signaling that a brand new notification just arrived. He immediately looks away from his sister's happy face, drops his head down slightly, and completely focuses on checking his screen. He checks his phone screen. The email text is crystal clear. It's a formal notice from the Guild's Supervision Bureau delivered right at 8:12 p.m. June 18th, Year 7. Greetings. Following a very thorough review process by our bureau, the application that you submitted has been officially approved. Reading this, Si-chen silently celebrates the victory. Finally, his guild application has actually been approved. Now his master plan can move forward. You and I both know what happens next. His gaze turns sharp as a blade. The fire of pure battle lust erupts in his glowing red eyes for the upcoming trial. Next up, he absolutely needs to secure a massive win in the decisive ranking match happening 6 days from now. Those 6 days fly by in a flash. The scene shifts to a dense, overgrown forest, sunlight piercing right through the thick canopy. A location alert pops up: Sector 15-10 out in the green forest outskirts. They stand tall in front of a swirling spatial vortex, radiating this intense, bright green light. The bespectacled head examiner sporting a perfectly neat mustache clears his throat and speaks with total authority. Ahem, attention, you two candidates for the decisive ranking match. I will now announce the full details of your evaluation. Overlooking the massive testing ground, the examiner's voice booms clearly, addressing both of our male students and the other proctors. Following a very thorough discussion, the school board has officially decided that this crucial decisive ranking match will take place directly inside the Wild Demon Cave out in the Green Forest. Advanced equipment surveys have already confirmed that this Wild Demon Cave sits firmly at D rank. Si-chen and Gong Ding stand tall side by side, hands shoved casually in their pockets, giving off totally opposite vibes. Yet both remain intensely focused, listening to the battle rules. As agreed upon beforehand, you two will both be evaluated inside the exact same demon cave. Still, the strict examiner definitely does not forget to heavily emphasize the absolutely extreme risk level of this specific test. Even so, the internal environment of any wild demon cave remains completely mysterious. The risk here is drastically higher compared to those standard controlled demon caves used for the Academy's regular daily tests. Because of that, we have officially mobilized 3 elite senior members from the legendary Guild Raid team of the East Sin Nation. They will act as your accompanying examiners. The images of these 3 hardcore veteran experts suddenly flash majestically across the large display screen. The examiner clearly outlines their core mission. These 3 pros will closely shadow both of our young candidates straight into the demon cave. They will not just provide vital protection, but will actually score you in real time based purely on your individual performance out there. Alongside them are the detailed ability profiles for all 3 experts. First is Ivan from the Empire Guild, a C-rank Flora Singer system. Then Caillou from the Divine Eye Guild, a C-rank Nuclear Shooter system. And finally, Yudasato from the Silver Wind Guild, a C-rank Star Warrior system. Pointing directly at the big screen, the strict examiner continues to speak clearly, dialing up the pressure. Your final test results will be completely decided by the official scores, handed out by these veteran examiners. Meanwhile, you and I can see Gong Lin adjusting his sunglasses elsewhere. He smirks, flashing a truly malicious, calculating smile, secretly planning his next move. These 3 so-called examiners better do exactly what they are paid to do and make absolutely sure everything gets handled smoothly without leaving behind a single trace. Inside a ridiculously luxurious VIP suite, Gong Lin turns around, looking completely subservient as he nervously questions the man sitting so casually, legs crossed on the expensive sofa. Vice President Gay, your official business schedule here in the East Zin Nation was supposed to wrap up 2 entirely full days ago. Yet you are still hanging around here. What exactly is the real reason for that, Vice President? G just slightly shifts his gaze. The corners of his mouth curl up into this cunning, deeply mysterious smirk. He calmly replies, what could possibly be more entertaining than the wild events unfolding right here? Back out in that dense forest, Sai Chen and Gong Ding are still standing side by side. Both of their faces exude pure, icy coldness and absolute focus. They are completely ready for this brutal battle. Meanwhile, Ji just strokes his chin. His eyes light up with this intense, almost hungry expectation. It has truly been so many years since I last witnessed a real duel between absolute prodigies like this. It really is something worth looking forward to. Back at the actual test site, the head examiner raises his hand high, pointing straight at that creepy, swirling energy vortex, his voice echoing loudly. I officially announce the start of the National Awakener University's test. This is the class of 2157's final graduation combat test, the ultimate one-on-one decisive ranking match. 2 icy dagger-like glares from these massive rivals instantly cross in the air. Their names are called out with absolute authority. Si Chen versus Gong Ding. With one final decisive shout from the proctor, strict examiner officially kicks things off. Let the match begin. The 2 teenagers take steady, confident steps forward, proudly marching right into the eerie demon cave entrance, which is practically glowing with power. Si Chen's body slowly vanishes into that strange stream of bright green light. He keeps his expression completely ice-cold, totally unfazed. He is more than ready to face whatever darkness waits inside. The second they step through that crazy teleportation space, both of them immediately land on these massive withered roots of some ancient tree. The atmosphere surrounding them is insanely gloomy. It is an absolutely bone-chilling, totally unsettling vibe coming from this alien world. Si Chen turns his head just slightly. His glowing red eyes lock onto Gong Ding, who is sullenly gripping his sleek katana, marching right behind him. The 3 veteran examiners step through the portal right after them. The female shooter Ku quickly scans the rough terrain, immediately pointing out that there are dead trees absolutely everywhere. This definitely looks like some kind of plant-based demon cave. Standing right behind them, the heavy-set guy Yudasato pulls out a pack of cigarettes. He offers one up to Ivan, who quickly waves it off. Hey man, we are literally proctoring a test here. The cameras are still rolling, you know. But here is where you and I need to pay attention. Si Chen's chest armor suddenly flashes with blazing red warning lights. A deadly danger is approaching. Something deadly is lurking nearby. Si Chen's pupils instantly shrink as a barrage of extreme danger warning symbols flashes right before his eyes. The warnings flood his vision, making his normally calm face tense up. Blinding red system panels just keep popping up one after another. High risk alert, a highly dangerous monster has been detected. The young assassin quietly calculates his odds, realizing this is the very first time he has ever seen his devil heart issue a warning like this. He keeps his cool on the outside, but his mind is racing. Si Chen narrows his eyes. Seriously, his devil heart has never triggered such an intense threat level before. But then almost out of nowhere, those blinding red lights that just flared up completely vanish into thin air. He frowns in confusion, realizing the massive system warning just disappeared as fast as it showed up. Looking up at the massive dead tree tearing through the dim sky, he can't help but wonder about the true difficulty of this exam. Do high-level magical beasts actually exist here? Deep inside this low-tier rank D demon cave, everything is dead silent. You and I know this setup, nothing but gray trees twisted together like giant rotting skeletons blocking the path forward. While Xichen is deep in thought, Gongding storms right past him, his face practically radiating pure killing intent. His hand grips the hilt of his sword tight while the three examiners keep their distance, trailing quietly behind them on the jagged rocks. Standing high up and observing the heavy, Yuta complains about the thick fog. Caillou immediately snaps back at her colleague with a strictly professional tone, saying they need to maintain maximum alert. They absolutely cannot let the candidates out of their sight. But right as she says that, boom, the rocky ground right next to Xichen and Gongding suddenly rips wide open, blasting debris into the air like an explosion. Erupting from the dirt, a completely hideous monster lunges straight at them for the kill. The system quickly flashes the target's stats. A poison cage ant plant shooter class. It looks like a massive mutant ant, its swollen abdomen glowing with a sickeningly bright green light. That glow screams deadly poison. Without a single second of hesitation, Gongding swings his arm back and rips his razor-sharp blade right out. Tearing through the wind, the blade flashes brilliantly as Gongding launches himself forward like a blazing arrow. His speed is just absolutely insane, aiming straight for the monster's throat. Seeing this wild display, Yuta smirks in obvious approval. He notes that Gongding's reaction time is just off the charts fast. However, Yan stands perfectly calm nearby, adding a quick reality check. The magical beasts living inside an untamed demon cave are way stronger than the practice ones back at the academy. Out here, these things are 1,000 times more brutal and deadly. Right on cue, the monster twists its body in midair, curling its massive abdomen to spew out a nasty wave of glowing green liquid. A corrosive poison shot straight from a plant shooter. But even with highly toxic acid raining from the sky, Gongding just roars out, swinging his blazing orange sword in a rapid cross slash. He literally cuts the incoming wave of deadly poison into harmless little glowing drops. Using that momentum, he charges in. With just one single clean diagonal strike, Gongding viciously cleaves the giant ant beast right in half. A perfectly executed fatal hit. Nasty green blood violently sprays through the air as the massive monster's body splits entirely in two. The lower half slams heavily onto the dry, rocky ground, splashing even more toxic slime everywhere. But Gongding isn't done yet. With a fierce, piercing glare, he dashes right back into the fight. Swinging his heavy sword now glowing with blinding golden energy, he easily punches right through the tough armor shell, pinning the giant ant straight through the chest as it violently thrashes around. Riding that momentum, Gongding leaps high into the air, channeling absolutely every ounce of his power for a devastating finishing move. Nuclear Warrior Sword Strike. A massive blinding explosion of pure fire totally erupts completely, swallowing the monster's corpse and lighting up this entire section of the dark forest. Meanwhile, the three examiners just watch silently from afar. The female examiner, Caillou, gently tips her cowboy hat as a green holographic scoreboard flashes a perfect 10. She instantly delivers her expert breakdown. By landing a strike the absolute second that monster showed up, he completely shut down its entire ambush strategy right out the gate, totally neutralizing its ranged attacks in a flash. Battlefield reflexes, 10 points. Adding to the praise, the chain-smoking examiner Ivan also chimes in, locking in a perfect score with an approving nod. He points out how instantly finding and severing the monster's long-range poison line was brilliant. The kid completely shut the beast down. Combat logic, 10 points. Now you and I know this was clean, and Yuta totally agrees, flashing a massive grin. To round out this streak of perfect scores, Yuta loves that he threw out that final blow without a single ounce of hesitation, destroying the target in literally one hit. Finishing ability gets 10 points. Down below, Gongding slowly slides his sword back into its scabbard, looking incredibly cool. The high praise just keeps echoing through the trees. His positioning, his crowd control, and that devastating finisher, every single move was executed with the absolute precision of a master surgeon's scalpel. Even against a wild, highly aggressive rank D monster from an untamed demon cave, pulling off something this flawless and keeping that cool, decisive mindset is genuinely way too impressive for just a student. However, Yuta's attention doesn't linger for long. It quickly shifts right over to a silhouette casually strolling in the distance. Yeah, it's the other candidate in this exam, Xichen. In complete contrast to that intense high-stakes battle, Xichen just has his hands shoved in his pockets, strolling like he's at the mall. Yuta sighs, completely disappointed. When that giant monster popped up, this kid didn't react at all. Instead, he just casually wandered around the danger zone like an absolute tourist. His performance is honestly just a miserable failure. But stick with me here, standing not too far away, Gong Ding shoots a sharp, calculating glance. All right, you and I are about to witness something insane. Looking down on Si Chen with absolute disgust. Meanwhile, up in the VIP observation room, a massive monitor was broadcasting Si Chen taking a casual stroll. The vice president and his subordinates kept their eyes glued to his every single move. The guy casually took a sip of tea, tilting his head to ask the old man in the white suit standing right behind him, Yuan Long, what? Do you think Si Chen is looking for? A mysterious smile curved on Yuan Long's face. His eyes flashed with the sharp instincts of a true veteran. I bet he is searching for exactly that. Right at that very moment, Si Chen stomped his foot down hard onto a massive twisted pile of creepy roots sticking out of the ground. He stood right at the edge of a deep crater filled with those bizarre glowing roots. The answer echoed back from Yuan Long. A surefire method to secure a massive high score instantly. Suddenly, blinding yellow lightning began to spark and gather around Si Chen's right hand. He stared down into the crater, a confident smirk appearing on his face. Found it. Without wasting another breath, a gigantic pillar of lightning smashed straight down from the sky like divine punishment. It tore right through the thick layers of roots, violently crashing deep into the earth. The ground shook violently. From the bottom of the pit, a massive explosion blasted the charred remains of a giant monster high into the air. Meanwhile, Si Chen just stood there looking absolutely epic right in the middle of a sea of flames. Along with it, a whole nest of venomous ants got blown sky high. They shrieked as they were cooked by the roaring lightning. This totally unexpected turn of events had the female judge Kai Yu sweating bullets in pure panic. Her eyes went wide as she screamed. Did he seriously just charge straight in and poke a monster nest? Is he out of his mind? Those are D-tier beasts. Doing that is going to put every single person in serious danger. Gong Ding couldn't hide his utter shock either. He whipped his head around, gritting his teeth in absolute rage. Is he planning to? Ignoring their panic, Si Chen stomped down hard, using the massive force to launch his entire body forward. He literally transformed into a blazing yellow lightning bolt shooting straight up into the sky. That familiar skill activated instantly, Lightning Assassin Rapid. Strike fast as a real lightning bolt. Si Chen's silhouette dashed wildly through the air. He completely ripped apart the defense of those monsters stuck in freefall. His electric blade swung out, leaving behind blinding slashes in the air. He zigzagged without a single pause, shredding every single ant that crossed his path. He even used the falling beasts as actual stepping stones, stomping on their heads to bounce around endlessly. It literally created a terrifying crisscrossing web of deadly lightning strikes right up there in the sky. After that insanely epic performance, Si Chen landed as lightly as a feather. His crackling sword dropped to his side while the monsters behind him just exploded into a million pieces. Beast chunks rained down like a terrifying shower of creepy green blood. The assassin casually stuffed his hands in his pockets, coldly turning his back on the total destruction he just caused. The trio of judges stood frozen on the cliff. The chubby guy Yuta pushed his glasses down. Sweating profusely with a stunned face, he stammered, barely making a sound. What the heck did he just do? Watching Si Chen take a casual stroll through raining monster bits, Yuta nervously gulped. He just could not believe it. The report clearly stated he was only a tier, so how in the world did he just somehow jump tiers and completely slaughter a whole pack of D-tier monsters? Is he seriously this overpowered? Suddenly, the mood got incredibly awkward. The judges huddled together, sweating buckets as they tried to find an excuse. How exactly are we supposed to justify this whole situation? Since his performance was so insanely spectacular, we seriously do not have any valid excuse to give this candidate a low score. They whispered back and forth, secretly plotting. Let's just claim his actions were way too reckless, or maybe say his combat style is honestly just way too repetitive. Watching his biggest rival show off that ridiculous power, Gong Ding's face went completely dark. He ground his teeth, glaring at his opponent while spitting out his words. Back in the VIP room, the vice president threw his head back and laughed like a maniac. He happily munched on some chips while dishing out the praise. Ha ha ha, you honestly hit the nail right on the head with that. The old man rested his chin on his hand, his eyes glued to the screen with absolute hype, thrilled to witness such a spectacular skill clash right at the very start of the exam. This is fun, incredibly fun. I honestly wonder how Gong Ding is going to respond next. Meanwhile, a hand was clenched so tight the veins were practically popping out, forcefully burying the boiling rage and jealousy deep inside his chest. Stick with me, this is where it gets wild. Suddenly, the live broadcast of Si Chen glitched out violently. It flashed with a fatal red text, warning signal lost. This unexpected error made the vice president frown. In total confusion, he turned to ask an equally bewildered Yuan Long. Why is the signal flickering again at the exact same time? At 1600 hours outside the demon cave, a tech guy was sweating bullets, furiously typing away. He was surrounded by A ton of blazing red error panels flashing constantly around the green dimensional gate. The main control monitor suddenly blinked a blinding red light, displaying a massive warning for abnormal signals. Meanwhile, the system interface kept violently glitching out, as the blue-tier demon cave icon tragically plummeted down to 23%. And it did not stop there. The entire system seemed to literally evaporate from the servers as the screen turned a terrifying blood red. Then a giant glaring question mark popped up on screen. Alright, let's jump right into the madness. The screen flashes. Signal strength plummets straight to 0%, flashing that familiar warning abnormal signal. The tech guy is sweating absolute bullets right now. He stares completely frozen at the device in his hands, his face locked in a look of pure, unadulterated panic. Absolute horror, like he just saw a ghost in broad daylight. Completely losing whatever cool he had left, he whips around to look at his co-workers right behind him, waving his arms frantically and screaming in total despair. Seriously, what on earth is happening inside this demon cave right now? Meanwhile, out at the entrance, that bright green spatial gate nestled right between the sharp, jagged cliffs is still just spinning away, maintaining its swirling energy vortex. But then suddenly, the green light just completely shuts off like someone literally yanked the plug, leaving behind a pitch-black void filled with flickering blue lightning. The bald staff member's eyes practically bulge right out of his head. The entrance, it disappeared. Back inside the battlefield, Sai Chen suddenly freezes in his tracks. A brilliant pinkish-red demonic aura starts burning violently right around the edges of his ears and eyes, pulsing along to this super creepy, eerie melody echoing through the air. His eyes narrow on high alert. His pupils instantly shrink the second he recognizes just how deadly and familiar this exact melody really is. He silently thinks that voice. A pair of sharp, star-shaped, blood-red eyes tearing right through the pitch-black darkness suddenly flashes into his mind. This presence, carrying a truly terrifying amount of pressure, confirms his worst fears. That voice belongs exactly to the Demon King of Wrath. Meanwhile, outside at 4 p.m., the staff are literally standing frozen like statues right in front of the empty entrance. Some are grabbing their heads, totally losing it, screaming that the cave entrance is completely gone. Others are frantically mashing on their keyboards, trying to report it. We still have no clue what's going on. The system just threw a massive signal error. Seeing everything spiral way out of control, the manager angrily grits his teeth together, glaring hard while sweating a literal river. He barks an emergency order. Hurry up, call headquarters for backup right now. Did something completely disastrous already happen inside that demon cave? Back on the actual battlefield, Sai Chen is still just standing there, hands casually in his pockets, completely motionless. This is despite a crazy bizarre red energy wave that just overwhelmingly swept across the entire dried-out forest area right where Gong Ding and the Examiner squad are standing nearby. Gong Ding just frowns in pure confusion, his eyes rapidly darting all around with extreme caution. He can definitely feel this massive invisible pressure dropping right onto them. And honestly, even the veteran Examiner trio totally can't hide how tense they are. The heavyset guy Yuta breaks into a cold sweat. Lin nervously asks, "Hey, did you guys just hear that?" While Yan just chomps down on his cigarette, frowning hard. Yeah, sounded like some really weird noise. Like music. But before they can even start guessing, Si Chen's face completely hardens up. His eyes show nothing but absolute shock as the crazy reality of the situation finally hits him. This is the voice of the Demon King of Wrath. Wild questions are practically screaming inside his head as the image of those evil eyes flashes back. Why on earth is Wrath's voice echoing out here? Wasn't this guy supposed to show up like 3 whole years from now? Suddenly, a massive wave of glowing red system screens packed with literal death warnings starts popping up, flashing wildly all around Si Chen's head. Extreme danger. Corruption levels are hitting the absolute critical limit. Cold sweat starts forming on his temples. He carefully glances right over his shoulder with extreme high alert caution. The demonic heart actually triggers another incredibly loud warning inside him. There is definitely something standing directly behind him. Stretching out right in front of him is this twisted, entirely gruesome path of massive ancient tree roots tangling perfectly together, forming a pitch-black hollow. And look at this glowing blood-red footprints, radiating pure evil energy, are rhythmically stepping right toward Gong Ding. From inside that chaotic, insanely thick fog, these utterly spine-chilling giggles start echoing out loudly, literally scraping right against everyone's sensitive eardrums. A cold chill shoots down his spine. Heavy-set Yuta trembles, staring into that blurry fog. The thick beads of sweat on his forehead reflect pure, unadulterated despair. Deep inside that super thick, dense fog, these glowing pinkish-purple eyes suddenly pierce right through the darkness, making absolutely everyone's heart skip a beat. And I bet you're wondering the exact same thing there. What the hell is that monster, slowly stepping out from the shadows of death itself? this freakishly tall, incredibly lanky humanoid mantis demon fully reveals itself. Its two absolutely massive razor-sharp scythe arms are dripping with this insanely intense murderous pink-purple aura. Then its mouth lets out this totally mocking, creepy noise. Hee hee. The freakish, bizarre face of this monster stretches into a downright terrifying smile. Its wicked, cunning eyes lock completely dead straight onto the tiny little prey standing right in front of it. TCAS key. The humans totally took the bait. Watching this nightmare unfold, Yuta grabs his violently sweating head, his jaw completely dropping as he screams, in absolute pure disbelief. Wait, this damn thing can actually speak. The monster's completely massive, towering shadow just ominously looms right over the two students, while Yuta's totally desperate screams just keep echoing through the whole area. A monster that actually knows how to speak human language. Its power level has to be at least a high-tier C rank. Why on earth would a freakish nightmare like this suddenly appear inside a basic D-rank demon cave? Realizing how insanely critical things are, Yuta lets out a massive roar and charges forward, swinging his huge axe. The blade glows with pink light to block. A monster of this crazy caliber is way too dangerous for the examinees. He stomps his foot hard, straight into the ground, dropping into a heavy defensive stance and loudly barks an order. Quick, hide behind me. But unfortunately, the demon's actual speed is just way beyond their imagination. A brutal streak of light violently slashes past, ripping right through the examiner's bicep and sending fresh blood heavily spraying. Slash knocked completely backward. Yuta's arm and his heavy battle axe fly spinning into the air while that massive mantis monster just holds its terrifying blood-soaked scythe stance. And before anyone can even blink, a deadly strike, carrying a blindingly bright light, slashes violently down into the ground, moving so fast it literally tears the space apart. Caught completely off guard, the female examiner and the smoking guy stare in absolute shock, their pupils shrinking. You and I can see they are completely frozen, totally stripped of their reflexes. Just like a ruthless meat grinder, this demon spins like an absolute maniac, firing off these massive bright green energy blades all over the place, wiping out everything in its path with a deafening roar. All of you will die. A ruthless streak of light slices right through the empty air, stabbing straight into Gong Ding's chest. Crimson blood sprays out instantly, splashing out and dyeing his entire uniform red while he stands there in pure, total shock. Having finished its brutal little greeting, the giant mantis monster leans down, its eerie purple and pink eyes flashing with the twisted joy of a hunter, sealing the deal with a cold die right here. Bone-chilling absolute agony hits him instantly, and Gong Ding grits his teeth hard. Veins pop out all over his forehead as a bitter, choked-up groan escapes his throat. But then the very next second, Gong Ding swings his weapon forcefully, chopping off the massive claw stuck right in his chest. Struck by this lightning-fast counterattack, the giant mantis widens its creepy purple eyes in absolute shock at how stubborn its prey is. And completely ignoring the massive bleeding hole in his chest, Gong Ding shifts his weight and lands a thunderous kick right to the monster's face, knocking it flying backward. The beast's ugly, freakish body drags across the dry dirt, digging its razor-sharp claws deep into the hard rock just to stop its momentum right in front of our main duo. Gong Ding grips his bloody chest tightly with one hand, his face totally pale, but he, somehow, keeps that classic arrogant smirk on his face, tilting his chin toward his rival. Si Chen, this ugly target, attacked the young master first. His eyes flash with this insane competitive drive, and he loudly claims the kill for himself. Based on the rules of combat priority, this thing belongs entirely to me, so you are absolutely not allowed to step in here. In response to that arrogant, crazy speech, Si Chen just stares at him quietly with eyes completely empty of any emotion. But then, completely out of nowhere, Si Chen's pupils flash with a brilliant green light, unlocking the power to see right through everything. Thanks to his special appraisal skill, a glowing, purple three-dimensional hexagon status window pops up perfectly clear right above the creature, marking it as a mid-tier C rank. At this exact moment, you and I finally see the true identity of this evil armored freak exposed. A totally genuine mid-tier C-rank monster. Seeing the situation turn into a complete nightmare, examiner Ku panics, sliding right down the vines and yelling out to stop them. Young Master Gong Ding, you need major medical help right now. I am officially suggesting we pause this exam immediately and fall back right this second. This boss monster is way too dangerous for you. But completely ignoring her advice, Gong Ding coldly channels a bright golden flame right into his right hand and growls, less talking, more doing. Then this absolute madman slams his burning hot hand straight into his own bleeding chest wound, making the fire flare up violently. Meanwhile, Si Chen just stands in the back quietly watching this insane, reckless move. Si Chen's sharp, cold eyes narrow just a bit as he figures it out. Is he really using the extreme heat of his magic fire to literally burn his own flesh and cauterize the wound. The awful smell of burning meat sizzles with white smoke. Gong Ding forcefully swings his massive flaming sword, lighting up the entire area, and lets out a wild roar. I refuse your suggestion. His face is covered in bulging veins, showing off his insane stubbornness and total determination. He screams at the top of his lungs, "This battle isn't over yet." And as if answering the sheer arrogance of this human, the giant mantis monster glares back with its creepy ghost-like eyes, totally overflowing with killer intent. Not wasting even a single second, Gong Ding jumps high up into the air, bringing down a massive blazing fire strike straight at the demon's head, which is just smirking, waiting for him. Meanwhile, right outside the entrance of the dungeon, a white-haired man stands there looking super majestic, hands clasped behind his back. Staring at the empty cliff, he says calmly, "We have seen dungeon entrances completely vanish like this before. And honestly, this proves that there is a monster with high-level intelligence hiding out on the inside." This guy is Lin Wuquei, the raid commander of the famous Empire Guild. He coldly breaks down the tricky behavior of this cunning creature. It basically opened the dungeon entrance on purpose, just to trap humans inside. And once they take the bait, they are exactly like fish on a chopping board. Hearing this, the sweaty manager completely loses it. Waving his hands in total panic, he nervously asks, "Then, what are we supposed to do now? Is there seriously no way to force the entrance back open?" Young Master Gong Ding is still trapped deep inside that place. Lin Wuquei just shoots him a cold side-eye glare with those deep blue eyes biting out every single word. There's only one way to force that exit to open up again. On screen, we see a glowing red energy core totally trapped inside a massive web of twisted roots. And then his grim blood-soaked answer rings out. The people trapped inside are going to have to hunt down and kill the boss of this dungeon. The manager lets out a huge sigh of relief, wiping the sweat off his forehead as he naively tries to calm himself down. A D-rank dungeon can only hold a C-rank boss at best, but honestly, as you and I already know, they are totally wrong about that. Alright, you and I are about to see things get real crazy. They thought taking down the boss was easy, but Wu Kuei immediately dumps a bucket of cold reality on them, making the mustache guy jump. "No, that Earth rank classification is just a clever trick," he says. "It is a fake disguise made by the boss." The calm commander delivers an absolutely crushing conclusion. "Based on what we are seeing here today, I am certain this demon cave is most likely the true culprit behind the sudden disappearances of all those rookie awakened. The ones we have been working so hard to investigate." Completely drained of color, the mustache guy takes a step back, stuttering in pure terror. "So you are telling me this place is actually a total death trap?" Amidst the terrifyingly steep cliffside, the heavy doom-filled words finally begin. Of Lin Wuquei's final verdict echo out, completely shattering whatever fragile hope they still had left. This is a B-rank demon cave. Back inside the cave's deadly battlefield, the monster gives its prey zero time to breathe. The grotesque beast swings its arms in an absolute frenzy. It unleashes a massive storm of deadly green energy blades, crossing and slashing through the air, tearing the very space apart. Trying to dodge, Gong Ding grits his teeth, swinging his blazing heavy sword to violently deflect the heavy storm-like barrage of attacks coming his way. But the force pushes him back anyway. His boots skid across the dry, rocky ground, leaving a long trail. The young Master Gong hunches down, planting his feet firmly, his eyes blazing with absolute reckless fire. Totally provoked, the giant mantis rears its terrifying massive body high into the air. Opening its horrific jaws, it lets out a deafening savage screech that pierces their ears, signaling it is ready to deliver the final killing blow. But in that exact moment, Gong Ding launches himself high up into the air, swinging his glowing golden sword with all of his might, cleanly severing the monster's scythe-like arm in one brutal strike. Using the momentum of his free fall, he delivers a piercing downward stab, completely breaking through the enemy defenses. He smirks with pure arrogance. "Your opening is finally exposed." An incredibly bright curved slash begins to fully form, blindingly illuminating the entire forest. Gong Ding uses all his strength to sweep the blade across, instantly slicing the demon head right off. The multi-sided head tumbles wildly through the air, hitting the ground with a heavy thud and rolling away. Foul-smelling green fluid sprays absolutely everywhere. Without its head, the massive corpse loses all its balance. It slowly collapses, crashing down heavily onto the rough ground right in front of them, leaving the group behind him staring in utter disbelief. Rooted to the spot examiner, Ka Yu swallows hard as she watches the whole thing unfold, whispering in shock, "I cannot believe Gong Ding actually managed to take down the boss all by himself." Pure admiration quickly fills the air. Gong Ding stands there panting but radiating the total aura of a true winner. While everyone is busy praising his insane display of raw power, the young master's strength is absolutely no joke. Over in another corner, the older examiner Yan blows out smoke using greenwood magic to heal. The chubby guy's nasty wounds. He blows out some smoke and asks in a very casual tone, "So how are you feeling right about now? The paralysis should be completely gone by now, right?" He gets a relieved sigh in response. "Yeah, thank heavens, you healed me just in time." Suddenly, Utah frowns in total confusion as he glances down at his smart bracelet, which is aggressively beeping. Huh! A bright red disconnected icon is wildly flashing on the small screen. Breaking into a cold sweat, the chubby guy shouts, "What in the world is going on right now? My bracelet totally lost connection with the outside world." The panic spreads fast. Ku also raises his arm to quickly check his own smart device. He grimaces and replies, "What, mine is dead too? All the signals are jammed and even the navigation compass is completely glitching out on me." Looking down at his feet, Ivan realizes their drone camera has been smashed and broken for a while now. He mutters, "When did the drone actually lose connection?" Seeing the sudden chaos unfolding behind him, Gong Ding turns his head with a massive question mark clearly forming on his heavily scratched up face. But the nightmare is not over yet. That headless corpse that was definitely supposed to be dead suddenly twitches violently. Green blood oozes out everywhere as it slowly and creepily stands right back up from its hunched position. Moving fast as lightning, the corpse swings its sharp elbow, rushing straight at Gong Ding. His eyes shoot wide open in absolute shock, totally unable to react in time. But in this life or death moment, a sudden barrage of golden sword flashes strikes down from nowhere, completely shredding the extremely hard outer shell of Ath. The wildly moving corpse. With practically invisible speed, Sai Chen dashes right through the area, instantly slicing the hideous monster into countless tiny shredded pieces. A glowing system window instantly pops up, showing plus 2,000 experience points earned. Gong Ding is still completely stunned, trying to process this. He stands there numbly, muttering, questioning his entire reality right now. "I literally chopped off this thing's head with my own two hands. How is it still even able to move?" Stuffing both hands inside his pockets with his usual insanely calm attitude, Si Chen slightly glances back over his shoulder, delivering a chilling explanation. That monster was never the real boss to begin with. It was heavily hypnotized right from the very start, and that is exactly why its headless corpse was still able to move like that. He directs a piercing glare right at the group of utterly confused examiners, giving them a totally serious life or death warning. "If all of you do not evacuate from this demon cave immediately, you are going to be the next ones to fall under its deadly spell." Furious at being robbed of his glory, Gong Ding aggressively grits his teeth in pure anger, glaring hard at Sai Chen. "How could you possibly know about all of this stuff?" Completely refusing to accept the harsh truth. The chubby guy, Utah, yells back blindly, "What kind of nonsense are you spouting? You and I know they are not ready for this boss. A C-rank boss at most." He stood there calmly, staring at the beast's severed head. Si Chen completely tuned out the stupid questions, coming from Yuta right behind him. Look, this monster was a high-tier threat at the bare minimum. There was just no way it wasn't the actual boss. But brushing off that ignorance, his pupils suddenly shrank. A massive wave of glowing hexagonal warning screens popped up, flashing a violent red across his entire vision. "You and I know what this means. Maximum risk threat level." A terrifying boss was waking up from deep inside the pitch-black cave. A blinding, eerie purple sound wave exploded outward, bringing a terrifying mind control power that literally shrieked and surged forward like a hurricane. It swept right over every living thing. Instantly, the female examiner Caillou had her eyes glow a freakish pink color. Her consciousness was completely wiped out in a split second, and it did not stop there. Old man, Ivan, and Yuta could not escape their fate either. Both of their eyes flashed that exact same bright pink. Total brainwashing just like that. Si Chen immediately narrowed his eyes and slapped his hand against the protective device on his ear. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "Too late." That absolute nightmare of a sound wave slammed into his eardrums like a heavy sledgehammer. It instantly woke up a horribly painful, buried memory. He was way too familiar with this exact sound frequency. A literal vision of hell flashed right through his mind. He saw innocent people coughing up pure blood and collapsing tragically under that destructive noise. In his past life, the monster known as Wrath had used this exact same sonic attack. Under a heavy, depressing downpour of rain, a flashback showed Sai Chen in his previous life. He was agonizingly clutching the bloody corpse of a young girl. Total absolute helplessness. A voice heavy with furious resentment echoed out, sealing that tragic chain of events, and at the exact same time, the entire globe was shown completely swallowed by that bright pink sonic energy. It hypnotized and brutally slaughtered countless innocent people across the entire world. That chaotic vision finally faded back to silence. Si Chen's expression was locked in a deadly, deeply focused coldness. He fully recognized the true nature of the power that just swept through here. Right in front of him, the three examiners were basically just soulless zombies now. Their eyes glowed with that freaky pink light as they began dragging their feet in an unconscious march straight forward. Si Chen narrowed his eyes, radiating an intense, absolutely murderous aura. He silently locked onto one undeniable hard fact. The dungeon boss here definitely had a very close connection to Wrath. The three brainwashed examiners slowly, mindlessly shambled their way straight into a pitch-black cave covered in totally disgusting, slimy spiderwebs. Si Chen just coldly shoved his hands in his pockets and started following. Right behind them, it was officially time to face off. Swallowed up by that incredibly deadly pink sonic wave echoing right across the rocky cliffs, the group marched straight into the Devil's Lair. They looked exactly like mindless moths being dragged right into a raging fire. As they moved deeper, endless bright red triangle warning screens popped up. Extreme danger level detected. They kept flashing blindingly right in front of our lightning assassin's eyes. Then a totally horrifying scene revealed itself at the very end of the boss room. A creepy entity with long, white hair sat right in the center. It was totally surrounded by massive twisting black snakes and rows upon rows of glowing green eggs that were pulsing like beating hearts. Beneath its feet lay a massive pile of pure white skulls. Broken bones were scattered everywhere along, with the rusted weapons of previous unlucky victims. It formed a literal carpet of death, creating a horrifying welcome mat for Si Chen and the Examiner squad. Now here is where you and I see real genius. Thanks to his next-level preparation, that little earpiece on Si Chen's ear flashed softly, completely canceling out the dark magic. It was acting exactly like Wrath. The specific sound frequency it used for brainwashing was the alpha wave. To counter that, our guy had already prepared a beta wave audio frequency to completely neutralize it. Glancing over at the three people who were basically just soulless meat puppets, right now the assassin quietly ran the numbers. Because these guys currently did not have a single measure against the hypnosis, their lives could easily be wiped out at any second. He realized he had to completely eliminate this dungeon boss as fast and violently as possible. Up on that disgustingly slimy throne, the savage hissing voice of the white-haired freak echoed loudly through the cave, mixing with the nasty hissing of the giant snakes, so abundant it hissed. The monster stared hungrily down at the four helpless little targets standing so obediently down below. It kept dropping these absolutely disgusting skin-crawling praises, so perfectly abundant, so incredibly fresh. Si Chen's eyes stayed dead cold like a thousand-year iceberg. He completely ignored the monster, growling out its sick, twisted fantasies about flesh and blood. Suddenly, the memory violently shifted to an incredibly brutal past. A small hand dripping with fresh, heavy blood was tightly gripping onto a completely shattered wooden stick. Thick dust filled the air and deep bloody slash marks were carved across a young fragile body. 8-year-old Gong Ding was leaning on the stick, panting hard. He had just beaten a kid his own age, completely unconscious on the stone ground. Sitting aggressively on a gold-plated sofa, a man in dark sunglasses let out an arrogant, lazy smile. He slowly clapped, casually praising the absolute violence that just went down. Excellent work today, you won yet again. Young Gong Ding's eyes in that exact moment were razor-sharp and totally wild, acting just like a vicious beast cornered against a wall. His name was called out with freezing coldness, Gong Ding. 8-year-old Gong Ding. Following the twisted, brutal rules of the family, the man pointed straight toward a lavish dining table covered in a pure white cloth. He loudly and clearly announced the rule. The winner gets to step up to the table and eat. Meanwhile, down on the cold gray stone floor, another kid, completely different from the bruised and battered body, kneeling on the ground in total humiliation. The loser had to stay right here on his knees all night long. 8-year-old Gong Chang. Late at night, under a faint crescent moon bleeding through the high walls, the little boy stayed kneeling in defeat, his stomach growling like crazy from pure starvation. But suddenly, a hand reached right out from the shadows, offering him a warm piece of bread with just one simple command. Eat it. Lifting his severely swollen eyes, Gong Chang was totally stunned to see his older brother Gong Ding sneaking him food. He stuttered in a soft whisper, "Brother, if father catches you, you will be punished again." Gong Ding frowned, putting up a tough front and shoved the bread into his little brother's hands. His bruised face still looked like a strong protector. "Stop talking. Just eat it fast." But unfortunately, all their sneaking around couldn't hide from the actual monster of the family. A vicious strike from a rat and whip lashed straight across Gong Ding's face, leaving a massive trail of blood. That tiny body was now covered in bandages, fists clenched tight, kneeling on the hard floor. The boy trembled, bracing himself against the terrifying shadow of his cruel father who stood towering right over him with a whip. Gong Lin pushed up his glasses, his voice bone-chillingly cold. "Do you know exactly why the Gong family has the massive power we hold today?" He arrogantly tilted his head, eyes filled with a bloodthirsty, ruthless glare. It is because I, your very own father, am an absolute winner, and only the winners have the right to make the rules. Turning his back to walk away completely, ignoring the trembling child, he threw back one final, absolute command. As for you, you are only allowed to follow my rules. Enduring the ultimate humiliation and suppressing his explosive anger, Gong Ding slowly smirked. His bloodshot eyes flashed with crazy, desperate rebellion. The boy gritted out every single word. If I defeat you, then I will be the one making the rules right. Answering the crazy challenge from a bruised 8-year-old kid, his absolute garbage father just smirked and scoffed, dripping with sarcastic contempt. Yeah. Then the memory shatters into a deafening echo of grinding metal, a shattered sword flying everywhere. It hit the ground, ultimate proof of his pathetic defeat. Gong Ding totally collapsed, right into a pool of his own blood. Coughing violently, he spat out dark red blood and screamed, "Old man, the person I challenged was clearly you. Why?" The bespectacled father stood arrogantly with his hands on his hips behind a white-haired assassin, holding an ice sword. He coldly shut down his son's absolute naivety. "Why did I let the royal team do this dirty work? For me," his hand reached out like he could crush the entire sky, a cruel half-smile forming on his face. "True strength isn't just defined by my own personal fighting abilities in combat. It is also defined by the absolute untouchable power that I hold right here in my hands." Staring down at his defeated son, he kept lecturing him with a tone completely reeking of massive money and power. "The rules of this human world are not as simple as you think. However, there is one single thing that remains absolutely absolute." He clenched his hand into a wildly oppressive fist, spitting out every single word. "And that thing is victory." Even though Gong Ding was covered in blood, gritting his teeth in pain, those highly toxic words kept crashing down like a heavy sledgehammer. The methods, totally meaningless. Only the final result actually matters in this world. As the true son of Gong Lin, you must always stand at the absolute peak. Even if you have to completely sacrifice your family, your duty, or those pathetic ideals of toward yours, you absolutely must win. That garbage father's face zoomed in completely, blocking out the screen, hitting him with a crazy, terrifying bit of brainwashing. Victory is the only reason you even exist in this world. Then the memory shatters to pieces, dragging us back to a teenage Gong Ding days and asking himself right on the edge of death, is winning actually the only reason I am alive? Snapping right back to harsh reality, they are staring at a massive lair complete with the ghostly silhouette of the white-haired lord, and countless glowing green eggs pulsing with this freaky, eerie rhythm. Meanwhile, Sai Chen's crazy high-tech earpiece was faintly glowing. He calmly analyzed the threat. Exactly like the monster Wrath, the specific sound wave it uses for total hypnosis is an alpha wave. To fight Wrath, I already prepared a custom beta wave sound frequency to completely neutralize its effects. Looking over at the judges who had basically turned into soulless zombies, he silently assessed the grim situation. Since these guys currently have zero defenses against this hypnosis, their lives could easily be wiped out at any given moment. Blinding yellow lightning sparked violently in his hand, a clear signal of death. His killing intent skyrocketed. "I have to destroy this, Lord, and do it fast." But right as he was about to unleash his power, a bloody hand reached out from nowhere, grabbing tightly onto Si Chen's electric wrist. This unexpected block made Si Chen's eyes widen in pure shock. Stumbling forward, Gong Ding struggled to speak and stop him. "Wait." The young Gong master used his other hand to clutch the massive gaping wound right on his chest. He muttered, sounding arrogant but incredibly weak, "Si Chen, I really don't know exactly how you managed to block out its hypnosis." He looked up, his bloodshot eyes completely locked in and resolute. Then he proudly boasted, his sheer stubbornness. "But I actually found my very own way to keep my mind completely wide awake, making sure I never lose the absolute authority of a natural leader." He shoots a serious warning at our lightning assassin. "Listen up. If you make a move right now and expose our actual position, every single one of us gets put in massive danger." He narrows his eyes, sweating bullets, and nods his head straight toward that disgustingly slimy cliff deep in the distance. "Do you see that giant pile of eggs? Those creepy glowing green eggs are just sitting there, pulsating and waiting." Gong Ding lays out the incoming disaster. "If we actually wake those things up right now, then, even without that boss monster stepping in, we are going to be facing dozens of C-rank beasts. And at that exact point, we are completely dead." He stares dead ahead at those dry skulls, rolling across the dirt, fully exposing the incredibly cunning and twisted plot of our enemy. That boss specifically disguised this whole zone as a low-tier dungeon just to easily lure in unsuspecting awakened hunters and completely drain their life force dry. Gong Ding narrows his eyes, fully calculating the situation. He predicts every single step of that evil creature, knowing it will definitely approach them on its own. A crazy life or death plan is quickly locked in as he points straight at that demonic shadow way in the back. I say we should just stay perfectly hidden for now and team up to absolutely crush that boss when it finally walks right into our trap. But you and I both know plans always fail right where the examiners are knocked out cold. A chilling command echoes from absolutely nowhere, completely shattering their strategy. Become my food. The ground starts shaking violently as those creepy eggs suddenly crack wide open. Massive, sharp scythes violently pierce right through the thick shells, bursting out with an incredibly insane screech. All of you will die. A truly disgusting mantis monster fully rears its ugly head, those weird purple and pink bug eyes furiously blinking. With pure, bloodthirsty instinct, you must die. The cold, glowing system screen suddenly pops up officially, confirming the true identity of these vicious demons flooding out like a massive tidal wave. Scythe Mantis C-rank plant assassin. And they come with a brutally savage scream. Die. They don't even give their prey a single second to breathe. The monstrous swarm swings their glowing green scythes, rushing toward them like absolute grim reapers. Seeing his incredibly careful plan get completely trashed in a flash, Gong Ding heavily grits his teeth, his face totally twisting in pure utter frustration. It seriously looks like I have absolutely zero choice left here but to instantly activate the emergency protocol. Without hesitating, he wildly swings his dangerously broken heavy sword and charges straight ahead to physically block the monster wave, roaring out a very serious mission to his unexpected teammate. Si Chen, I am completely leaving this entire thing to you. Pointing his ruined heavy sword straight ahead, Gong Ding shouts a command with a tone you just cannot argue with. Get all three of them out of this cursed dungeon right now, because I am staying right here to hold off this monstrous horde. Hearing that incredibly suicidal decision, Si Chen's eyes actually widen in pure shock. At this totally unexpected change from the usually arrogant rich kid, Gong Ding's face is locked in hardcore, ready to die fighting. I might not be able to solo this massively huge monster swarm by myself, but buying enough time for you guys to easily escape is absolutely not going to be a problem. Right at that exact second, a giant mantis violently dives from above, jaws wide open, tearing through the air like a deadly ghost. A massive deafening crash suddenly explodes. Gong Ding swings his wildly flaming sword and fiercely blocks the heavy strike. He heavily grits his teeth in pure regret. My stupid demand for this totally pointless duel is the exact reason why everyone is stuck in this deadly absolute mess right now. A massive energy explosion blasts out from their heavy clash, forcefully sending Gong Ding's entire body violently flying backward. Brutal friction makes him slide hard across the completely dry, rocky ground. He physically stabs both feet down to stop his crazy momentum. Gripping his heavy sword tight, looks up with intensely burning eyes, spitting out every single word. Since I am the idiot who started this whole thing, I will personally end it. Witnessing that raw pride here is where you and I see the twist. Si Chen's system suddenly flashes a major class change notification. He casually smirks and smiles. It genuinely looks like I completely misjudged you, man. But hey, you are definitely not the only guy who agreed to this insane duel right now. Blindingly bright golden lightning explodes and fully wraps around his entire body. Si Chen boldly steps right up next to Gong Ding as the legendary lightning assassin. I am in too. Si Chen half closes his eyes, looking impossibly calm, and drops a surprisingly huge compliment on the rich kid's actual tactical brain. I honestly never expected you to think that far ahead. Suddenly snapping his violently glowing eyes completely wide open with pure killer intent, he immediately shoots down Gong Ding's heroic sacrifice idea. However, that heroic plan of yours will not work here. This boss monster literally does not even need to lift a single finger. Deep inside that incredibly dark cave, a massive white-haired boss sitting perfectly still on its bone throne finally begins, radiating absolute waves of pure demonic energy, completely mind-controlling everything nearby. Right behind our boys, the heavy-set examiner Yuta suddenly cracks an incredibly creepy smile, completely unconsciously raising a glowing pink blade right up to his very own throat. But what is way more terrifying, the female examiner, Caillou, coldly aims her heavy gun straight at her temple, while the glowing system aggressively flashes a mass suicide order, and without any exception, Old Man Yan crazily smirks, physically choking himself with both hands under that twisted kill order, moving way faster than a literal flash of golden lightning tearing right through space. Si Chen blitzes past all three of them, throwing massive lightning chops to their necks, making them instantly drop to the ground totally unconscious before they can actually end their own lives. That epic lightning save grabs the boss's full attention. You and I are about to see that red eye. All right, you and I are about to see absolute madness. The boss flashes pure rage, realizing intruders crashed the party. The tension in the air, stretched to the breaking point. Gong Ding's vow to fight to the death echoes once again. He declares that since he started this whole crazy mess, he is going to be the one to finish it all. The young master stands tall, his shadow blocking the enemies. It is a wildly epic sight cutting straight through that heavy, mysterious fog. And Sai Chen's response is honestly just as hardcore. The system screen flashes brightly, officially locking in their teamwork. He openly admits it looks exactly like, "I completely misjudged you, but you are not the only one ready for this ultimate showdown." Lightning violently roars and crackles all around them, across his blade as Si Chen calmly seals the vow. "Me too," he says. He stands tall, staring straight up at the gross, slimy cliff, covered in monster eggs. He splits up the tasks, instantly pointing right at that creepy white shadow just floating endlessly above the massive throne. Sai Chen's voice goes totally cold. "As for this boss," he says, while his eyes flash with deadly yellow electricity, "you go ahead and handle. The hardest part, I will crush him myself." Gong Ding grits his teeth to argue back, his bloody face showing pure panic and helplessness. "That plan is never going to work. Sai Chen, we have absolutely zero chance of winning." Staring dead at the supreme boss, radiating that massive, terrifying pressure, the young master sweats bullets while assessing the threat. He says he can feel this boss-level power and it completely blows past anything they can handle. This thing is at least B rank. Wait, no, it might actually be an A rank threat already. Looking back at the three examiners lying totally unconscious on the ground, Gong Ding desperately urges him. "Evacuating with them right this second is honestly our only option." But Si Chen, he does not even flinch. He just turns his back calmly, explaining the grim reality of their situation. "This boss is insanely tough. Now here is where you and I need to pay attention. The Empire Guild raid team really should have sent backup a very long time ago. That is, unless the dungeon gate was completely sealed shut, trapping us all inside." Hearing this, Gong Ding's pupils shrink in pure, unadulterated shock. He stammers out in total panic. "Wait, what? The main dungeon gate has actually been closed shut." Sai Chen's eyes flash with a razor-sharp green light of absolute confidence. He calmly analyzes the board, staring right at the giant demonic shadow that is standing tall and waiting for them. He makes a totally wild power comparison. If this dungeon boss is truly a real A-rank threat, a massive shadow lion glowing with pink energy flashes right into his mind. He coldly assesses the situation. Then its combat power must rival the legendary Phantom Lion King waiting at the very bottom of the dungeon. But before he can even finish, a crazy mantis monster screeches out, diving straight down at him like a literal death drill. With a super heavy, powerful boom, Si Chen throws a blinding lightning punch, blocking the brutal strike instantly. But before he can even take a breath, the monster bounces right back, swinging its razor-sharp scythe straight down at his head from midair. Behind him, Gong Ding's eyes go completely wide in pure panic, screaming out a desperate warning. But their teamwork is just insane. Si Chen swings his sparking lightning sword, knocking the heavy attack away while Gong Ding drops low, unleashing a massive fiery sword sweep. The two fighters bravely battle back to back, but the serious trouble is only just starting. From the super thick fog, a massive swarm of hideous C-rank mantises screech out, crawling forward in a massive wave. It looks like an endless, bloodthirsty nightmare. While desperately blocking their hits, Gong Ding sweats massive bullets, gritting his teeth in pure frustration. He knows the board looks terrible. We are going to get totally overwhelmed if we keep fighting this impossibly massive swarm of monsters like this. Without any hesitation, Sai Chen's hand gathers a blinding wave of lightning, signaling an absolute massacre is coming. Raising two fingers to the sky, he coldly swings his arm down, forging a brilliant lightning sword. He calls out his super lethal skill name, Lightning Assassin Lightning Blade. Instantly, he throws golden lightning bolts straight into the middle of the monster swarm. The razor-sharp lightning spears fly through the air, piercing right through their tough outer shells effortlessly. Pushing the advantage, Sai Chen spins, swinging his sword to absolutely reap the lives of these monsters with another insanely broken skill, Lightning Assassin Godspeed Strike. His entire body instantly transforms into a massive web of deadly golden lightning. He zigzags crazily through the air, literally slicing up the hideous monsters, just like he is casually mowing the lawn. Watching this absolute masterpiece of a slaughter unfold with such flashy style, Gong Ding's pupils completely shrink back. In pure shock, he stammers, totally unable to believe his own eyes. How the hell is this even happening right now? Deep down, the arrogant young master finally starts feeling some extreme panic, because players who hold the assassin class inherently have way lower physical strength, so getting surrounded by enemies should be a massive disadvantage. But the crazy scene playing out right in front of him completely slaps him in the face. The lightning sword slips through impossible deadly angles, yet every single one of his rapid attacks lands with absolute precision right on their monster weak spots. Just clean, cruel, and highly efficient sword sweeps. The thick armor, that seems so incredibly tough, gets cleanly split right in half. Blood splatters everywhere across the intensely fiery battlefield. Gong Ding heavily gulps, secretly amazed by that totally broken skill. He realizes Si Chen is using his extreme speed and masterful technique completely cover up his lack of raw physical strength. Gong Ding's eyes go wide, cold sweat pouring down his scratched-up face. He thinks the speed of his movements is unreal. Watching this lightning blur tear through the swarm, you and I can clearly see he is on another level. Let me tell you, he was solid easily and A rank awakened. Seeing a tiny glimmer of hope at the end of this nightmare, Gong Ting tightened his grip on that shattered greatsword and muttered, "Maybe we actually can." The young master's eyes suddenly blazed with his signature flame of pride. He roared with sheer intensity. "We actually have a chance to win this," but honestly, that joy did not last long at all. Deep in the shadows, the white-haired Lord Entity suddenly unleashed a blinding pink aura, carrying an absolutely overwhelming surge of pure demonic power. That evil energy coiled and swallowed the entire space. Its bloodshot star-shaped eyes flashed with absolute raging fury, looking exactly as if it was about to drop a brutal punishment on anyone daring to fight back. Right away, a massive wave of system data panels started glitching out. The screens flickered like crazy. A twisted enhancement spell activated, constantly pumping up their power stats to the absolute maximum level right there. Their power stats skyrocketed to the limit while completely draining the monster's stamina. Under the terrifying effect of that dark magic, one giant mantis was heavily buffed, doubling in size as it crashed down from above. The sudden impact made Si Chen flinch back in absolute total shock. He let out a gasp. The mantis monster's compound eyes glowed with a crazed, violent pink light, and it hissed with this incredibly bloodthirsty tone. "I will end you right now." Swinging its massive scythe, it ripped straight through the air. The beast roared, bringing absolute destruction right toward the assassin's head. "I will chop you into 100 pieces." Then a deafening explosion echoed loudly across the battlefield as the heavy scythe slammed violently into the ground. It carved a massive deep trench into the earth, sending heavy boulders flying everywhere at absolute lightning speed. Si Chen quickly used the momentum to bounce himself high up into the air, barely dodging that fatal slash by an absolute hair. Standing in the back, Gong Ding watched with wide, anxious eyes, completely stunned by the overwhelming power of this terrifying mutated monster. He gritted his teeth and called out his teammate's name, Si Chen. Sweating bullets, the young master screamed in pure desperation, trying to encourage him. "Just hold on." Amidst the thick dust cloud in the air, Si Chen transformed into a brilliant ball of lightning, violently clashing against and blocking a relentless storm of heavy slashes from the buffed monster pack. However, the sheer physical gap between them was quickly becoming painfully obvious. The massive shadow of the alpha mantis suddenly crashed down on him, completely overpowering the lightning assassin's much smaller and agile frame. Refusing to bow to fate, Si Chen swung his glowing golden lightning blade, unleashing a razor-sharp slash straight forward. It hit the demon's tough back shell, but instead of cutting through, an ear-piercing clang echoed out, scattering dozens of blinding golden sparks everywhere. The monster's armor did not even have a scratch on it. Completely unharmed, the crazed demon glared back with its bloodshot eyes, looking absolutely furious. It opened its jagged, spiked jaws and unleashed a deafening shriek that literally shook the entire forest to its core. A massive shockwave erupted, mixed with a brutal physical slam. It forced Si Chen to cross his lightning-coated arms in a desperate, totally defensive stance to block the blow. The insane impact blew him violently backward, making him carve a long, deep trench across the dirt, leaving trails of electric sparks behind. Panting heavily, he managed to steady his racing heart. Si Chen's eyes narrowed, shifting right into tactical mode. These buffed-up monsters had power stats that were practically pushing B-rank territory. Evaluating the sheer stubbornness of these enemies hiding in the fog, he quietly realized just how stuck he really was. Their outer armored shells were ridiculously hard, far beyond what he usually dealt with in these crazy fights. He could not easily snipe weak points like before. Now, watch closely, he absolutely had to figure out a new way to shatter this insane armor. Just when everything seemed like a total dead end, that familiar, arrogant voice suddenly roared out from right behind him. "Thanks for the setup, Si Chen." A massive pillar of brilliant golden fire instantly erupted, scorching the entire pitch-black darkness of the night. Gong Ding's power stats surged like crazy, completely flooding his system panel. He stood tall, proudly raising his glowing great sword with absolute total confidence. He smirked. "You bought me more than enough time, buddy." Hearing that, Si Chen whipped his head around, eyes wide in absolute pure surprise. "Meanwhile, you and I are shifting away from that bloody cave." The clock hit exactly 5:30 p.m. back at the apartment. The door slid open and Zhou Tong stepped in carrying a bunch of plastic bags. His little sister's classmate awkwardly scratched her head, laughing. Sorry I am late. Picking out drinks took way longer than I thought. Si-yoon smiled brightly to welcome her friend. With her fluffy white pet, named Leo, chilling on her shoulder, she waved it off. It is totally fine, my older brother has not even made it home yet either. Hearing that made Jo Tong's eyes go wide. Wait, really? He is still not back? Glancing over at the dining table with a hot pot already prepped, she asked curiously. Does he even know you passed the Art Academy entrance exam yet? Si-yoon gently organized the groceries and shook her head. Not yet. I just sent him a quick text saying I had something super important to tell him today. But honestly, it looks like he might be getting home a little late. Let us just grab a bite to eat first. Just as they were getting completely ready to dig into the meal, Si-yoon held up an empty jar, inspected it, and complained. Darn it, when did we completely run out of our garlic sauce? Not wanting to ruin the meal, she quickly grabbed her jacket, threw it on, and said, Jo Tong, you just wait right here for a sec. Leo and I are gonna run out to grab a new bottle. She flashed a bright smile, adding, just grab some snacks while you wait. Tonight we absolutely have to throw a proper celebration feast. Jo Tong nodded like a good friend. Okay, sounds good. Meanwhile, all right, check this out. The sunset shines over G's supermarket as Si-yoon steps out, holding a paper bag tightly to her chest. The automated scanner chimes from the checkout, ringing out sharply right behind the bald store owner's back. Payment successful. Thank you so much for shopping with us today. Peeking down into the bag strapped to her chest, Si-yoon smiles softly. She gently rubs her cheek against it, whispering some incredibly sweet praises to the little fluff ball inside. You are such a good boy, Leo. Tucked away in that tight little space, baby Leo is hugging a biscuit, happily munching away. His massive bright purple-pink eyes are shining. Si-yoon keeps gushing, totally amazed that he hasn't made a single sound while hiding in the bag. She is in an amazing mood today. Skipping backward down the street, she flashes a huge smile and makes a promise. You are so well behaved. Next time I will buy you way more cookies, okay? But that pure innocence has already made her a target for predators. A pitch-black shadow slowly creeps out from behind a cold brick wall, silently tracking the young girl's every single move. Hidden inside a dark alleyway, a guy wearing a beanie flashes a wicked grin, revealing his jagged teeth. One hand grips a photo. The other taps his earpiece to report in. Yeah, that is exactly right. I have my eyes on the brat right now. His rough fingers tightly crush the printed picture of an innocent Si-yoon. The beanie guy smirks and asks his boss for orders. Should we make our move right now? From the other end of the line, a totally freezing, ruthless voice gives the command. Do not rush. Just keep tailing her for now. We will eliminate her the second she steps into a blind spot without security cameras. The assassin chuckles, looking incredibly smug. Understood. Cutting back to the street, the light footsteps of Si-yoon's pure white sneakers keep up their steady, rhythmic pace. But trailing closely, just a few meters behind her, the clunky black boots of those thugs silently track her every single step, following like actual ghosts out for blood. Stopping. Behind a hidden brick wall, Si-yoon tilts her head slightly. Her sharp eyes dart backward, completely dropping that innocent, harmless vibe from earlier to coldly assess the threat. These creeps have been tailing me ever since I left the supermarket. What in the world do they actually want from me? She does not have to wait long to find out. Two massive thugs slowly step out from the light, flashing twisted smiles as they corner their prey in the shadows. Sensing the sudden wave of killing intent, little Leo pokes his head out. His purple-pink pupils narrow into sharp slits. He bares his teeth with a warning growl, making Si-yoon gently stroke him to calm him down. You sense the danger too, huh? Her soft hand pats the bag and she whispers a command with the total aura of a true queen. Just stay hidden in there for now, okay? Smoothing out her collar, Si-yoon's lips curl up into a highly amused, almost manic smirk. Her eyes flash with a brilliant red glow of pure excitement. Looks like we are about to have a fun little adventure. But hold on, the camera suddenly cuts right back to the blazing battlefield inside the demon cave, where Si-chen is currently surrounded by a massive layer of golden lightning. His face is drenched in sweat as he intensely analyzes the situation. These heavily enhanced monsters possess insane stats that are dangerously close to a B-rank beast. The menacing silhouette of that gigantic mantis totally blocks his entire line of sight. He grits his teeth, making a grim assessment. Their outer armor plating is also ridiculously tough. I can no longer easily target their vital spots like before. I absolutely have to figure out some kind of way to shatter this armor completely. Right at the most desperate moment, Gongting's face lights up from behind him, glowing fiercely under the blazing flames. He lets out a massive triumphant roar that echoes across the sky. Thanks for the help, Si-chen. A brilliant golden pillar of fire erupts, scorching the entire night sky. Gongting's insane power stats continuously skyrocket, completely filling up the system screen. He proudly raises his massive greatsword and flashes an incredibly arrogant smile. You bought me more than enough time. Si Chen whips his head around, his eyes wide with absolute shock. Gong Ting's face burns like a living torch. His bulging muscles tense up to their absolute breaking point. He shouts so loud it shakes the whole area. This right here is my critical strike. With his nuclear warrior class fully activated, he heavily swings the massive sword, unleashing a fiery slash that practically splits the sky in half. He confidently declares, "You are going to be completely destroyed even if you are an A-rank lord." That destructive wave of energy carries a terrifying scorching heat as it fiercely sweeps right through the area, incinerating the mantis monsters, blocking its path. In just the blink of an eye, their dark bodies rapidly crack and crumble, turning into pure ash under the raging flames. The gigantic crescent-shaped fire slash continues, ripping straight through the wind, heading straight for the massive shadow with countless freaky tentacles writhing around in the darkness. Without a single second of hesitation, the glowing attack fiercely collides right into the dead center of the demon's colossal body. A massive explosion erupts violently, shaking the entire ground. Beneath them, flames roar upwards like they want to swallow everything whole, creating a brilliant but totally brutal firestorm. Before the thick dust even settles, Gong Ting stabs his sword into the dirt for support. His body is battered, drenched in sweat as he lets out heavy, exhausted breaths. Panting hard with eyes looking glazed over from absolute fatigue, but filled with hope, he smirks and thinks to himself, it is finally over. Scanning the battlefield, seeing nothing but charred monster corpses buried under the fading smoke, he lets out a long sigh. Heavy breathing. It was over. Or so he thought. You and I know life is never that easy. From the thick smoke, a ghostly voice echoed out, followed by a mocking laugh. Is this really your absolute limit? Gong Ding's victorious smile instantly froze on his face. He widened his eyes in absolute terror. Standing right behind him, Si Chen frowned, his expression turning dead serious. The smoke finally cleared, revealing the true horrifying form of the boss monster. A twisted tree root for a head with two glowing red snakes slithering down its sides, it stood proudly, hiding behind a bright pink shield, growling in pure disgust. You human trash. Gong Ding's face turned completely pale, completely drained of color as cold sweat poured down his back. He trembled, whispering in absolute despair. That was my all-out attack. But the boss monster just stood there, towering over them. Its pinkish-purple eye flashed with a mocking gleam. Gong Ding just could not accept this harsh reality. After all that damage, it somehow stepped out completely unharmed. Insane. But unlike his panicking teammate, Si Chen's face remained stone-cold. His sharp eyes narrowed, flashing with a dangerous red glint. He calmly assessed the nightmare in front of them, quickly putting the puzzle pieces together in his head, analyzing it perfectly. It drained the energy from all those monster eggs right at the exact split second before the attack actually connected, and because of that, it managed to condense a ridiculously solid protective shield. Completely losing his will to fight, Gong Ding dropped to his knees, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His blank eyes watched death slowly approaching. Am I really going to die in this cursed place? But right when he gave up, Si Chen casually stepped forward, putting himself right in front of his battered teammate. He dropped a totally calculated offer, completely businesslike. Hey Gong Ding, let us make a deal. Suddenly, a blinding pinkish-purple light exploded out of nowhere, totally swallowing up Si Chen's entire body. The system screen flashed, signaling a class change was loading. He spoke with a purely practical tone. You get the #1 rank in this test, and I will take the 1 million yuan cash prize. His bandage-wrapped hand suddenly started sparking, violently releasing brilliant streaks of magic lightning. Si Chen finalized their little business deal. I just have one condition. Right in the middle of that crazy energy tornado, the status board updated. Level 24 Si Chen officially switched to the Purgatory Rakshasa hidden class. Growing right out of his head was a glowing demon horn. Gripping a massive energy greatsword, his voice turned ice-cold and dripping with threat. You absolutely must not breathe a single word to anyone about what you are about to see here. Gong Ding violently jerked his head up, eyes popping out and jaw totally dropped, so shocked he almost bit his own tongue. He stammered out, you are a dual-awakened class user. Totally ignoring his one-man audience, brilliant streams of bright pink energy started floating up into the air, all converging toward a single direction. The battered hard shells of those dead mantises started crumbling away, getting completely drained of their remaining life essence. And right after, charging up that energy, watch closely now. The system announced the 10,000 Bones Ruin skill activated, absorbing the stamina and raw strength from every single dead corpse around them, perfectly converting it into the user's personal power. This pushed Si Chen's stamina stats to absolutely skyrocket without stopping. A massive violent pillar of energy exploded upward, literally piercing the night sky. His raw strength stat kept jumping crazily, quickly reaching a level of pure, unimaginable power. That energy tornado was so intense, Gong Ding had to throw his arms up just to avoid being blown away. Completely speechless, he could not even utter a single word. Deep in the cruel darkness, the boss monster finally raised its deformed head, its pinkish red eye flashing, staring at this brand new challenger with heavy caution. The energy mist finally cleared up, revealing an absolutely insane smirk filled with razor-sharp, shark-like teeth. Si Chen casually exhaled a puff of smoke, practically begging for a fight, with both his stamina and strength hitting the absolute maximum limit. Si Chen's demon form was radiating a terrifying pressure that easily overwhelmed the boss. He pointed his weapon at the enemy, smiling. "You and I are about to witness a massacre."